welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. In the fading light of dusk, the sky was washed in soft lavender and amber hues as I ventured towards the ancient watchtower along a meandering path. The evening breeze carried the delicate fragrance of wild honeysuckle, mingled with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. With each step, the gravel beneath my feet whispered a calming rhythm that synchronized with my steady breaths. This peculiar property had been passed down to me by my enigmatic great-aunt Margaret, whom I had encountered only once in my childhood. The watchtower stood tall and stoic against the encroaching darkness, its weathered stone walls silently narrating stories of bygone eras. As I drew nearer, I observed how the ivy had claimed much of the structure, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of deep green that swayed gently in the evening air. The aged wooden door groaned softly as I pushed it ajar, revealing a circular chamber bathed in the golden glow filtering through slender windows. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the warm beams, creating an almost otherworldly ambience. Inside, an assortment of furniture populated the room: a weathered leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk brimming with untold secrets within its many drawers. While tracing my fingers along the desk's smooth surface, I stumbled upon a peculiar detail: a small brass key nestled in a hidden compartment beneath one of the drawers. Its intricate design, adorned with delicate swirls and tiny etched stars, felt weighty in my palm, as though it had been awaiting discovery. The tower comprised 3 levels linked by a spiral staircase that ascended gracefully like a serpent. Each step I took produced a gentle wooden whisper, accompanied by the faint settling noises of the aged edifice. The second level revealed a cozy bedroom adorned with a 4-poster bed draped in faded velvet curtains that swayed softly in the evening breeze. Yet it was the third level that captured my imagination. Ascending to the topmost circular room, I found myself enveloped by windows offering a sweeping vista of the surrounding landscape. Curious objects filled the space: astronomical instruments, ancient maps, and a collection of leather-bound journals scripted in my great-aunt's elegant hand. As night descended, I nestled into a plush window seat with one of the journals, its pages exuding a faint aroma of lavender and aged paper, while my great-aunt's prose flowed like poetry. She chronicled peculiar lights witnessed from the tower windows, enigmatic visitors appearing on moonless nights, and melodies seeming to resonate from the very stones of the tower. The gentle patter of rain outside wove a tranquil backdrop as I delved deeper into her words. She spoke of a concealed door within the tower, accessible only under specific celestial alignments, when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key I had unearthed took on newfound significance with each revelation. As midnight crept closer, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. Moonbeams streaming through the windows began crafting intricate patterns on the floor, evolving with each passing moment. The room's atmosphere became charged with a subtle energy, akin to the anticipation before a summer storm. Tracing the moonlight patterns with my steps, I followed their silent guidance across the room, the tower's rhythmic breath harmonizing with my own, while the rain's cadence transformed into a soothing lullaby. The journals unveiled further enigmas with every turned page. My great-aunt documented star patterns visible from the tower, cryptic symbols embedded in the building's architecture, and dreams that resembled memories of unvisited realms. The brass key continued to radiate warmth in my pocket, seemingly resonating with the revelations. As the night deepened, I remained engrossed in the writings, occasionally pausing to witness the ever-shifting moonlit designs on the floor. The tower's soft creaks and sighs evolved into a conversation I almost comprehended, as if it yearned to divulge its mysteries in its silent dialect. The rain's steady serenade against the windows added another layer to this nocturnal symphony. Whether what transpired next was reality or a dream, I may never discern. The moonlight patterns on the floor began shifting purposefully, forming a pathway towards a section of wall I had previously overlooked. The brass key in my possession grew warmer, and the air thickened with anticipation. Guided by the moonlight's silent beckoning, I approached the wall, the key pulsing gently in my grasp, akin to a faint heartbeat. As I held it aloft, the moon's light caressed its surface, causing the tiny stars etched into the metal to shimmer and dance. The wall before me remained solid, yet somehow less substantial, as if it were a mere suggestion of a barrier rather than a physical impediment. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery, one I ponder on quiet moonlit nights when the tower whispers its enigmas. The key never unlocked a conventional door, but something shifted that night, a subtle yet profound alteration. The tower's secrets largely endure unsolved, perhaps intentionally so. Now, on nights of the full moon, with rain's gentle percussion against the windows, I find solace in the tower's highest chamber, surrounded by my great-aunt's journals. At times I catch faint strains of music or glimpse mysterious lights in my periphery. The brass key, a constant reminder, remains warm in my pocket, signifying that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than rationalized. The tower has evolved into my sanctuary, where reality intertwines with dreams, akin to the ivy scaling its ancient walls. Each night unfurls new enigmas, fresh patterns in the moonlight, and whispered secrets in the darkness. And perhaps I've come to realize the true essence of the solitary tower lies not in unraveling answers, but in embracing the questions themselves. Story 2. The soft patter of rain against my window was a serene lullaby on that autumn night, beckoning me into a tranquil state of reflection. In the warm glow of my reading lamp, shadows danced across the pages of my well-worn journal, where I chronicled the curious occurrences of recent weeks. The scratch of my pen against the paper harmonized with the gentle symphony of nature outside, creating a soothing melody that filled the room. It all began on a misty evening, much like this one, when the distinct sound of carriage wheels echoed through the cobblestone streets. Living in this historic neighborhood, such sounds were not entirely uncommon, as remnants of the past lingered in the air. But this particular sound was different, drawing me to the window with its hypnotic rhythm. Through the sheer curtains I glimpsed the silhouette of an elegant carriage, gliding effortlessly through the ethereal mist. Its movements were precise, almost mechanical, as if guided by an unseen force. The darkness enveloping the carriage absorbed the faint light, adding to its mysterious aura. Night after night, the carriage made its rounds, a silent observer of our quiet street. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves and the steady turning of wheels never faltered, never varying. Intrigued by its unwavering consistency, I found myself captivated by its enigmatic presence. As weeks passed, the carriage became a fixture in our neighborhood, a silent guest in the symphony of the night. Residents whispered of its nocturnal visits, each encounter shrouded in a veil of intrigue. Children counted the seconds between sightings, while adults shared tales of subtle disturbances in their dreams. Driven by curiosity, I began to document every detail in my journal. The shade of the carriage's exterior, the way it seemed to dim the lights around it, the lingering scent it left in its wake. One foggy evening, I decided to follow its ghostly trail, embarking on a journey into the unknown. Wrapped in a coat against the damp chill, I pursued the carriage through winding streets and shadowed alleys. The fog enveloped us, distorting reality and blurring the boundaries between dream and waking. The rhythmic melody of the wheels hinted at secrets hidden within the night. Lost in the hypnotic trance of the carriage's passage, I ventured into unfamiliar territory, guided only by the haunting sound that led me onward. The air was heavy with the scent of lilacs and memories long forgotten, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia and mystery. But as I stumbled on an uneven cobblestone, the spell was broken, and the carriage vanished into the mist, leaving me alone on the familiar street under the midnight sky. The clock told the hour, a reminder of the ephemeral nature of my journey. Returning to my desk, I discovered a single lilac blossom, its petals a dark hue that defied reality. Time seemed to stand still as I gazed at this ethereal gift, a silent reminder of the night's mysteries. Months passed, and the carriage continued its silent vigil, a constant presence in the fabric of our reality. I found solace in its unchanging routine, a comforting reminder of the enigmatic forces at play in our world. On nights when sleep eluded me, I would sit by the window, watching the carriage glide by, its wheels turning in perfect harmony with the night. The lilac blossom remained unchanged, a silent witness to the timeless dance of the carriage's passage. Questions lingered in my mind, unanswered and unexplored. Was the carriage a relic of a bygone era, trapped in a cycle of eternal return? Or did it serve a greater purpose, hidden from mortal eyes? As the rain continued its gentle cadence outside, I awaited the familiar sound of wheels on cobblestones, a siren call to the world between dreams and reality. The night held its secrets close, whispering of untold mysteries awaiting discovery in the mist-shrouded streets. And so, as sleep beckoned at the edges of my consciousness, I listened to the approaching sound of hooves and wheels, letting their hypnotic rhythm carry me into the realm of dreams, where the carriage's eternal journey continued, a timeless echo in the tapestry of the night. Story 3. The soft murmur of an autumn breeze carried a faint echo of distant bells through my bedroom window, their ethereal chimes barely discernible in the hush of night. Initially, I dismissed the sound as a figment of my imagination, a whimsical play of the wind among the ancient oak trees enveloping my grandmother's Victorian estate. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway marked just past midnight, its steady ticking a comforting backdrop to the enigmatic tolls that seemed to hover on the fringes of awareness. Inheriting the house a mere 3 weeks prior, each night unveiled new facets of its essence and hidden depths. The wooden floorboards sang with a peculiar melody as I tread upon them. Shadows waltzed across the wallpapered walls with the passing clouds, and now these bells, so delicate they could have been spun from moonbeams themselves. Rising from my bed, I enveloped myself in the warmth of my grandmother's old cashmere shawl, redolent with the familiar scent of lavender and aged wool, evoking memories of childhood visits. The house felt transformed by the night, vibrant with a newfound vitality, as if the darkness granted it permission to cast off its daytime facade. My silent steps on the plush oriental carpets carried me towards the window, drawn by the whispered peal of the mysterious bells. Below, the garden lay bathed in the silver glow of moonlight, dewdrops glistening like scattered diamonds in the mist. The ancient fountain at its heart stood silent, its stone cherub frozen in a perpetual serenade, yet I sensed it was listening as well. The bell's melody rang out once more, clearer this time, bearing a tune that felt almost like a half-remembered lullaby from my early years. Despite numerous evening conversations with my grandmother, she had never spoken of these bells, though she regaled me with tales of the house's storied past over cups of chamomile tea. Nestled in her favorite wingback chair, her silver hair aglow in the firelight, she shared anecdotes of the generations that had inhabited these very walls. Yet the bells remained a riddle, their origins as elusive as the morning mist. Sinking into the window seat, I pulled my knees to my chest, watching as tendrils of fog slithered through the garden, The air grew heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, its sweetness mingling with the earthy scent of autumn's decay. The tolling of the bells seemed to intertwine with the mist itself, weaving through it like threads of silver in a time-worn tapestry. A notion stirred within me. Perhaps the answers lay within my grandmother's collection of local history books housed in the library below. The thought of delving into those leather-bound tomes, redolent with the musty perfume of age-old paper, spurred me to descend the grand staircase. Each step echoed with a soft toll of the bells, as if they marked the rhythm of my descent. The library door opened with a muted creak, and the familiar scent of antiquity enveloped me. Moonbeams filtered through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows amidst the towering shelves. My fingers traced the spines until resting upon the section dedicated to local lore, each volume a portal to days long gone. Extracting one from its place, a yellowed paper fluttered to the floor, a fragile leaf of the past. The aged paper bore my grandmother's elegant script, recounting tales of bells that once adorned a chapel long vanished, said to ring autonomously on nights when the boundary between realms grew thin. According to her notes, the chapel once stood where the garden now bloomed, its foundation concealed beneath roses and ivy. The bells had disappeared with the chapel's demolition over a century ago, yet their melody lingered, a spectral echo refusing to fade into silence. My grandmother had also heard them, on nights akin to this one, when the full moon reigned and autumnal mists enshrouded the estate. A soft toll drew my gaze back to the window. The fog had thickened, transforming the garden into a phantasmal tableau where forms seemed to shift and transfigure. For an instant, the silhouette of a stone chapel emerged from the mist, its bell tower stretching towards the starlit sky. But with a blink, the garden reappeared, tranquil and motionless beneath the moon's gentle gaze. Returning to my chambers, I carried my grandmother's note, finding solace in its presence. The bells continued their ethereal serenade, their harmonies now akin to a lullaby, soothing rather than enigmatic. Perhaps some enigmas were meant to linger beyond our comprehension, residing in the liminal realm between reality and reverie. Drifting towards slumber, cocooned in the embrace of ancient wool and cherished memories, the spectral tolls merged with the steady pulse of the house. In that ephemeral space between wakefulness and dreams, I grasped why my grandmother had withheld mention of them. Certain experiences were too sacred, too intimate to be articulated in mere words. The bells persist on select nights, their melodies narrating tales of yore, of affection and sorrow, of time's unending waltz. I never sought to unearth more than what the solitary note revealed, opting instead to allow the enigma to endure. Like the manor itself, some mysteries were destined to be felt rather than comprehended, lived rather than expounded upon. And so I listened, as my grandmother did in days past, to the gentle carol of bells existing in the nebulous expanse between remembrance and riddle, their music a testament to the beauty found in the interstices of certainty and fancy. Story 4. In the hushed tranquility of autumn's embrace, the soft murmur of fallen leaves skipping along the aged wooden fence whispered secrets to the night. Nestled in the quiet corner of Maple Row, the old Victorian house beckoned with a faded grace, offering solace in its weathered charm. The sprawling backyard, a realm of untamed beauty, lured me in with the promise of solitude and mystery. The grand wraparound porch and intricate gingerbread trim spoke of forgotten tales, but it was the hidden treasure of the expansive yard that captured my imagination. As dusk painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, I found myself on the back porch, drawn by a glint of metal in the fading light. Amongst the wild tangles of nature, beyond the overgrown rose bushes, a forgotten secret lay unveiled. An ancient playground emerged from the shadows, its metal frame rising like the ribs of a sleeping giant, swing chains swaying gently in the stillness. A rusty slide, adorned with patterns of time etched in rust, curved gracefully downward. A forlorn merry-go-round, its colors faded to whispers of the past, stood frozen in a dance awaiting the touch of vanished hands. That first evening, under the enchanting twilight, the playground transformed into a realm of shadows and whispers. The swing chains chimed softly, a melody of memories carried by the breeze. As darkness descended like a velvet cloak, echoes of children's laughter, ethereal and fleeting, drifted through the air like echoes of a long-forgotten song. Night after night, I found myself drawn to the mysterious playground. With a book in hand, I would sit on the weathered wooden bench nearby, feeling the stories lingering in the air. Subtle movements caught the corner of my eye, a swing swaying as if caressed by invisible hands, the merry-go-round turning imperceptibly, and phantom footprints appearing in the morning dew. On a quiet night, as the full moon illuminated the scene, the creak of the swing set filled the air. One swing moved in a hypnotic arc, as if guided by unseen forces, the metal links shimmering in the moon's glow, enveloping the air in a warmth that defied the autumn chill. Mysteries unfolded with each passing day. Trinkets from bygone eras appeared on the playground, a worn red rubber ball, a coiled jump rope, chalk drawings that materialized and dissolved with the night. Conflicting tales of the playground's origin swirled amongst the neighbors, adding layers of enigma to its existence. As winter descended, the playground's secrets deepened. Fresh footprints in the snow led to the frozen realm, the swing retaining a warmth that defied logic, and whispers of children's songs floated through the icy air. I began documenting the playground's anomalies in a journal, capturing the elusive melodies that resonated in the wind, the cryptic rust patterns that seemed to tell untold stories. The playground, a timeless enigma, revealed itself in the quietest of moments. Sitting on the swings, I felt the whispers of conversations carried by the wind, the laughter of children intertwining with the night. Boundaries blurred between reality and fantasy, past and present, as the playground wove its spell around me. In the playground's twilight realm, reflections of faces unknown gazed back from the slide surface, a testament to the enduring spirit of play and innocence. Amidst the darkest nights, a sense of belonging and ancient guardianship enveloped me, a silent promise of eternal play. As spring blossomed, the playground's allure grew stronger. In the fading light, I could almost hear the echoes of children at play, their joy lingering in the air like a forgotten melody. The playground existed in a timeless dance where past and present harmonized in a symphony of whispers. Tonight, as I pen these words by lamplight, the familiar creak of the swing set serenades the night. The soft rustle of shoes on earth accompanies the melody of memory, beckoning me to witness the unseen. I resist the urge to gaze out the window, knowing that the playground holds tales beyond comprehension, children frolicking in the moonlight, or perhaps just the empty playground, a sentinel in the shadows awaiting the next dreamer's touch. The playground guards its secrets, sharing them only with those who grasp the essence of everlasting youth. In the dawn, new mysteries will unfold, fresh wonders to ponder. The playground transcends time, a sanctuary where childhood weaves its eternal tale. And on the quietest of nights, under the watchful moon, I hear the distant laughter, a reminder of timeless games and stories woven into the fabric of the forgotten playground. Each swing carries the echoes of the past, a gentle reminder that some memories endure beyond the confines of time, where the spirit of play lives on, forever young. Story 5. The soft murmur of wind weaving through ancient pine trees caressed the cool morning air as I meandered along the meandering mountain path. Each step I took created a gentle symphony of crunching needles beneath my feet, a soothing rhythm that harmonized with the pulse of my own heart. The mist draped low and thick, enveloping the towering trees like a tender shroud, muffling even the faintest whispers of the wild. Solitary hikes had always called to me, offering solace in nature's tranquil embrace. But this day felt different, a hushed stillness that felt deeper, more profound than any silence I had known. The usual chorus of birds was conspicuously absent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack, an old leather journal held the purpose of my pilgrimage. Discovered at an estate sale, its pages brimmed with peculiar accounts of this very mountain range. The former owner, an elderly naturalist who had dwelled in these lands for decades, chronicled mysterious phenomena that unfolded in these heights. He spoke of places where sound gathered like water in hidden valleys, where distant whispers resonated with crystal clarity while nearby shouts dissipated into the stillness. Ascending further, the mist thickened and the silence intensified. The cadence of my steps, once a comforting companion, now seemed distant and muffled, as though belonging to another realm. The air grew weightier, a gentle yet persistent pressure against my ears. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the sound of swallowing reverberated oddly in my mind, casting doubt on whether I heard it with my ears or my soul. The journal alluded to a specific clearing, encircled by weathered stones, where the silence purportedly reached its zenith. According to the naturalist's musings, those who stumbled upon it often encountered something he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks, a concept that grew increasingly enigmatic in his final writings. As the trail wound around a colossal boulder, the clearing came into view. 7 ancient stones, waist-high, formed a rough ring amidst the trees. Wisps of mist pirouetted between them, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The atmosphere within was utterly tranquil, yet the mist continued its hypnotic dance. Stepping into the circle, I sensed an immediate shift. The pressure in my ears heightened, though not uncomfortably. It was akin to being gently submerged in warm waters. The silence here possessed a different essence. It felt sentient, as though it listened. My own breath became inaudible, though the rise and fall of my chest persisted. The sound of pine needles underfoot had completely ceased. Seating myself at the circle's core, leaning against a modest stone, I opened the journal. The naturalist's final entry seized my attention. The silence whispers memories. It reveals what you must hear, if only you listen beyond your ears. Upon reading those words, a transformation occurred in my perception. The silence acquired texture and depth, akin to layers of translucent fabric shifting against each other. Within that profound serenity, I discerned sounds that defied reality. The laughter of children playing in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the gentle patter of summer rain on a tin roof from ages past. These were not mere recollections or echoes. They felt immediate, tangible, yet impossibly distant, as if the silence acted as a conduit for bygone moments. I shut my eyes, allowing these spectral sounds to envelop me. Each carried not only the auditory aspect, but the full sensory experience. The scent of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the warmth of summer on my skin, the taste of raindrops. Time slipped away as I lingered there, enfolded in this cocoon of living silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun had begun its descent, its light feeble against the perpetual mist enveloping the circle. Rising to depart, a sight arrested my steps. My shadow on the earth was not solitary. Faint yet distinct shadows moved at the periphery of my vision. Directing my gaze towards them caused their vanishing, but their presence lingered. The journal bore a final scribble on its last page. They are the guardians of silent realms, the curators of forgotten sounds. They harbor no malice. They merely yearn to share their collection with those attuned to listen. Descending the mountain, the ordinary sounds of the world gradually resurfaced. The crunch of my steps, the murmur of wind through branches, the distant call of a lone bird. Yet something had changed. The silence had imprinted upon me, a gentle resonance humming within my bones. Sometimes in the quietude preceding sleep, I catch glimpses of them anew, those impossible sounds carried on silken threads of silence. And in the darkest hours of night, when the world holds its breath, I swear I discern those shadows in my periphery, patiently awaiting to impart their treasury of sounds to any willing listener. The naturalist was right. The mountain enshrined secrets in its silence, narratives inscribed in the void of sound. Though I have revisited countless times since that inaugural encounter, the clearing eludes me. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave the messages within the silence. Or perhaps, like the shadows and their echoes, it exists in a liminal realm where silence deepens to articulate. Story 6. The gentle autumn breeze carried whispers through the crumbling stone archways, creating a haunting melody that seemed to echo from centuries past. Drawn to abandoned places, this ancient monastery held an inexplicable allure. Weathered stones, warmed by the touch, despite the cool evening air. The setting sun painted the sky in muted purples and deep oranges, casting long shadows dancing across the overgrown courtyard. Wild roses and ivy embraced the walls, nature's tapestry weaving through cracks in the masonry. The sweet scent of late-blooming flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of aged stone and damp moss. Wandering with a camera, the changing light transformed scenes into the otherworldly. A broken column stood sentinel. A collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like a masterpiece. Fallen leaves crunched beneath each step, a rhythmic accompaniment to the wind's ethereal song. Amidst this, a melodic humming emerged, weaving itself into the natural symphony. Initially assumed wind finding its way, but distinctly musical in cadence, like ancient Gregorian chants, softer, more ethereal. Deeper into ruins, a narrow doorway led to the chapel. The stone floor reclaimed by soft moss, vaulted ceiling partially collapsed, dusky light illuminating dancing motes of dust. The humming more distinct, elusive, rising and falling like gentle waves. Temperature subtly shifting, corners retaining warmth, others holding cool air, raising goosebumps. As twilight deepened, photography equipment set near ancient choir stalls. Dark, aged wood polished by time. A movement caught in peripheral vision, shadows shifting unnaturally. Humming grew more complex, multiple voices joining in a soothing lullaby of an unknown language. Swaying to the rhythm, fingers moving with the music. Through the camera's lens, faint shapes moved amidst shadows, flowing with the music. Long exposure photographs captured the play of light, revealing robed figures and dancing light trails. Night air cooled, mist rising, enveloping the ancient stones. Humming and distant chimes creating a mesmerizing symphony resonating through the monastery. Lost in time, photographing mist, moonlight, and shadow. Shapes in photographs grew distinct, yet never fully materialized. Seated in a choir stall, the wood cradling like a familiar embrace. Humming surrounded, mist swirling on the chapel floor like a gentle stream. Awareness returned with the moonlight, humming carrying almost understood words. As dawn approached, the humming faded into the natural sounds of day. Mist dissipated, leaving the scent of ancient stone and wood. Reviewing photographs, most showed the ordinary beauty of an old monastery at night. Yet some captured traces of unexplainable light and purposeful shadows. Returning to the monastery, the humming occasionally heard, shadows glimpsed. Sitting in the ancient choir stalls, listening to the wind carrying echoes of ancient songs, waiting for the thinning boundary between past and present, for the voices to return. The monastery kept its secrets, revealing fragments in whispers, light, and shadow. Some mysteries meant to remain just beyond reach, like the last notes of a half-remembered song carried away by the wind. Story 7. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stone created a gentle, rhythmic lullaby as I stood at the mouth of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a warm glow on the walls, weathered by centuries of existence. The air held the earthy fragrance of damp moss and mineral-rich water, a scent untouched by the passage of time. As a geologist, I had roamed through numerous caves, but this one felt different, almost personal. as if the very essence of the rock resonated with mine. Each step I took deeper into the cavern was met with the quiet splash of water dripping from stalactites, forming delicate pools at my feet. My lantern played tricks with the shadows, creating dancing silhouettes that seemed alive. Running my fingers along the cool, damp walls, I felt the textures whispering stories of ancient geological processes, a language of millions of years etched into the rock. The tunnel widened into a chamber, its ceiling soaring beyond the reach of my lantern's light. The chamber was alive with the soothing melody of water droplets falling into small pools, each note adding to the natural symphony that filled the space. Moving forward, my boots left soft imprints in the silt-covered ground, and then I noticed them. Footprints in the silt, not my own, delicate and fresh, as if left by a phantom dancer. Curiosity led me further into the cave, the rain outside now a mere memory, replaced by the soft murmur of water and something else, a distant echo of footsteps that seemed to play a game of hide-and-seek around the bend. Pressing on, the passages twisted and turned, revealing natural archways adorned with glistening mineral formations that sparkled like distant stars. The enigmatic footprints guided me unerringly through the labyrinthine paths, their presence a mystery that captivated my senses. Time lost its meaning as I journeyed, the cave's sweet, mineral-laden air wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, teasing me with glimpses of movement that vanished when I turned to look. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm syncing with the beat of my heart. But their source remained elusive, until I raised my lantern and beheld a series of natural shelves ascending the cave wall like steps to the heavens. The footprints defied gravity, leading upwards, a silent invitation to a realm beyond reason. As I pondered this impossibility, a wordless melody filled the chamber, a song of the ancient earth itself. Shadows swayed in harmony, and a sense of wonder enveloped me, dispelling any fear. I sat upon a smooth boulder, letting the melody carry me away, the cave's essence seeping into my soul. Time melted into a dreamlike haze as I swayed to the ethereal music, water droplets falling in rhythm, painting the pools with liquid gold. Footsteps circled around me, a spectral dance that I now embraced, becoming one with the cave's timeless rhythm. When I finally stirred to leave, the footprints had vanished, leaving me alone in the silence. The melody lingered as I retraced my steps, the cave now a confidant, sharing its secrets with me. At the entrance, a single set of footprints materialized beside mine, a silent companion stepping into the sunlight and fading away. And as I ventured into other caves, that unearthly melody would echo in my mind, a reminder of the mysterious encounter in the ancient cavern. Sometimes, in the quiet depths underground, distant footsteps would echo my tune, a spectral waltz just out of reach, a reminder of the dance we shared in that hidden sanctuary. Story 8. The soft patter of rain on the window panes set a tranquil rhythm as I nestled into my beloved armchair in the cozy study. The aging house murmured gently around me, its time-worn wooden frame shifting in the crisp autumn air. A cup of chamomile tea wafted steam by my side, its fragrant floral notes mingling with the earthy smell of leather-bound books adorning the shelves. My gaze drifted to a recent acquisition, a painting hanging above the marble fireplace. A mysterious portrait I had stumbled upon at an estate sale just days ago. The figure in the artwork was veiled in a sheer ivory fabric, her enigmatic eyes seeming to pierce through the delicate material with an intensity that both intrigued and unsettled me. The artist had captured an otherworldly essence in the way the veil seemed to flutter around her face, as if caught in a perpetual gentle breeze. The longer I studied the painting, the more intricate details emerged from the shadowy background. A glimpse of a pearl necklace, a hint of a rich burgundy gown, and a window reflecting a garden scene behind her. The brushstrokes were expertly layered, creating an illusion of depth that shifted with the play of light on the canvas. As night descended, the rain's cadence grew stronger, a soothing symphony against the roof. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a soft halo around me, leaving the rest of the room cloaked in comforting shadows. I found myself drawn deeper into the painting, my eyes tracing the graceful folds of the veil repeatedly. Perhaps it was the rain's lullaby or the warmth of the tea, but I began to slip into a tranquil state between consciousness and slumber. In this hazy twilight, the portrait seemed to come alive in new ways. The veil rippled ever so subtly, as if silk caught in a whisper of wind. The woman's eyes, deep and knowing, held secrets on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind pressed against the windows, causing the lamp's light to flicker briefly. When it steadied, I noticed a curious detail in the painting, something I had not seen before. In the reflected window behind the veiled figure, amidst the painted foliage of the garden, stood another figure, veiled like the subject but standing apart, watching. The discovery sent a gentle shiver of curiosity down my spine, intriguing rather than unsettling. As I delved into this new revelation, other subtle elements emerged from the canvas. The pearl necklace I had glimpsed earlier seemed to form a pattern, almost like cryptic symbols when viewed from a certain angle. The garden scene in the window's reflection did not align with the woman's position, as if it depicted a different time, a different place altogether. The rain continued its gentle serenade, and the house settled into deeper slumber. The faint scent of antique roses filled the air, though no blooms adorned the study. It evoked memories of the garden in the painting's reflection, prompting me to wonder if the artist had captured not just the visual, but the ethereal essence of their subject as well. I pondered the woman's identity, weaving tales of her past in my thoughts. Was she a noblewoman from a bygone era? A skilled artist who preferred painting others over herself? The possibilities floated like autumn leaves on a gentle breeze, each narrative as plausible as the next. The lamp's light dimmed slightly, though untouched. In the softened glow, the woman's eyes seemed to glimmer faintly, as if reflecting an internal light hidden within the painting itself. The veil, too, appeared more translucent, offering fleeting glimpses of her features, yet withholding full revelation. As drowsiness enveloped me, I noticed one final detail that had eluded me before: a tiny key painted on a delicate chain, partly concealed within her gown's folds. It seemed crafted from aged silver, or perhaps platinum, its intricate design mirroring the pattern of her pearl necklace. Sleep beckoned me closer, and as I drifted off, I fancied I heard the rustle of silk against canvas, and caught a hint of a smile beneath the veiled visage. In my fading awareness, a notion floated through my mind. Perhaps the woman did not wear the veil, but was gradually unveiling her secrets, stroke by stroke, to those patient enough to truly perceive. The next morning, I awoke in the armchair, sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung serenely above the fireplace, seemingly unchanged, or so it seemed at first glance. Yet even now, months later, I discern new details emerging from its depths each night, as if the portrait itself decided how much of its enigma to disclose. In the tranquil moments between wakefulness and dreams, I ponder if it is more than a painting of a veiled woman, but a veil in itself, thinning with each passing night, bridging our world with another realm. I blinked in disbelief, but the faint movement persisted, teasing my senses. The floorboards murmured beneath my feet as I ventured further. Each room harbored its own enigma. Photographs in silver frames with faces that appeared to shift, mirrors casting elusive shadows, windows offering varied vistas through different panes. In what seemed to be a library, towering bookshelves housed volumes veiled in leather and cloth. Their spines bore no titles, only intricate designs that seemed to dance when unobserved. The air carried the familiar scent of aged books, intertwined with hints of saltwater, nocturnal blooms, and a sweetness beyond description. A leather armchair faced the sea-facing window, imprints on its surface suggesting recent occupancy. The leather retained a faint warmth, and on the adjacent table sat a bone china teacup, almost translucent, with a lone drop of golden liquid catching the fading daylight. The room's temperature fluctuated, creating pockets of warmth and coolness, akin to drifting through unseen currents in a gentle stream. The ocean's cadence outside morphed, forming almost decipherable whispers just beneath comprehension. Ascending the stairs, I found a lengthy corridor lined with closed doors. The carpet beneath my feet muffled my steps, its pattern resembling flowing water. Each door exuded a distinct aura, warmth, a gentle breeze, distant melodies. The final door, slightly ajar, emitted a soft, pearly light. Beyond lay a bedroom with a four-poster bed, its sheer curtains swaying in an imperceptible breeze. A writing desk beneath the window, strewn with papers inscribed in elegant script, appeared to fade upon closer inspection, leaving blank pages with a hint of ink. The mirror above the desk reflected a subtly altered room behind me, where the bed curtains hung motionless and the empty rocking chair gently swayed. Night had fully descended, casting moonbeams that painted mismatched patterns on the floor. The house now enveloped in a hushed stillness, akin to held breath rather than emptiness. Every surface exuded warmth, as though the house itself pulsed with life, inhaling and exhaling softly. In the distance, the grandfather clock began to toll, its resonant tones surpassing expectation, echoing through the house's very foundation. I counted the chimes, 1, 2, 3, stretching to 13. The final toll lingered, defying reality before fading into a mere murmur. Descending to the main room, moonlight had transformed the space. The dust covers, disturbed without my touch, formed intricate patterns resembling frozen figures in motion. The clock now displayed midnight, its hands oscillating in contradictory directions, casting a shimmer in the dimness. Drawn by a gentle warmth, I found a duplicate teacup in the kitchen, emitting delicate tendrils of steam. The tea within mirrored the golden hue, its fragrance evoking a sense of familiarity yet eluding identification. Though unprepared by my hand, its presence felt inevitable, as if part of a grander design. The kitchen windows framed a view of the sea, altered from my initial perception. The horizon seemed nearer or perhaps more distant, the moonlight on the water echoing the wallpaper, the carpet runner, the fading script upstairs. While gazing at the nocturnal sea, I comprehended why my grandmother had kept silent about this place. Certain places exist between seconds, within the pause between heartbeats, within the breath between thoughts. They defy explanation, beckoning only to be experienced, explored, embraced. The house continued its gentle respiration, its warmth enfolding me like an old friend's embrace. The enigmatic tea's flavor lingered, evoking memories of childhood dreams and forgotten melodies. Outside, the waves sustained their whispered dialogue with the shore, conversing in a language that now felt intimately known. In that moment, I resolved to linger, if only for a span. The house had anticipated my arrival, much as it had awaited my grandmother and her ancestors before. Time flowed uniquely here, akin to water slipping through cupped hands, intangible, yet leaving behind an impression of its passing. Settling into the leather armchair, I glimpsed my reflection in the window. Behind me, evanescent figures flitted in and out of view, resembling fish in deep waters. Indistinct yet vaguely familiar, perhaps memories, dreams, or possibilities. Within this house, such distinctions blurred, their significance diminished. The grandfather clock maintained its enigmatic cadence, measuring time in ways defying conventional understanding. The house breathed, the sea whispered, and within the interstices of moments, past and future intertwined, like tea swirling in delicate china, awaiting comprehension. Story 63. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves, a soft symphony against the time-worn wooden house. Each droplet played its part in the soothing rhythm that pulsed through the very core of the structure. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I observed as shadows pirouetted across the walls, choreographed by the autumn wind swirling outside my window. The warm embrace of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy circle of light, while the rest of the room slumbered in a velvety darkness. It was on one of these tranquil evenings that it first reached my ears. A whisper so delicate it could have been mistaken for the house settling into its old bones. The sound emerged as if from the depths beneath my feet, a faint murmur akin to the rustle of leaves or the airy exhalation of wind through aged crevices. Lowering my book, I let my eyelids drift shut as I honed in on the sound, drawn to its almost melodic quality, like a distant lullaby hummed on a starlit night. As I devoted more time to listening, the whisper grew clearer, yet its essence lingered just beyond my comprehension, teasing me with its cryptic nature. The old house had always possessed its unique language of creaks and groans, a familiar dialect of wood and nail that had become a part of my existence over the years. But this voice, this presence, it resonated with a warmth, an almost sentient quality that sent a shiver of wonder down my spine, not of fear, but of awe. Days melted into weeks, and I found myself drawn more and more to that armchair, captivated by the unseen speaker beneath the floorboards. Sometimes the voice would remain silent for hours, leaving me with only the gentle drumming of rain and the occasional whisper of pages turning. Other times it would emerge like a wisp of smoke, intertwining with the nocturnal symphony until distinguishing between the house's murmurs and the otherworldly voice became an impossible task. Subtle changes began to manifest within my home. Books shifted ever so slightly on their shelves overnight, not as if disturbed by a physical touch, but as if rearranging themselves in silent conversation. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway would pause fleetingly before resuming its measured tick, as though pausing to attend to a sound meant solely for its ears. One serene evening, bathed in the last hues of sunset, I noticed a fine crack in one of the floorboards, a hairline fracture that seemed to materialize out of thin air. As I knelt to inspect it, the whispered voice swelled again, more distinct than ever before. Emotions, rather than words, flowed through the voice, a sense of warmth, of belonging, of home. It evoked memories of my grandmother's gentle humming while she knitted, weaving not just melodies but an ambience of solace and security. The crack in the floorboard flickered in and out of visibility, seeming to shift its position when my gaze wandered elsewhere. Intrigued, I began leaving small trinkets near the crack, a glass marble, a silver button, a polished river stone. At times, I would discover them arranged in intricate patterns I had not crafted, forming delicate spirals or perfect lines. One fateful night, I placed a tiny bell by the crack, and in the hush of midnight, I could swear I heard it chime, so soft it could have been a fragment of a dream. The voice evolved into a constant companion, its presence as natural as the house's settling groans or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It seemed attuned to my emotions, adapting its tone to soothe me in times of distress or to playfully dance alongside my joy. The ambience of the room shifted subtly, creating pockets of warmth that trailed me as I moved through the house. The lamplight would flicker in synchrony with the whispered melody, casting ethereal patterns that mimicked the rhythm of the unseen song. Even the dust motes in the air took on a newfound purpose, swirling in intricate choreography when caught in the golden beams of sunlight. Never did fear grip me, not even as the mysterious presence grew more palpable. Instead, I felt as though I was being initiated into a secret, becoming a part of something ancient and serene. The voice beneath the floorboards did not seek to disturb or alarm. It yearned to share, to teach me to listen in a manner I had never known before. On sleepless nights, I would lay on the floor beside the crack, pressing my ear against the weathered wood. The voice would rise to meet me, its whispers now carrying faint echoes of tales, narratives I could almost grasp. Stories of past listeners, perhaps, of nights spent in quiet communion with the enigma residing beneath the ancient floorboards. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, I observed that visitors to the house sensed it too, though they never broached the subject directly. They would pause at certain spots, incline their heads as if straining to catch a sound just beyond the realm of hearing, their countenances suffused with an inexplicable tranquility. The crack in the floorboard remained unchanged, never expanding to threaten the house's stability. Instead, it served as a portal between worlds, the tangible realm of wood and stone and another dimension of whispers and half-formed melodies. At times, movement would flicker at the periphery of my vision, like the flutter of draperies in a room untouched by any breeze, yet it never felt intrusive or unsettling. Winter descended, ushering in elongated nights and new sounds, the crackle of frost, the gentle descent of snowflakes, the sigh of frigid wind through barren branches. The voice adjusted, its whispers now tinged with the crystalline clarity of ice and the hushed serenity of snow-blanketed ground. The house pulsated with a renewed vitality, as though the frost had roused a slumbering essence within its time-worn walls. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice with recording devices or to document the moving objects with cameras, sensing that such endeavors would shatter the delicate rapport that had blossomed between the house, its elusive inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I chronicled my sentiments and observations in a journal, noting how the voice metamorphosed with the changing seasons, with the whims of weather, with the waxing and waning of the moon. As I pen these words, the voice persists in its gentle serenade beneath my feet. The crack in the floorboard refracts the lamplight in inexplicable ways, casting shadows that animate like living entities across my pages. I've come to realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, only embraced. The voice beneath the floorboards has melded with my home's essence, a reminder that within the interstices of our knowledge and our emotions, magic yet thrives in the silent interludes of our existence. In the stillness of the night's deepest hours, when the boundary between wakefulness and dreams blurs, I fancy that I discern faint words within the whispered melody. They speak of patience, of the unhurried sagacity of ancient abodes, of the narratives enshrined within weathered wood and aged stone. Yet perhaps it is better that their full meaning eludes me. Some melodies are destined to linger just beyond our grasp, their allure intertwined with their enigma. Thus I persevere in listening, in observing the ephemeral patterns that materialize and dissipate, in embracing the presence that abides beneath the floorboards. The crack persists, a subtle reminder that within our world, reality possesses edges that soften, where whispers can reshape our perception of what constitutes home. Ultimately, maybe that's all we truly need to comprehend, that in the silent intervals between heartbeats, if we attune our senses keenly enough, we may perceive something beckoning to us from the familiar spaces we thought we knew so well. Story 64. The ancient church bell tower stood quietly under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell resting in the gentle evening air. Walking by this historic structure had always been a familiar routine for me, but tonight there was an unspoken shift in the atmosphere. The air held a peculiar stillness, carrying the weight of rain-soaked earth and the essence of aged wood. As the caretaker of this centuries-old tower, I had become attuned to its various nuances and murmurs. Once, the bell had dutifully marked the passing hours, its deep resonating chime echoing like a protective guardian's watchful gaze across the valley. But for the past month, a subtle transformation had taken place. The gears still turned, the hammer still swung, yet no sound escaped the ancient metal. I distinctly recall the moment when I first perceived the silence. It was on a balmy evening in late September, reminiscent of tonight. The setting sun had painted the clouds in rich purples and soft oranges, and I ascended the weathered wooden steps to conduct my routine check. Each step creaked familiarly as I climbed, and my hand brushed against the smooth banister, whispering a quiet echo. When the clock struck 6, I anticipated the customary toll. The mechanism functioned flawlessly. I witnessed it with my own eyes, but the sound remained absent. Initially, I assumed a simple mechanical issue, easily remedied with some oil or adjustments. However, upon closer inspection of the bell, everything appeared to be in perfect working order. In the ensuing weeks, I found myself drawn more and more to the bell tower, particularly during the serene hours of twilight. The room at the top had transformed into a sanctuary of sorts, with its ancient wooden beams and the gentle interplay of light filtering through suspended specks of dust. The walls seemed to harbor centuries of whispered supplications and memories, and on occasion, if I stilled myself, I almost caught a glimpse of their murmurs. One evening, seated in my customary spot near the window, I noticed something remarkable. The waning sunlight illuminated the bell's surface in a manner I had never witnessed before, unveiling intricate patterns that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles. They resembled writing, yet in a language unknown to me. The patterns flowed across the bronze like liquid, possessing a life of their own. Local lore had always deemed the bell as extraordinary. According to the historical accounts, it had been cast by a mysterious artisan who materialized in the village one frosty morning and vanished just as swiftly upon completing his task. The tales spoke of unconventional elements melded into the bronze, silver from the mountains, iron from the stars, and other enigmatic substances defying explanation. With the onset of autumn, I began noticing further alterations within the tower. The air grew denser, pregnant with an anticipation that lingered. The dust particles pirouetted differently in the beam of my flashlight, at times forming patterns that almost seemed purposeful before dissipating into chaos once more. The wooden beams groaned and settled in a manner that resembled conversation rather than the typical sounds of an aging edifice. Most intriguing of all were the dreams that commenced haunting my slumber each night. Within them, I discerned the voice of the bell clearly, not the familiar toll of yesteryears, but something deeper, more melodious, akin to a choir of harmonious voices. The dreams always culminated in the same manner, the bell unveiling those peculiar fluid patterns, as if endeavoring to convey something of utmost significance. I commenced maintaining a journal of my observations, meticulously recording every anomaly that seemed out of place. The sudden drops in temperature in specific corners of the tower, the anomalous shadows that occasionally danced on the walls, cast by unseen entities, the inexplicable sensation of being observed whenever I ascended the stairs at twilight. One evening, while perusing my notes by candlelight, the electric lights had begun flickering excessively. A pattern began to materialize. The inexplicable events seemed to escalate with each passing day, converging towards an unknown culmination. Yet that culmination eluded me, akin to a word lingering on the tip of my tongue. The villagers had also taken notice of the bell's silence. Some interpreted it as an omen, while others proffered pragmatic explanations. The toll of time, metal fatigue, the natural erosion of all things. But I harbored a deeper understanding. The bell was not broken, it was waiting. Tonight carries a different aura. The air hangs perfectly motionless, laden with moisture from the earlier rainfall. The sunset has adorned the clouds in the same hues as that initial evening when the bell fell silent. Seated in my customary spot, observing the fading light, I sensed the tower holding its breath. The clockwork gears commence their rhythmic dance, right on cue. The hammer draws back, poised to strike the hour. Yet this time, an alteration transpires. The peculiar patterns on the bell's surface emit a faint glow, casting gentle azure shadows on the wooden beams above. The air thickens, almost liquefying with potential. The hammer descends, and in that instant before impact, I comprehend something profound. The bell has not ceased its tolling. It has merely shifted its resonance to a frequency imperceptible to most ears. It continues to convey its message to the world, now speaking a dialect meant for divergent auditors. Upon the hammer's contact, I feel rather than hear the toll, a profound vibration resonating in my very core and reverberating through the interstices of thought. The patterns on the bell's surface pulse with each strike, disseminating undulating tendrils of soft luminescence through the tower room. And within that moment, I realize that certain enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, but simply beheld and contemplated in the tranquil interlude between twilight and reverie. The bell that no longer chimes still converses with those who listen keenly enough. Its silence has metamorphosed into an alternative melody, one that reverberates in the domain of shadow and whisper, in the threshold between comprehension and intuition. Perhaps this is precisely what its enigmatic creator intended all along. As I prepare to depart the tower for the night, I cast a final glance at the bell. The patterns have receded into obscurity, yet I know they linger, awaiting the opportune moment to unveil themselves once more. Tomorrow I shall return at sunset, as is my wont, and perchance I shall begin to unravel a fragment more of what the bell endeavors to impart to us. For now, however, I am content to allow the enigma to persist. Some melodies are crafted to be felt rather than heard, and some narratives are best narrated in the dialect of silence. Story 65. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft patter of raindrops on the windshield, creating a tranquil melody that synchronized with the steady rhythm of my heart. The night enveloped my vehicle like a velvety cloak, pierced only by the warm radiance of my headlights piercing through the darkness. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, though the clock stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had passed since I departed the cozy diner where I savored a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a dark ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the misty abyss. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their swaying branches whispering secrets in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced along my path. The breeze that tiptoed through the slightly cracked window carried the earthy fragrance of rain-soaked soil and pine needles, a scent usually comforting, but tonight it held an otherworldly intensity, a mysterious allure. A peculiar realization dawned upon me. The mile markers appeared to be looping. Initially brushing it off as a trick of fatigue, the pattern grew increasingly unmistakable with each passing marker. Mile 47, then 48, 49, 50, and inexplicably 47 once more. Rational thoughts attempted to offer explanations, multiple sections of road with identical markers, or perhaps my wariness distorting reality. The soft jazz on the radio began to fade into static, prompting me to reach for the dial, yet no clear signal emerged, only faint whispers lurking beneath the crackling static, sending shivers down my spine. Opting for the soothing sound of rain and the rhythmic sweep of the wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, mysterious occurrences unfolded. Other cars, or rather the same car, materialized in my rearview mirror at precise intervals. An ancient vehicle, reminiscent of the 1950s, adorned with gleaming chrome details, trailed behind me at a consistent distance for exactly 3 minutes before vanishing around a bend. Each reappearance mirrored the former, maintaining the same eerie distance. Glancing at the dashboard clock, the unchanging time of 11:47 p.m. captured my attention, a time seemingly frozen since the inception of the repeating mile markers. Seeking clarity, I attempted to check my phone, only to be met with a blank screen devoid of signal, mirroring the halted watch on my wrist, both stuck at 11:47. Seeking solace and guidance, I pulled into an empty rest area where a solitary streetlight cast a warm halo on the damp ground, the air thick and laden with a tangible stillness. The rain transitioned into a gentle mist, suspended in the soft glow. Approaching a weathered information board, an unconventional map unveiled itself. Roads twisting in impossible configurations that defied logic. A handwritten note nestled in the corner delivered a cryptic message. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Returning to my vehicle, the vintage car from my mirrors rested a few spaces away, pristine despite the rain, emanating the faint scent of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as though its driver had recently vacated. Resuming my journey, subtle alterations in the landscape emerged. Trees elongated, branches forming natural arches over the road, shrouding my path in shadow. The once distant fog now ebbed and flowed across the road, morphing into fleeting shapes of faces and figures, transient yet hauntingly familiar. Each successive rest area mirrored the last, with the vintage car a constant enigma, parked nearby, a silent sentinel. Days seemed to meld together as I traversed this unending road, the clock perpetually stuck at 11:47 p.m., the gas gauge unyielding, and the coffee perpetually warm. Fellow travelers passed by, their serene faces hinting at a shared understanding of this timeless loop. Embracing the enigmatic allure of this eternal journey, a newfound comfort settled within me. The whispers in the static, now a melodic lullaby. The fog's spectral dance akin to old acquaintances greeting me. With each passing of mile marker 47, fresh revelations unfolded, hidden intricacies in the trees, subtle shifts in light, and new melodies within the murmuring static. The road remained constant, yet my perception evolved, akin to a symphony, revealing hidden layers with each rendition. Illuminated by my headlights in the perpetual night, I pondered if this ceaseless road was not a snare, but a blessing for those prepared to embrace its infinite enigma. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence on the windshield, beckoning me forward to where mile marker 47 awaited, promising a revelation long overdue. In this realm where time held no dominion, where the journey itself transformed into both destination and purpose, I contemplated the ever-unfolding mystery of the road ahead. Each bend held a new secret, a fresh layer of enigma to unravel, a different facet of myself to discover. And so I journeyed onwards, serenaded by the dulcet purr of my engine, the soothing rain, and the whispered secrets of a road unbound by finality, only endless beginnings. Story 66. The twilight air was heavy with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I wandered along the winding forest path. Each step I took was cushioned by pine needles, creating a soft cadence that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves above. The setting sun cast its golden rays through the leafy canopy, painting intricate patterns on the mossy ground beneath my feet. Whispers had reached my ears about a hidden lake deep within these woods, a place veiled in secrecy and spoken of in reverent whispers by the locals. They spoke of the mysterious water, claiming it held untold secrets, and sang enchanting melodies beneath the moon's watchful gaze, though they could never quite capture the tune in words. As I delved further into the forest, the quality of light shifted, growing cooler and carrying the distinct crispness that hinted at deep waters nearby. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed ethereal mist rising in delicate wisps, akin to ghostly tendrils swirling from an unseen source. The lake gradually revealed itself to me, unfolding like a slow, captivating reveal. Its surface stretched out like a mirror of polished obsidian, reflecting the late evening light in a surreal fusion of silver and purple hues. Surrounding the water's edge, ancient willows dipped their boughs into the liquid expanse, creating mesmerizing ripples that danced in unpredictable patterns. The lake, a perfect circle, seemed almost divinely ordained in its symmetry, an anomaly against the untamed backdrop of the forest, yet undeniably fitting, as if the wilderness had grown around it, embracing its presence. In the heart of the lake stood a small island, crowned by a solitary ancient oak tree, whose branches extended like protective arms in every direction. Seating myself on a fallen log near the shore, I noticed a peculiar hush enveloping the surroundings. It wasn't an oppressive silence, but rather a tranquil absence of the usual forest cacophony, as if the realm around the lake existed in its own serene bubble. The only audible melody was the gentle lapping of water against the shore, a rhythmic murmur that almost seemed to form whispered words just beyond comprehension. With the onset of darkness, the mist thickened, swirling above the water's surface and morphing into elusive shapes. At times, these forms resembled human figures, while at others they appeared as flowing symbols in an enigmatic script. The longer I gazed, the more intricate patterns emerged. In the fluidity of the water, in the ballet of mist, in the choreography of the willow branches swaying to an unseen melody. A soft, pulsating glow emanated from the lake's depths, casting a serene light that shifted through nameless shades of blue and green, akin to the gentle breath of some colossal, benevolent entity. The light's color morphed with its movement, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that defied conventional description. As night draped its veil over the landscape, the murmurs grew more defined, a chorus of voices that evoked distant whispers of a far-off crowd, or the soft rustling of myriad pages turning in a grand library. These ethereal utterances intertwined and harmonized, forming a soothing symphony that instilled a profound sense of tranquility within me. On the island, the ancient oak tree cast dual shadows, despite the absence of an obvious light source to yield such a phenomenon. Its reflection in the water seemed to possess a will of its own, at times mirroring the physical branches above, and at others moving independently as though swayed by an unseen breeze. Along the shoreline, tiny lights flickered into existence, resembling celestial bodies fallen from the heavens. Some hovered just above the earth, while others emerged from the watery depths, their movements following a cryptic choreography, as though dancing to a melody beyond mortal ears. The mist continued its dance of thickening and thinning, unveiling and obscuring different facets of the lake's enigmatic realm. During a rare moment of clarity, I thought I glimpsed structures beneath the water's surface, elegant spires and arches crafted from luminous essence rather than tangible substance. Yet, as I tried to focus on these ethereal edifices, they eluded my gaze, dissipating like the fading memory of a dream upon waking. Time lost its grasp on me, flowing like the liquid expanse before me. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps hours compressed into fleeting minutes. The moon ascended and descended multiple times, though my watch insisted only a brief span had passed. Each lunar ascent bathed the scene in a subtly altered luminosity, as though I beheld a recurring tableau through distinct tinted lenses. As the night deepened, the whispers intensified, weaving intricate patterns of rhythm and refrain, akin to poetry in an unfamiliar tongue that resonated with a primal understanding beyond words. These murmurs narrated ancient tales, of starlight caressing placid waters, of roots delving deep into shadowed soil, of the slow waltz of seasons and the eternal ebb and flow of growth and repose. With the approach of dawn, the luminescence beneath the water dimmed, and the whispers gradually ebbed into a gentle susurrus. The mist dispersed, leaving behind ethereal traces in the air, like lingering echoes seared into my vision. The lake's surface transformed into a flawless mirror, reflecting the dawning sky with crystalline clarity. Upon rising to depart, my being felt both invigorated and subtly altered, as though I had been tenderly remolded during my nocturnal communion with the water's mysteries. The familiar yet unfamiliar path leading me back bore a weight of significance that eluded my grasp, yet resonated deeply within. Even now, in the passage of years, the whispers persist, reaching me in the quietude of my dreams, or in the liminal space between slumber and wakefulness. Occasionally, I catch glimpses of that ethereal, gentle light in mundane pools of water, or discern familiar patterns in the morning mist. The enigma of the lake endures in these fleeting reminders, akin to ripples perpetually expanding from a solitary droplet. Though the lake has eluded my subsequent searches, drawing me back to those woods time and again, perhaps it reveals itself only in chosen moments, or exists in the ethereal interstice between realms, accessible solely during those instances when the boundary between the commonplace and the extraordinary thins to a gossamer thread. Yet its whispers linger within me, a tender prompt that certain mysteries are not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing and carrying within, akin to melodies half recalled from childhood's bygone days. Story 67. The night rain whispered against the cobblestones of the ancient garden path with a gentle, rhythmic cadence. I stood under the weathered iron gates, my umbrella offering scant protection from the mist swirling in the autumn air. Beyond the rusted bars loomed the villa. A grand dame of architecture succumbed to elegant decay, her windows dark and vacant like hollow eyes peering into eternity. This place had come into my possession through the legacy of my great-aunt Margaret, a woman I had encountered only twice in my life. She had always seemed distant, her mind occupied by something elusive, her fingers tracing patterns on whatever surface lay close by. The lawyer handling her estate had almost seemed relieved to transfer the keys to me, his hands trembling as he slid them across the polished desk. With a deep, resonant click, the lock yielded as if the house had been anticipating my arrival. As I treaded the path, the gravel softly crunched beneath my feet, and I noticed how the ivy had claimed parts of the villa's facade, creating living curtains swaying gently in the evening breeze. The windows, 23 visible from my vantage point, remained stubbornly dark, yet each one held a distinct quality of emptiness that drew my gaze. The heavy wooden door swung open easily, as if beckoning me inside. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of old wood and something else, a faint, sweet fragrance evading identification, reminiscent of my great-aunt's perfume blended with autumn leaves and distant rain. My footsteps echoed on the parquet flooring, each sound vanishing into the shadows lurking in the corners. The first floor housed the expected rooms of a grand villa, a sitting room draped in white sheets, a dining room set for absent guests, and a library with meticulously arranged leather-bound volumes. Yet it was the windows that captivated me. Each one framed a subtly different version of the twilight beyond, tinting the world in hues unique to their panes. The atmosphere shifted subtly as I moved through the rooms, with each space possessing its own microclimate, breathing in its distinct rhythm. The windows seemed to respond to these changes, sometimes misting over in intricate patterns, other times remaining crystal clear despite the external humidity. In the library, I discovered my great-aunt's journal, filled with her elegant, spidery handwriting. Many entries spoke of the windows not as mere openings, but as portals revealing glimpses of different realms. The third window in the east wing shows me summer evenings from my childhood, read one entry. The tall window in the music room contains all the songs I've ever forgotten. Initially dismissed as the musings of a solitary soul, the entries began to influence the silence around me as I delved into them. The second floor unveiled more windows, each offering its peculiar enigmatic view. Story 9. The soft patter of rain against my window had been my constant companion for hours, blending seamlessly with the distant allure that led me to this secluded cabin, the enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a plush wool blanket, I found myself entranced by the harmonious tune that seemed to drift through the misty night air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, their words tinged with awe rather than fear. They shared tales of how the melody shifted with the phases of the moon, how it whispered ancient secrets to those who truly listened. Initially, I had dismissed their stories as mere folklore, designed to lure curious travelers like myself. Yet, after 3 nights in the cabin, I began to grasp the depth of their reverence. The rain continued its gentle rhythm against the wooden walls, creating a soothing backdrop to my contemplation. A fire crackled in the stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows that danced across the rugged wooden floors. The fragrance of pine needles and damp earth wafted through the slightly ajar window, carrying the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight, there was a shift in the waterfall's song. The familiar melody now bore a hint of words, as if trying to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that wove through the evening breeze. The nearly full moon peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, sending silvery beams of light into the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I noticed the shadows moving in a mesmerizing dance that seemed to echo the waterfall's cadence. My weathered journal lay open on the table beside me, its pages filled with attempts to capture the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I transcribed shifted subtly, as if the song itself was evolving or revealing new facets. Tonight, the page remained blank as I was spellbound by the current variation. A gentle chill pervaded the room, despite the crackling fire, carrying the invigorating freshness of a spring morning. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, vague shapes, faces, or ancient symbols seemed to form and dissipate. As midnight approached, signaled by the mellow chime of my grandfather's watch, the waterfall's song attained a newfound clarity. The melody seemed to morph into words just beyond comprehension, a language reminiscent of half-remembered dreams. The mist outside took on a subtle luminescence, casting a pearly glow through the windows. Almost involuntarily, I rose from my chair, leaving the blanket behind, drawn to the window by an irresistible pull to better hear the waterfall's song. The wooden floor hummed beneath my feet in harmony with the falling water. Through the misted glass, I discerned the path leading to the waterfall, now aglow with a faint, ethereal light. Silver lights, akin to fireflies but with a different hue, danced along the path in perfect sync with the melody. The rain turned into a gentle drizzle, each drop capturing and refracting the mysterious light like tiny prisms. The very air seemed to resonate with the song, infusing every particle with its melody. Rather than instilling fear, the enchanting symphony filled me with a profound sense of peace and connection to something ancient and profound. In one bedroom, the window gazed upon a garden frozen in time, the plants arranged in century-old patterns, the light akin to that of aged photographs. Another window, seemingly overlooking the same garden, presented an impossible angle, as if viewed from a height unattainable by normal means. Night descended as the rain continued its gentle symphony on the roof and windows. Contrary to expectation, the darkness did not instill fear, but rather enveloped the house in a comforting embrace, akin to a cat settling in for the night. The windows emitted a faint luminescence, not enough to illuminate, but adequate to outline their shapes in the darkness. Each window glowed with a unique hue, creating a celestial pattern of soft light within the house. In the master bedroom, I unearthed more of Margaret's journals. Her latest entries revealed a revelation. The windows did not merely reflect views, but harbored memories, moments, and lost fragments of time. The house, she penned, is not confined by its walls, but holds within them remnants of all lives that have passed through it. The windows are the eyes through which it perceives these collected moments. That first night, I retired to a small bedroom on the second floor, drawn to its window displaying a simple view of rain falling in the darkness. Yet as I watched the droplets tracing patterns on the glass, I observed some moving contrary to gravity, defying the laws of nature. Morning arrived with a peculiar light seeping through the windows rather than shining through them. The changing views intrigued me as I wandered the corridors again, witnessing alterations in the scenes framed by the windows. A window that previously overlooked the back garden now portrayed the same scene in a different season, contrasting with the autumnal reality outside. In the ensuing weeks, I learned of the villa's mysteries. The windows were not vacant, but waiting to be imbued with moments. Each collected diverse experiences: joy, whispered conversations of bygone eras, and the light of days yet to pass. I spent hours near different windows, observing as they unveiled their secrets in subtle ways, from shifts in light to reflections of unseen sources. Sometimes I fancied I heard voices carried on the breeze, soft murmurs, distant laughter, echoes of footsteps from yesteryears. The villa's windows became my calendar, my clock, and my repository of memories. The music room's tall window would vibrate with echoes of concerts long gone. The breakfast nook's small window gathered morning light from all seasons, casting impossible rainbows on the aged tablecloth below. I comprehended why my great-aunt had become ensnared in this place. The villa was not haunted conventionally, but served as a living archive, with each window a gateway to different temporal layers. The perceived emptiness of the windows was not void, but a profound fullness that eluded the casual observer. As autumn surrendered to winter, I chronicled the windows and their alterations in my journal. Some days, all 23 windows displayed a unified view from varied moments, creating a stuttering dance of light. Other days, each window showcased unique weather and light, a symphony of shadows and luminosity. Whether the windows possessed magic or the villa distorted reality remained ambiguous. Perhaps the truth resided in the nebulous realm where truth and fantasy intertwined like rain on ancient glass. The emptiness within those windows was the richest emptiness I had ever encountered. Now, seated in the library, observing the winter light filtering through windows revealing tomorrow's snow or last century's spring, I comprehend why my great-aunt lingered here in her final days. The villa with its empty windows was not void, but a sanctuary awaiting those who could truly see, who recognized that significance often dwelled in the spaces between moments, in the silent interludes between heartbeats, in the apparent emptiness of 23 windows that were never truly vacant. Story 68. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's aged house in a soothing, melodic embrace. Just a fortnight ago, I had inherited this Victorian mansion, and though its creaking floors and vintage decor held a myriad of memories, being alone within its walls now felt somehow different. The rain outside created a cozy ambience as I roamed through the familiar corridors, my bare feet barely whispering across the weathered hardwood floors. Ascending the stairs that evening, a cup of chamomile tea in hand, the warm amber glow from my antique brass lamp cast flickering shadows that danced along the walls. It seemed as though the house itself was exhaling with the weather, its wooden frame expanding and contracting in harmony with the humidity outside. Each step I took elicited a soft groan from the stairs, like hushed conversations between old companions. Reaching the second floor, I paused. A peculiar fragrance teased my senses, a blend of aged books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that eluded identification. It brought to mind the charged atmosphere preceding a summer storm, brimming with potential and anticipation. Intrigued by this mysterious scent, I felt drawn towards the guest bedroom at the end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light that differed from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges released a soft, melodic sigh. The room appeared mostly unchanged. The faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy drapes, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, an undeniable shift had taken place. Raising my eyes, I felt my breath catch in my throat. The ceiling, once a simple eggshell white, now seemed to extend infinitely upwards. Not a frightening sight, but rather mesmerizing. The familiar plaster texture gradually gave way to layers of translucent mist, swirling in slow, hypnotic patterns. The silvery light from above cast gentle shadows that moved like aquatic flora in a tranquil current. Settling into the old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in hand, I lost myself in contemplation of the boundless expanse above. The longer I gazed, the more intricate details emerged in the ethereal space. At times, glimpses of twinkling stars peeked through the mist. Other times, shapes seemed to materialize and dissolve, perhaps birds in flight or leaves carried by an unseen breeze. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony. Yet within this room, the sound took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ripples in the air that ascended, stirring the mist in captivating patterns. The scent of lavender intensified, mingling with notes of midnight dew and moonflowers. Time seemed to lose its hold as I sat there, minutes blending seamlessly into hours as I observed the ceiling's graceful ballet. Occasionally, distant wind chimes seemed to echo through the room, though no such adornments hung outside the window. The sound ebbed and flowed, akin to a faint signal from a distant realm. Recollections of my grandmother's words drifted through my mind, tales of houses harboring secrets, gathering memories and dreams like precious keepsakes. She spoke of this house with a knowing smile, hinting at hidden depths. Had she been aware of this room? Had she spent evenings here, witnessing the infinite ceiling shift and transform? As night deepened, the patterns above began to coalesce into what resembled writing, not in any known language, but in elegant symbols that hinted at meanings just beyond grasp. They materialized slowly, lingered briefly, then dissolved back into the mist, only to be replaced by fresh symbols. The room retained its tranquil atmosphere, yet an undeniable sense of awareness pervaded the space, as if the very room itself was quietly sentient. Not menacing or overbearing, but rather akin to the feeling one experiences in an ancient library filled with knowledge, or a garden that has blossomed for centuries in the same spot. Drifting into slumber, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence and the ceiling's mesmerizing display, I awoke to sunlight filtering through the burgundy drapes, bathing the room in a warm, rosy hue. Glancing upwards, the ceiling appeared normal once more, the familiar eggshell white plaster of my youth. My tea sat cold on the table, the hint of lavender lingering faintly in the air. Rising to my feet, a sense of rejuvenation washed over me, as if I had rested for days instead of mere hours. Before exiting the room, a new sight caught my eye. A solitary dried lavender sprig placed delicately beside the mirror. As its fragrance wafted up, matching the scent from the night before, a sense of connection and wonder enveloped me. I still seek solace in that room on rainy nights, though the infinite ceiling reveals itself selectively, like a shy visitor who appears only when conditions align perfectly. I have learned not to anticipate or force its appearance, but to embrace the mystery it represents, a reminder that even the most familiar spaces hold boundless enchantment. Some nights I sense a decipherable message within the misty symbols. Other nights I'm content to observe their graceful dance. Yet always, the room exudes a tranquility that hints at a secret understood only in the language of dreams and raindrops. My grandmother's words linger in my thoughts during these encounters, prompting reflections on the hidden depths of houses. Perhaps she possessed insights beyond her utterances. Perhaps this room, with its infinite ceiling and enigmatic aura, serves as a conduit for the house's accumulated memories and dreams, shared with me through rainy nights. I have divulged this tale to no one, as certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than explained. But on quiet evenings, when rain taps gently against the window panes and the air carries hints of lavender and potential, I know that somewhere above me, in that limitless expanse, the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing stories in a language known solely to dreams. Story 69. The autumn wind whispered through the trees as I strolled along the winding path that led to my grandmother's old Victorian house. The weathered wooden steps creaked beneath my feet, a nostalgic melody echoing the countless childhood visits I had made. On this particular evening, the porch lanterns, usually aglow with a warm golden hue, stood eerily dark, reflecting only the pale moonlight. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house following my grandmother's peaceful passing in her sleep. Each evening, I faithfully lit the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, a tradition passed down through generations. Lighting them brought me solace, a way to keep her spirit alive in a place filled with cherished memories. But that night felt different. The air hung heavy with an unusual stillness, carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth and aged wood. Fetching my set of keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the same one my grandmother had used for years, its surface worn smooth by time. The foyer enveloped me in a familiar blend of lavender and old books, fragrances my grandmother had carefully curated over the years. As I traversed the house, the vintage wall sconces cast a soft amber light across the Victorian wallpaper, creating a tranquil ambience. Beginning my ritual, I attempted to light the first lantern by the front door. To my surprise, the wick stubbornly refused to ignite, despite being recently replaced. The same defiance met me at each subsequent lantern. A cool breeze stirred the climbing ivy on the porch, casting dancing shadows across the floorboards. The moon's silver glow filtered through the leaves, painting shifting patterns that seemed to pulsate with a mysterious life of their own. As I circled the porch, the dozen lanterns remained shrouded in darkness, reflecting only my growing bewilderment. The brass lighter, flawless in its function, sparked a strong flame when tested on a candle indoors. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking drifted through an open window, a reminder of the fleeting hours. Yet, this evening felt suspended outside of regular time, as though the unlit lanterns had created a pocket of tranquility in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns surfaced in my mind, stories of them refusing to light on significant nights. Settling on the porch swing, its rhythmic creak harmonizing with the nocturnal symphony, I noticed a peculiar sight. Between the darkened lanterns, delicate silver threads shimmered faintly in the moonlight, connecting each one to the next. These ethereal strands flickered in and out of visibility, resembling gossamer catching the light. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, and with each toll the silver threads grew more defined. By the 12th chime they formed a complete circle, weaving a luminous web that linked all 12 lanterns. Within this ethereal circle, the air felt charged, thick yet vibrantly alive. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's perfume. The swing shifted ever so slightly, as if a presence had settled beside me, though the air held no breeze. I sat in stillness, observing as the silver threads pulsed gently, casting a soft glow that revealed shadowy figures moving between the lanterns. Though nebulous and elusive, these forms evoked a sense of familiarity that eluded explanation. The longer I gazed, the clearer their significance became. These were not mere lanterns. They were custodians of memory, protectors of family lore. Their refusal to ignite was not a malfunction, but an enigmatic invitation. On nights when the veil between past and present waned thin, they chose darkness to unveil deeper truths. Hours slipped by, enveloping me in the nocturnal serenade and the subtle dance of shadows. As dawn approached, the silver threads faded with the first light of day, dissolving into the ether. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter felt imbued with warmth. I relit the first lantern, and one by one they illuminated, emanating a glow infused with memories, not just of my grandmother, but of all who had tended to these lights before her. Their stories lingered in the interplay of shadow and light, awaiting nights when the lanterns disclosed their profound truths in darkness. I kept that night's revelations to myself, attuned to the lantern's silent signals. Sometimes they remained unlit on family members' anniversaries or significant evenings whose import only became clear later. The ring of extinguished lanterns became my hidden legacy, a reminder that certain lights must dim for subtler illuminations to emerge. On tranquil nights, as I sat on the porch swing, watching the lantern's golden glow, I pondered the notion that darkness isn't merely the absence of light. Sometimes it embodies a different presence, narrating tales decipherable only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 70. In the quiet embrace of autumn's breath, my wooden cabin stood nestled within the ancient forest, its essence lingering in the air like a whispered secret. The stillness outside was palpable, a timeless pause in the rhythm of nature. Not a single leaf dared to rustle, not a branch dared to sway, as if the world itself held its breath. Wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I sat in my favorite armchair, the crackling fireplace casting playful shadows on the walls, illuminating the room in a warm, flickering glow against the encroaching twilight. My chamomile tea sat forgotten, its warmth turned cold, as my thoughts wandered into the enigmatic silence that enveloped me. The forest, usually my sanctuary from the chaos of the outside world, now felt different, a weighty, sentient hush that lingered like a prelude to an unseen storm. My cat, Shadow, lay perched on the windowsill, her sleek black fur absorbing the fire's light. Her gaze was fixed on some invisible presence outside, her senses attuned to a mysterious energy that eluded my own perception. Night descended, and as I readied myself for bed, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the bathroom mirror. A pale mist swirled behind me, purposeful and elusive, vanishing when I turned to face it directly. Yet its ghostly impression lingered, haunting my thoughts like a half-remembered dream. Sleep eluded me that night, the oppressive stillness pressing against my ears, amplifying the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. In that liminal space between waking and slumber, a faint whisper, like distant breaths, teased the edges of my consciousness. With the morning's light came no relief from the eerie calm that gripped the forest. The fallen leaves that carpeted the ground had rearranged themselves overnight, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with hidden intent. Shadow, sensing the shifting energy, refused to venture outside, her vigilant gaze fixed on the cryptic designs etched into the earth. As I ventured into the forest to gather firewood, an unseen resistance hung in the air, a thick, unnerving viscosity that defied the natural order. The temperature remained stagnant, indifferent to the sun's rays, casting a disquieting chill that raised goosebumps on my skin. Dusk crept in, and a subtle change stirred the stagnant air. The ethereal mist I had glimpsed before began to materialize, its ghostly tendrils weaving between the trees, hinting at elusive forms and movements that slipped away upon direct observation. The rhythmic whisper, now a tangible presence, filled the night with its haunting cadence, permeating the space between heartbeats. Shadow's tension mirrored my own as we watched the mist's gradual approach, carrying with it the essence of ages past, of secrets buried deep within the forest's core. That night, dreams intertwined with reality, blurring the lines between roots and whispers, between trees with eyes that gazed through my windows. The murmurs in the air coalesced into a voice, ancient and incomprehensible, resonating in the depths of my being. Awaking to dew-damp sheets, I found the leaf patterns outside had evolved, their intricate designs spiraling outward like a cosmic fingerprint. The mist, now a constant companion, lingered even in daylight, its tendrils reaching out as if drawn to my presence. Shadow, entranced by unseen forces, moved restlessly from window to window, following a silent call that eluded my perception. On the seventh day of stillness, handprints manifested on the window's condensation, alien imprints that defied human anatomy, leaving trails that intertwined like creeping vines. The breathing sound, a symphony of whispers, enveloped me, its ebb and flow a primal rhythm that echoed the forest's own heartbeat. As shadows danced to a new melody, the mysterious patterns bled into my home, infusing every surface with their cryptic language. Shadow's sudden urgency at the door mirrored the mounting tension, as the forest's breath seeped through every crevice, carrying with it the essence of forgotten memories and ancient truths. Fear, once a distant specter, now felt irrelevant in the face of a profound recognition, a whisper of understanding that transcended human comprehension. The forest's language revealed itself in leaves, shadows, and breath, weaving a tapestry of meaning that beckoned me to listen, to wonder. Amidst the stillness, a transformation took hold, merging my existence with the forest's ancient wisdom, blurring the boundaries between self and nature. The mist's tendrils caressed my skin, the breathing sound a lullaby that cradled me in its embrace, resonating with a harmony that transcended time. In the depths of night, I glimpsed the forest's secrets, its enigmatic messages swirling in the air, inviting me to join in its eternal dance of mystery. The forest breathed, and I breathed with it, becoming a part of a story without end, a question without resolution. In the silence that enveloped us, I found a profound beauty in the unanswered, in the unspoken words that hung in the air like morning mist, inviting me to surrender to the wonder of the unknown. Without conscious thought, I fetched my coat and boots, guided by an unspoken invitation to venture out into the night. Stepping onto the porch, the song enveloped me entirely. The mist wrapped around my limbs like silk, guiding me along the luminescent path that wound into the forest, shimmering like a ribbon of starlight. Each step felt instinctual, as though following a forgotten path imprinted deep within my soul. The forest, typically shrouded in darkness and mystery, now exuded an otherworldly charm, with trees swaying in perfect unison with the waterfall's melody. As I neared the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating in my bones with a soothing vibration. The mist thickened, revealing fleeting scenes, memories not my own, glimpses of places unfamiliar, yet strangely evocative. Gradually, the majestic waterfall emerged through the glowing haze, each droplet of water capturing and holding the mysterious light. The pool below reflected not the night sky, but a celestial canvas adorned with unfamiliar constellations. Standing at the water's edge, mesmerized by its hypnotic cascade, I felt the song's message resonating deep within me, though its words remained just beyond reach. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting moment, I witnessed ethereal figures dancing within the cascading water, not apparitions, but embodiments of music itself, fluid and ever-changing. Time seemed to lose its significance as I stood there, immersed in the dance of water and light. Unbeknownst to me, the moon completed its nocturnal journey, while the rain ceased, leaving the air thick with mist and mystery. As dawn's first light painted the sky, the waterfall's melody softened, its lullaby-like cadence signaling the end of the night's enchantment. The luminescent mist began to fade, the lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the waning echoes of the song, I retraced my steps back to the cabin. The room remained as I had left it, the fire reduced to embers, the temperature returned to normal. Everything appeared unchanged, yet a profound transformation had taken place within me. Night after night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never reaches the clarity of that mystical evening. Occasionally, under a full moon and gentle rain, I glimpse traces of that ethereal luminescence, the enigmatic figures dancing in the water. The mist still weaves patterns that almost make sense, and the path sometimes glows faintly in the darkness. The true essence of that night's experience remains elusive, much like the meaning of the waterfall's song. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than understood, cherished for their very enigma. And so I remain here, listening to the water's melodic whispers, capturing fleeting glimpses in my journal, and pondering the hidden secrets within the cascading water's melody and the dance of light through mist. Story 10. The autumn breeze whispered through the ancient maple trees, gently rustling the fallen leaves along the unkempt garden path. Before me loomed the deserted Victorian mansion, its weathered exterior telling tales of years gone by. The setting sun painted elongated shadows on the elaborate windows, each pane reflecting the warm golden light like sleepy eyes observing my approach. With each step on the creaking porch, I felt the house welcoming me with a soft sigh, as if it had been anticipating my arrival. The cool touch of the door handle met my palm as I turned it effortlessly, granting me entry into a realm of forgotten whispers. A subtle draft brushed past me as the heavy oak door swung open, carrying a blend of scents, old books, dried flowers, and something elusive, like the faint echo of lost memories. Inside, dust particles danced lazily in the remaining sunlight, filtering through delicate lace curtains, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to hold secret messages. The foyer led me into a grand living room, where shrouded antique furniture stood as silent witnesses to bygone conversations. Faded wallpaper adorned with climbing roses and delicate vines whispered stories of a vibrant past. As I ventured deeper into the house, my footsteps echoed softly on the aged hardwood floors, accompanied by a peculiar sensation. The air moved in a rhythmic manner, almost like a gentle breath, a tranquil ebb and flow that made the curtains sway ever so slightly. Though the late afternoon light dimmed, it cast a serene aura over the ground floor, painting everything in muted hues. In the dining room, a motionless chandelier adorned with dusty crystals hovered over a table set for a dinner party that never took place. Ascending the grand staircase, my hand trailing along the smooth mahogany railing, the house's breath seemed more pronounced. The air pulsated with a calming rhythm, akin to the peaceful rise and fall of slumbering giants. The second-floor corridor flaunted closed doors, each concealing a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Family portraits gazed benignly from their frames, their eyes tracking my progress with gentle curiosity. In a bedroom, a child's rocking horse began to sway ever so gently, synchronized with the house's tranquil breath. Nearby, a dusty music box on a dresser played a soft lullaby that harmonized with the house's rhythm, creating a symphony of peace. The master bedroom's four-poster bed draped in elegant fabrics stirred in the same soothing cadence, as if inviting rest. A fleeting glimpse in the vanity mirror hinted at a presence just departed, leaving behind a lingering warmth. In the attic, reached by a winding staircase, the house's breath was most palpable. Boxes and trunks held remnants of lives once lived. Old letters tied with faded ribbons, photographs frozen in silver frames, and clothing bearing the essence of their former owners. A rocking chair swayed gently by the round window, creaking like a comforting lullaby in the quiet space. As evening descended, the house's breath grew more pronounced, filling the air with a soothing melody of settling wood and gentle creaks. A desire to linger, to merge with this tranquil rhythm, enveloped me. The abandoned mansion felt alive, not in a menacing way, but as a slumbering guardian safeguarding its trove of memories. Upon preparing to depart, I noticed a peculiar synchronization between my breath and the house's rhythm, a calming sensation akin to being cradled to sleep. Glancing back at the flickering lights in the darkening windows, soft and warm like candles behind gauze, I felt the house's watchful gaze upon me. Walking away, my footsteps blending with the whisper of wind and distant night sounds, I carried with me the memory of that breathing abode. In moments of quiet reflection, I find myself attuning my breath to the remembered rhythm of that house, an act that fills me with profound peace. The mystery of the breathing mansion lingers within me, not as a haunting, but as a gentle nudge that some places transcend mere structures. They are custodians of time, protectors of memories, and perhaps, in their own way, alive. In my most tranquil hours, I feel that peaceful rhythm beckoning me back, like a lullaby carried on the evening breeze, inviting me to a realm where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary dissolves into the realm of dreams. Story 11. The gentle moonlight seeped through the wisps of fog, painting soft shadows across the ancient garden that had become my inheritance. A delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine danced in the air, mingling with the earthy scent of moss-covered stone. From my bedroom window, I observed the weathered statues scattered throughout the overgrown landscape, standing like silent sentinels frozen in time. This garden once belonged to my grandmother, a whimsical artist who had spent years crafting and collecting these stone figures. Now, 3 months after her departure, I found myself residing alone in her Victorian mansion, surrounded by her legacy of silent observers. Each statue held a tale, a secret waiting to be unveiled in the hushed moments between nightfall and daybreak. On this particular evening, the garden appeared subtly altered. Perhaps it was the fog enveloping each figure like ghostly tendrils, or the almost imperceptible pulse in the still air. The statue closest to my window, a graceful woman draped in flowing robes, seemed to be gazing in a slightly different direction than the night before. Drawn to the tranquility of the nighttime, the garden called out to me with its mysterious allure. Draping a warm shawl around my shoulders, I descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step a whispered conversation between aged wood and passing time. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled midnight with 12 soft chimes, the sound rippling through the silence like stones dropped into a tranquil pond. The French doors leading to the garden opened with a gentle sigh, releasing the fragrance of rain-soaked earth and ancient stone. My bare feet found solace on the cool, smooth flagstones of the path, still retaining the day's lingering warmth. As I ventured further into the garden, the moonlight played tricks with shadows, causing the statues to appear to shift subtly in my peripheral vision. Among the collection, certain pieces always captivated my attention more than others. There was the young boy with a flute, frozen in mid-song, the elderly man on a bench, his book forever open to an indecipherable page, the dancer caught mid-twirl, her stone skirts hinting at perpetual motion despite their solid form. Each statue had been meticulously placed by my grandmother's artistic hand, forming what she called conversations in stone. That night, I noticed a peculiar pattern in the arrangement of the statues, a design that had eluded me before, resembling coordinates on an ancient celestial map. The fog thickened, swirling around their bases in deliberate eddies. The air held a peculiar stillness, as if the garden itself held its breath. Moving deeper into the collection, I discovered subtle details previously unnoticed during daylight hours. Delicate symbols had been intricately carved into the bases of some statues, spirals, crescents, and geometric shapes shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. My grandmother had never alluded to these markings in her writings or our discussions about her art. At the heart of the garden stood a fountain featuring 3 life-sized figures locked in an eternal dance around a central column. The vessels they once held were now dry, replaced by mist that coiled around their feet like living tendrils. Drawing closer, I thought I discerned a faint strain of music carried on the night breeze from a distant place. Reaching out to touch the cool stone of the nearest dancer's hand, a curious sensation tingled through my fingertips, a gentle, organic buzz like electricity, but softer. The fog seemed to respond to my touch, curling around my wrist with an almost tender familiarity. In that moment, my grandmother's words echoed in my mind. Art is never truly static, my dear. It breathes through the eyes and hearts of those who truly see. The night air chilled, and I wrapped my shawl tighter around me. As I did, I noticed the statue of the woman in flowing robes, the one I had observed from my window, had indeed shifted its gaze. Only slightly, but enough to be certain. My heart quickened, not with fear, but with a sense of awe. I spent hours exploring the garden that night, uncovering new intricacies with each passing moment. Sometimes it was a hidden symbol, other times it was the way shadows danced across features, altering their expressions entirely. The garden transformed into a living gallery, each statue gradually unveiling its mysteries in the gentle embrace of moonlight and mist. As the first light of dawn began to kiss the eastern horizon, I made my way back to the house. Glancing over my shoulder, I could have sworn I detected a hint of movement. A stone hand lowering, a head turning ever so slightly to watch my departure. Yet in the growing light, everything appeared as it should, each statue in its rightful place. The following morning, as I sipped tea and gazed upon the sun-kissed garden, everything seemed normal. The statues stood unmoved, their stone faces serene in the bright daylight. However, a shift had occurred, not in the garden itself, but in my perception of it. I now comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights among her stone companions. In my hand I held a small notebook she had left behind, filled with sketches of the garden's layout and cryptic notes on lunar cycles and ancient art. On the final page, in her elegant script, was a simple message. To my dearest granddaughter, remember that the greatest mysteries reveal themselves only to those patient enough to observe and wait. The statues have much to impart if you are willing to learn their silent language. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I find myself drawn to the window, watching and waiting. Sometimes I venture into the garden, other times I remain an observer from above. Yet, I always pay heed to the placement of each figure, noting any subtle changes in their eternal dance of stone and shadow. The garden has transcended mere statues. It has become a living enigma, unfolding a bit more with each passing night. And occasionally, in the quiet depths of a full moon and rolling fog, I swear I hear the soft tread of stone feet along ancient pathways and the whispered dialogues of those who stand eternal vigil over this enchanted realm. Whether these are the musings of an artist's descendant or something more profound, I have embraced the mystery, finding solace in the notion that certain questions are best left shrouded in the gentle mysteries of moonlight and shadow. Story 12. Amidst the ancient forest, on a misty autumn evening, a curious sight captured my gaze. The air hung heavy with the aroma of damp earth and fallen leaves as I wandered through a realm where time seemed to hold its breath. The fading light filtered through the canopy above, casting a soft, ethereal glow upon the forest floor below. It was then that I beheld a grand oak tree, its roots defying gravity in a mesmerizing display. They arched gracefully above the ground, weaving intricate patterns in the air, adorned with velvety moss that whispered tales of ages past. Each root, thick and sinuous, seemed to dance with the evening breeze, never quite touching the earth beneath. As if caught in a perpetual waltz, they formed a delicate lacework that stirred memories of my grandmother's handcrafted artistry. Approaching the tree with hushed steps, the forest enveloped me in a cool embrace, carrying whispers of mushrooms and wet bark on its breath. When my fingers brushed against a suspended root, it radiated warmth, a silent echo of the sun's caress. Delving deeper into the forest's mysteries, I discovered a hidden labyrinth of trees adorned with similar suspended roots, creating natural archways that beckoned me further into their enigmatic embrace. The shifting light painted gentle shadows that danced like liquid upon the forest floor, accompanied by a symphony of nature's whispers, the rustle of leaves, the owl's nocturnal call, and a soft, almost imperceptible hum that resonated from the roots themselves. In a secluded clearing, the roots of several trees intertwined, forming a sacred space illuminated by luminescent mushrooms. The air stood still, yet the roots continued their mesmerizing sway, as if guided by an unseen hand. Time drifted away as I sat beneath this living cathedral, enveloped in a serenade of forest melodies that lulled me into a trance. Where the roots cast their shadows, delicate white flowers bloomed, mirroring the intricate patterns above in a silent symphony of light and shadow. As night descended, the luminescent mushrooms shimmered brighter, casting a soft glow upon the suspended roots. Droplets of water defied gravity, ascending skyward like celestial orbs, each capturing the essence of the forest's magic. The darkness unveiled new mysteries, as the humming grew more pronounced, and the shifting spaces between roots revealed glimpses of a world beyond. A world that felt both ancient and timeless, a realm of endless wonder. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I observed the dance of light and shadow, the whispers of the forest growing more profound with each passing moment. Figures seemed to move at the edge of my vision, ethereal beings drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. Yet when I turned to gaze directly, only the roots and shadows remained, weaving stories as old as time itself. With the rise of the moon, new patterns emerged among the suspended roots, inscribing tales in a language of their own. The humming became a constant companion, syncing with the pulse of the roots beneath my touch. Reluctantly, I bid farewell to the enchanted clearing, the path back transformed by the roots themselves, guiding me with their subtle wisdom. In the days that followed, I sought the clearing again, drawn by the allure of suspended roots and whispered mysteries. Though the exact spot eluded me, the roots remained, orchestrating a symphony of magic that transcended the boundaries of the known world. In every forest I wandered, I listened for the familiar hum, a reminder of the unseen wonders that lingered just beyond our grasp. And on quiet nights, when the world slumbers, I dream of that mystical clearing, of the luminescent mushrooms and the shadows that almost spoke. In those dreams, I decipher the language of roots and shadows, a fleeting glimpse of something profound and beautiful. A reminder that magic dwells in the heart of nature, where mystery and wonder entwine like vines reaching for the heavens. And as I awaken to the dawn's embrace, I carry with me the essence of that enchanted place, where reality and dreams converge in a delicate dance of suspended roots and rising water. Story 13. The soft patter of rain on aged wooden shingles enveloped the twilight in a gentle embrace. Seated in my grandfather's weathered rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-kissed windows, where the lighthouse's beacon swept across the misty darkness, painting ethereal tapestries on the hanging clouds. The rhythmic creak of the chair harmonized with the distant waves crashing against the rocks, weaving a hypnotic symphony that seemed to slow the very heartbeat of time. For 4 decades, my grandfather had tended to this lighthouse, passing it on to me along with its enigmatic secrets and tales. The shelves in every room were lined with ancient logbooks, their pages yellowed and fragile, chronicling meticulous accounts of weather patterns, shifting tides, and peculiar occurrences that had captured his attention over the years. But tonight felt different, an unspoken heaviness lingering in the air, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm's fury is unleashed, despite the barometer's steady stance. The lighthouse's beam pierced through the darkness with an intensity that felt almost searching, as if seeking something hidden beyond the veils of rain and mist. Ascending the spiral staircase, each step a familiar echo of metal and wood, I reached the lantern room atop the tower. Here, surrounded by weathered brass and ancient glass, I found solace. The colossal Fresnel lens, powered by machinery as old as time, rotated with a quiet determination, a sentinel of the night. During my routine checks, a subtle shift in the beam's reflection caught my eye. Instead of dispersing across the water in its usual pattern, tonight it coalesced in a single spot, casting a peculiar luminescence that defied the rotation. Adjusting my glasses, I peered through the rain-streaked glass, trying to discern the source of this strange radiance. The glow, a soft blue-white hue, hovered about half a mile offshore in a particularly deep section of the sea. Gradually, it began to pulse like a heartbeat, each gentle throb sending ripples through the rain-drenched surface. My grandfather's logbooks had mentioned such occurrences, tales of answering lights that appeared on dark nights, as if the lighthouse beckoned and received a response from the depths below. Retrieving his most detailed entry, the leather-bound volume cool in my grasp, I found a sketch dated exactly 50 years prior. The illustration depicted the same pulsing light I now beheld, depicted in faded ink strokes. As the clock chimed softly, reminding me of my duties, I turned to check the fuel levels, grounding myself in the routine as my mind wandered through possibilities. Hours slipped by, the mysterious light maintaining its steady pulse, unaffected by time's passage. The night air grew heavy with moisture, condensation tracing delicate patterns on the windows like ethereal frost flowers in the dawn. With the first blush of morning light, a subtle change unfolded. The pulsing glow began to fade, its retreat as gradual as a sunset's descent. The sea, where the light had danced, held a faint phosphorescence for a fleeting moment before returning to its natural state, erasing all traces of the night's spectacle. Opening a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and waiting, I penned a factual account of the night's events, a nod to my grandfather's earlier entry. Some occurrences, I realized, reside in the realm between comprehension and wonder. The lighthouse's beacon continued its steadfast rotation, a guiding light for ships navigating the dark waters. Yet, a newfound understanding dawned upon me, that perhaps it guided more than just vessels. Perhaps it beckoned to entities that straddled the boundary between light and shadow, between knowledge and mystery. As the rain whispered its final lullabies and the mist dissipated, a world reborn with possibilities emerged. I maintained my nightly watch, noting the ebb and flow of the elements and the passage of ships, all the while attuned to the moments when rain falls softly and mist cloaks the horizon, signaling the potential for another enigmatic encounter from the deep. The lighthouse stands vigilant, a silent sentinel in the night, and I stand beside it, recognizing that some mysteries are destined to remain just beyond reach, like distant lights glimpsed through the veil of rain. Story 14. In the attic, the rain's gentle pattering against the window panes weaved a lullaby of tranquility. Surrounded by generations of family treasures, I navigated through the past, guided by the soft creaks of the aged floorboards beneath me. Dust particles danced in the golden light of an antique lamp, painting ethereal patterns in the air, dancing with purpose and grace. Time seemed to stand still as I immersed myself in the meticulous task of exploring each artifact, each memory, each fragment of history nestled in this quiet sanctuary. The rain's rhythmic melody served as a soothing backdrop, occasionally harmonized by the distant rumble of thunder rolling through the sky like a gentle symphony. As I drew back a heavy velvet curtain, now faded to a muted hue, the lamp's glow unveiled a hidden gem in the far corner of the attic, a mysterious wooden chest. Its aged surface bore intricate carvings that seemed to shift and transform in the flickering light, whispering tales of skilled craftsmanship from a bygone era. With measured steps, I approached the chest, its presence commanding attention despite its modest size, akin to a large bread box. Kneeling beside it, the carvings depicting phases of the moon intertwined with flowing patterns of wind and water drew me in, my fingers tracing the smooth valleys and ridges weathered by time. The tarnished metal clasps, though worn, held firm, revealing hints of brass where countless hands had brushed against them over the years. Unusually, there was no lock, adding to the chest's enigmatic allure. A subtle blend of cedar and an ancient, mysterious aroma greeted me as I gingerly lifted the lid. Nestled within the faded velvet lining lay a collection of intriguing objects that beckoned my curiosity. A weathered leather-bound journal, its pages bearing the weight of time, lay beside a delicate wooden box of a lighter hue than the chest. Tied with a faded ribbon, a bundle of letters occupied one corner, while a cloth-wrapped package filled the remaining space. The journal, warm to the touch, emitted a sense of recent handling, although the undisturbed dust around the chest argued otherwise. Opening it, the delicate crackle of aged paper revealed elegant script that narrated a tale from over a century ago, penned by a woman named Elizabeth. Her words unraveled dreams, vivid and recurring, that transcended mere imagination, leading her through doors that materialized out of thin air, drawn by distant melodies heard by her alone. Immersed in Elizabeth's world, where reality intertwined with dreams like watercolors on wet canvas, I journeyed deeper into her revelations. Her entries unveiled a profound discovery that altered her perception of existence, unveiling hidden doorways to what she termed the spaces between moments. Intrigued by the wooden box mentioned in her writings, I carefully lifted it from its resting place. Light and seamless, the box bore lunar carvings akin to the chest, but with a delicate touch, seemingly crafted by a different hand. Upon opening it, I discovered a single object, a small, round mirror encased in a silver frame, its pristine surface defying the usual signs of age, reflecting an uncanny depth that hinted at more than mere reflection. The cloth-wrapped bundle revealed an array of small crystals, each meticulously labeled with lunar dates, resonating with events chronicled in Elizabeth's journal. Unraveling the letters, a clandestine exchange unfolded between Elizabeth and a kindred spirit sharing her extraordinary experiences. Their cryptic discussions hinted at clandestine meetings timed to perfection and observations of thinning veils during specific lunar phases. Surrounded by these relics of an impossible tale, the rain outside transitioned into a gentle mist, infusing the attic with a dreamlike ambience as the late afternoon light filtered through. A subtle shift in the attic's atmosphere was palpable, as if the space itself acknowledged the secrets unearthed within. Carefully reassembling the artifacts in the chest, I couldn't shake the profound sense of transformation that lingered in the air, not in the chest's contents, but in my perception of the world around me. Returning to the attic in the days that followed, I delved deeper into Elizabeth's journal, unveiling new layers of her revelations with each turn of the page. The mirror, a mesmerizing enigma, captivated me, as its reflection danced with the nuances of time and lunar phases, revealing hidden dimensions within. Observing shadows shifting against the light, corners deepening at twilight, and rain whispers carrying elusive melodies, I questioned whether these phenomena had always been present. Unnoticed until Elizabeth's narrative awakened my senses, or had her secrets reshaped the fabric of reality, unveiling a hidden tapestry of wonders previously unseen. The chest, a keeper of mysteries, stood undisturbed in its corner, a silent guardian of enigmas waiting to be unraveled. In moments of quiet reflection, amidst the rain's serenade, I pondered Elizabeth's fate and her quest for the spaces between moments. Does she still wander through ephemeral doorways, chasing melodies beyond mortal hearing? And under the full moon's gaze, I gazed into the mirror, awaiting the moment when its glass would transform into a portal, unveiling the mysteries that lie beyond. The chest's enigmatic teachings whispered that some secrets are best left unsolved, their allure lying not in revelation, but in the endless questioning they inspire. As the rain continued its timeless cadence, weaving echoes of unexplored possibilities, I listened for the elusive melody that Elizabeth once followed, ready to embark on a journey into the unknown realms that beckoned beyond the mundane veil of existence. Story 15. The gentle patter of autumn rain against weathered stones filled the night with a soothing melody, wrapping my grandmother's old Victorian house in a blanket of tranquility. Inheriting this property just a fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its quiet nooks and concealed corners, unearthing new enigmas within its ancient walls every evening. Tonight, as I sat in the library, bathed in the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp casting its light upon leather-bound tomes, my focus kept wandering to a peculiar sound, emanating from somewhere beneath the creaking floorboards. It wasn't the usual settling of aged timber or the whisper of breezes through cracks. This sound possessed a different essence, akin to water flowing through ancient conduits, yet with a melodic cadence that stirred the senses. Whispers of the past lingered in the house, my grandmother had often remarked, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern lying dormant beneath its very foundations. Constructed in a time when rainwater collection was a necessity, this subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so I had been informed. Yet as I listened to the ethereal tune rising from below, a notion crept into my mind that perhaps a fragment of it remained active, concealed in the shadows beneath. With each passing moment, the sound grew more defined, not in volume but in clarity, evoking the muted yet crystalline resonance of wind chimes underwater, a paradoxical harmony that defied logic yet existed. The rain outside intensified, and in tandem, the mysterious echo seemed to ebb and flow, as if dancing to nature's rhythm. I found myself traversing the ground floor, tracing the sound like a thread through a labyrinth. My bare feet made nary a sound upon the aged hardwood, and the familiar creaks of the house had fallen silent, as though the very structure listened in unison with me. Carrying the brass lamp, its flickering light casting dancing shadows upon the walls, I ventured into the kitchen where, beneath a time-worn rug once belonging to my great-grandmother, a hidden trap-door awaited my discovery. The aged wood bore a smooth patina, and a brass ring pull lay flush against its surface. The sound resonated more strongly here, rising through the floor like a murmured conversation just beyond comprehension. A tremor of anticipation, rather than fear, coursed through my hands as I lifted the ring, revealing stone steps that descended into velvety darkness. The air wafting from below was cool, imbued with the scent of mineral-rich water and ancient stone, reminiscent of forgotten wells and caverns of yore. Descending each step with deliberate caution, my lamp cast an amber radiance that seemed to be absorbed by the very air surrounding me. The walls, crafted from fitted stone, bespoke a craftsmanship lost to time, each block snugly aligned with its neighbor, a testament to skilled hands long gone. Somewhere in the shadows, water trickled, its melodic patterns hinting at a deliberate design. At the foot of the stairs, the chamber opened into a circular expanse. The cistern sprawled before me, its full scope veiled in darkness beyond the lamp's reach. The water's surface gleamed mirror-smooth, reflecting light in a manner that obscured its depth. Faint ripples materialized and vanished without apparent cause, capturing the light like liquid gold. Yet it was the mesmerizing sound that ensnared my senses. Here, at its origin, I comprehended the essence of the melody that had enchanted me. The chamber's acoustics transformed each droplet into a musical note, while the rain above, filtering through layers of earth and stone, orchestrated a symphony of delicate impacts. The water itself appeared attuned to the chamber, harmonizing in ways defying the laws of mere fluid dynamics, resonating with the space to produce melodies of profound complexity. Standing transfixed, enveloped by the song of water, I discerned something more elusive. Amidst the aquatic harmonies, echoes of whispers lingered. Perhaps voices, perhaps memories, perhaps mere phantoms of the mind seeking order amidst chaos. They spoke in tongues almost familiar, recounting tales that felt significant yet eluded comprehension. Time seemed to flow differently within that subterranean sanctuary, measured not in hours and minutes, but in drops and ripples. The lamp's glow waned, yet I scarcely noticed, for darkness itself assumed a life of its own, teeming with shifting patterns and subtle motions. When I ascended the stone steps at last, the night had deepened, the rain had ceased, and with it, the elusive melody had dwindled to a near-silent murmur. Concealing the trapdoor once more beneath the rug, I knew I would return. The cistern's symphony had melded seamlessly with the house's heartbeat, an enigmatic sonata perpetually resonating beneath our feet. Each night as I lay in bed, I strained to catch that ephemeral music. At times clear as crystal, at times a mere whisper. I've come to realize that some enigmas are not meant to be unraveled. They are meant to be savored, experienced in the tranquil interludes between conscious thoughts, within the pauses between raindrops. The cistern persisted in its eternal performance, captivating an audience of stone and shadow. And in dreams that felt more tangible than reality, I discerned cryptic messages within the aqueous melody, echoes of ancient wisdom and forgotten sagas carried upon the ripples of sound. Yet the true intent behind these whispers, the ancient knowledge or untold tales they concealed, remained just beyond my grasp, akin to grasping the essence of rain within memory's fleeting hold. Story 16. The soft rustle of wind through autumn leaves whispered secrets as I strolled along the forest trail that night. The air carried the earthy fragrance of decay, fallen leaves transforming into fertile soil, mushrooms emerging in hidden nooks, and the final sweet exhales of summer blooms yielding to autumn's embrace. The waning sun cast elongated shadows among the trees, their branches stretching like graceful fingers across my path. These evening walks always brought me solace, especially after the confines of a long day indoors. The forest enveloped me in a distinct silence, unlike the manufactured hush of buildings. Here, nature hummed with subtle sounds, a symphony of whispers and distant murmurs. But on this night, a shift was palpable. The usual chorus of crickets seemed hushed, as if they too awaited something in the deepening shadows. The initial call of an owl drifted through the twilight as the final rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy. Familiar with its melodic hoots from my nocturnal excursions, it was not the owl's call that caught my ear, but the response that ensued. Another owl replied, its voice weaving an unfamiliar tune I had never before encountered. The two calls intertwined in the cooling air, crafting a haunting duet that halted my steps. As I listened intently, more voices joined the ethereal ensemble. 3, then 4, then countless others, each possessing a unique timbre, yet blending harmoniously in a way defying explanation. The haunting symphony seemed to emanate from all directions at once, filling the spaces between trees with an otherworldly resonance. The temperature descended, accompanied by a delicate mist that ascended from the earth like spectral breath. Through the veiling fog, I discerned a peculiarity in the way shadows moved among the trees. They undulated and shifted independently of the fading light, as if darkness itself pulsed with intention. At some indeterminate point, my timepiece ceased its ticking, though the moment of its stillness eluded me. Time here felt fluid, marked solely by the steady cadence of the owl's melody. The mist thickened, and within its embrace, indistinct shapes materialized, not entirely solid, yet more tangible than mere shadows. They glided with a grace reminiscent of dancers in a celestial ballet. These forms appeared to sway in response to the owl chorus, their movements synchronized flawlessly with each poignant note. As dusk deepened and my vision adjusted, I nearly discerned features within the mist, hints of wings, of ancient eyes, of entities flickering between avian and something beyond comprehension. I found myself swaying gently in rhythm, my breath aligning with the forest's melodic pulse. The cool mist enveloped me like a cozy shroud, and despite the unearthly spectacle, fear eluded me. Instead, a profound tranquility settled within, as if I had chanced upon an age-old sacred ritual performed in these woods since time immemorial. Slowly, I became cognizant of the owl's song evolving. The harmony grew intricate, layers of sound interweaving in patterns hinting at elusive significance. The misty figures drew nearer, their choreography escalating in complexity. Amid their movements, glimpses of other realms flickered, moonlit clearings unknown to me, ancient trees defying reality, stars aglow in hues unnameable. Time continued its enigmatic flow, propelling me forward, though the decision to move eluded my recollection. The path beneath my feet felt simultaneously familiar and foreign, as if existing in dual realms. Guided by the owl's melody and accompanied by the spectral dancers, I traversed, allowing the music to lead me through the twilight realm. Gradually, familiar landmarks came into view, the gnarled oak demarcating my customary route, the moss-draped boulder resembling a slumbering bear. Yet they appeared altered, as if imbued with the night's enchantment to their very core. The mist began to dissipate as I neared the forest's edge, and with it, the ethereal chorus began to fade. One by one, the owl voices fell silent, until only a lone call lingered, the same gentle, rolling hoot that initiated the enchantment. Then it too dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence heavy with enigma. Emerging from the woods, my timepiece abruptly resumed its ticking. According to its dial, merely an hour had passed since I entered the forest, though my experience suggested otherwise. The spectral dancers had vanished, leaving only the mundane shadows of early evening behind. In the ensuing days, I continued my evening sojourns, yet never again did I encounter the mysterious chorus or its ghostly audience. Occasionally, on exceptionally quiet nights, a whisper of that peculiar harmony reached my ears in the distance, or a fleeting movement caught my peripheral vision. However, the full symphony remained elusive, a dreamlike memory more tangible than reality itself. The forest guarded its secrets closely, unveiling them solely in moments of perfect twilight, when the boundary between actuality and possibility thinned. I still tread the paths as evening descends, pausing to listen when an owl's call resonates through the encroaching dark. And occasionally, ever so rarely, I fancy I detect the inception of a reply, bearing the promise of another dance betwixt shadow and light, guided by the solitary owl's song. Story 17. The gentle flicker of candlelight danced gracefully over the aged wooden floors of the antique store, casting hypnotic shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing rhythm. The rain tapped lightly against the Victorian windows, composing a soothing melody that enveloped the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this peculiar establishment, where the warmth and the nostalgic scent of ancient tomes and gleaming wood beckoned me to linger a while longer. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze was captivated by a portrait hanging in a shadowed alcove. The painting portrayed a young woman in a flowing blue gown, her features intricately depicted with exquisite skill. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like luminescence that caught and reflected the soft glow of the candles, while her dark tresses seamlessly melded into the dusky backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess an uncanny depth, as if imbued with some long-forgotten technique that bestowed upon them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver hair and spectacles perched on his nose, observed my fascination. His voice, like a lullaby whispered in the night, carried a wealth of tales. "That portrait carries a storied past," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Painted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Legend has it he labored for years, perfecting a unique blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence in those eyes. Returning to the shop day after day, an unexplainable allure drew me back to the portrait. Each visit unveiled new intricacies. The subtle draping of her gown, the intricate detail in her clasped fingers, the enigmatic smile that seemed to shift with every viewing angle. The shopkeeper often regaled me with morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more enthralling than the last. One hushed evening, as the rain painted rivulets down the shop's windows, a peculiar observation caught my eye. The woman's gaze seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the typical manner of following viewers, but with a subtle shift in the amber depths themselves, akin to ripples on a serene pond. The candlelight caught these ephemeral movements, creating fleeting glimmers that vanished whenever I tried to focus directly on them. Beside me, the shopkeeper materialized, his voice barely above a murmur. They speak of the artist's fixation on capturing true life in his art, delving into ancient techniques, experimenting with exotic materials. Some suggest he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. In the passing weeks, subtle alterations in the portrait began to reveal themselves. At times, her countenance appeared softer, contemplative. Other instances, a trace of melancholy lingered in the curve of her lips. These changes, so delicate, left me questioning their reality versus figments of my imagination, heightened by the shopkeeper's anecdotes and the dreamlike ambience of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, upon arriving at the store, enshrouded in an unusual darkness, the unlit candles and the dim gray light filtering through rain-streaked windows created an eerie atmosphere. The shopkeeper was conspicuously absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the room, and in that fleeting moment, I beheld the woman's eyes blink. My heart quickened, not in fear, but in a curious wonderment. The rain continued its gentle symphony against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes now bore an unmistakable alteration, exuding a warmth and cognizance seemingly impossible for mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost swear I discerned the rise and fall of her chest, as if with a tranquil breath. The shopkeeper's voice, as soft as falling snow, drifted from behind me. "She reveals herself solely to those who truly grasp her beauty," he uttered. The artist didn't merely capture her likeness, he discovered a way to encapsulate something more, something that exists betwixt the realms of art and reality. I never acquired the portrait, yet my visits persisted. Sometimes I would sit for hours in the cozy old armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight, as the woman in the painting observed with her sentient eyes. The shopkeeper would provide tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, interrupted only by the rustle of pages and the pitter-patter of raindrops. Years have drifted by, and I often pondered if it all existed solely in my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the liquid motion in her eyes, the sensation of being in the presence of something simultaneously beautiful and implausible. But on tranquil nights, when rain tapped against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the painting that seemed to breathe would resurface. In the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, I could still sense her gentle gaze, trailing me through the darkness. Tales whisper of the portrait lingering in that shop, patiently awaiting visitors who might discern something extraordinary within those amber eyes. Some insist they've witnessed her smile transform, or caught a glimpse of movement within the canvas. Yet perhaps the true enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those quiet interludes where we permit ourselves to believe in the fantastical, suspended within that ethereal realm where art and reality meld seamlessly like watercolors in the rain. Story 18. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows crafted a melodic lullaby that danced through the deserted chapel. Seated in the rear pew, my fingertips grazed the weathered wooden surface, tracing each groove and imperfection etched by time's patient hand. The air enveloped me in the familiar scent of aged books, melted beeswax, and the elusive mustiness that lingers in neglected sacred spaces. This evening was not intended for a sojourn here, but the abrupt arrival of an autumn storm had coerced me to seek refuge. The massive wooden doors yielded with a creak at my touch, almost as if anticipating my presence. Now, as I listened to the rain outside, a peculiar gratitude welled within me for this unforeseen interlude of solitude. The chapel itself was a tapestry of shadows and murmurs. Rows of vacant pews extended ahead, their dark wood glistening faintly under the sparse light that filtered through the windows. The vaulted ceiling disappeared into obscurity above, its intricate woodwork swallowed by encroaching dusk. Barely discernible at the front, the altar stood, a modest stone structure imbued with the weight of centuries of prayers etched into its weathered facade. Adjusting to the dimness, my gaze was drawn to something unusual. A soft, warm light flickered from a hidden place behind the altar, where shadows should have reigned unchallenged. The light, although steady, bore a rhythm akin to breathing, captivating my attention with its gentle pulse. As the rain continued its tranquil serenade against the windows, I pondered whether to investigate the source. The rational part of my mind posited that a forgotten candle must be responsible, perhaps left by the caretaker, though no signs of recent activity graced the chapel. Yet there was an ineffable quality to that light, distinct from any candle I had encountered. Rising from my seat, I advanced cautiously, my footsteps a mere whisper on the ancient stone floor. The air grew chillier as I neared the altar. The enigmatic light persisted in its rhythmic dance, casting ethereal shadows that seemed to move of their own volition across the chapel walls. The atmosphere subtly shifted, too. Beneath the well-known mustiness, a hint of something fresh and pure, reminiscent of morning dew on grass, teased my senses. Navigating around the altar, I beheld not a candle, but a small alcove concealed from my initial view. The light appeared to emanate from within, its origin veiled in mystery. The alcove was adorned with faded frescoes, their hues muted by age, yet somehow capturing and reflecting the enigmatic glow in a way that lent a semblance of life to the painted figures. Leaning closer, I strained to discern the intricacies of the paintings. They portrayed what seemed to be a procession of robed figures, each bearing an object aglow with the same warm light that now held me in thrall. Yet the longer I observed, the more the images seemed to shift and transform, as if the procession was traversing the walls of the alcove. The sound of the rain dwindled, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. The air hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the hush before a summer storm, devoid of menace. The mysterious light pulsed once, twice, and I fancied I caught the faintest echo of voices, speaking not in any tongue I recognized, but in tones that resonated with tranquility and acceptance. Tentatively, I extended my hand, stopping short of touching the wall where the light burned brightest. The air beneath my fingertips felt warm, almost tangible, like sunlight given corporeal form. Fleetingly, just for a heartbeat, I glimpsed faces within that radiance, suffused with serenity and smiles, before they dissolved back into the gentle glow. Time seemed to lose its grip as I lingered there. The light neither intensified nor waned, yet it felt as though it responded to my presence. Occasionally, movements flickered in my peripheral vision, the suggestion of robed figures flitting among the pews, or the flicker of what might have been candle flames materializing and vanishing amidst the shadows. However, each direct glance revealed only the tranquil chapel, cloaked in solitude. A distant rumble of thunder stirred me from my reverie. The storm was receding, its voice now a gentle murmur rather than a demand. I realized I had lost track of time, standing transfixed by that enigmatic light. My limbs felt stiff, yet a profound calm enveloped me, surpassing the tranquility I had known in months. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I discerned a subtle change. The frescoes, so animated moments ago, now appeared as mere remnants of paint adorning ancient walls. Yet the light endured, pulsing with that same gentle rhythm, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Retracing my steps through the chapel, each footfall seemed to carry me through a dream. Pausing by the weighty doors, I cast one final glance over my shoulder. The light persisted, a warm beacon beckoning from beyond the altar. With another pulse, I sensed, more than heard, a soft exhalation ripple through the vacant expanse. Beyond the chapel, the rain had transformed into a gentle mist. The air tasted crisp and pure, redolent of damp earth and autumnal leaves. Wandering away, I pondered the nature of that light, whether it had existed there always, awaiting discovery by someone in need of its solace, or if it appeared solely to certain souls at certain junctures. Many returns to the chapel ensued after that rainy night. Sometimes the light greeted me, pulsing with its gentle cadence. Other times, only shadows and silence embraced me. Yet, each visit left me cradled in the same tranquility, hinting at the existence of mysteries in this world that need not be unraveled, only embraced and cherished. Even now, on quiet evenings when rain whispers against my window, my thoughts drift to that light. In my recollection, it throbs like a distant star, a reminder that some enigmas are best left unanswered, and that not all that shines in the darkness requires comprehension to be revered. Story 19. The breeze whispered softly through the autumn leaves, carrying the familiar scents of rain-soaked earth and aging flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's old rocking chair, draped in a cozy wool blanket, I gazed out at my backyard as the evening mist drifted, transforming ordinary shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The rhythmic creak of the chair on the wooden porch boards matched the cadence of my breath, lulling me into a peaceful state. My gaze settled on the ancient hedge that stood as a formidable boundary of my property. A wall of thorny branches towering high above, its dense foliage concealing what lay beyond. Grandmother used to speak of the hedge as ancient as time itself, guarding something precious on the other side. In my youth, I accepted her tales as whimsical fantasies, like those of fairies dancing under moonlight or shadows whispering secrets in the night. The mist carried a delicate fragrance of roses, an oddity since my garden bore none. The scent intensified with the deepening darkness, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals tucked in grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the gentle drip of water from the leaves, each drop creating ripples in the pools below. A soft, warm light caught my eye, glowing beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh beams of a neighbor's security light or the cold blue of modern LEDs, this light was radiant and golden, akin to honey kissed by sunlight. It pulsed gently, as if breathing, weaving a dance amid the thorny branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, the blanket forgotten on the porch floor. Barefoot, I crossed the dew-kissed grass, each step sinking into the moist earth. Drawing closer to the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Water droplets adorned the thorns like glistening gems, capturing and reflecting the mysterious golden light. Midnight blue roses, unseen earlier, now revealed themselves, their petals an ethereal hue nestled among the thorns. Standing before the hedge, a sight caught my eye, a slender gap between the branches, wide enough for a person to pass through. The thorns seemed to part, creating a natural archway. Through this opening, the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Peering through, I glimpsed what appeared to be another garden. Unlike my practical backyard with orderly vegetable rows, this space defied nature's norms. Flowers that should have wilted in the autumn thrived vibrantly. Vines with leaves resembling stained glass twined around ancient stone pillars, out of place in our residential neighborhood. New scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and something ancient and enigmatic, akin to the whispers of forgotten tales or the dust of bygone memories. My heart beat steadily, not with fear, but with a profound sense of wonder reminiscent of childhood days believing in grandmother's stories. I reached out to touch a midnight blue rose, expecting a cool mist-kissed feel. Instead, it radiated warmth, as though basking in summer's embrace. Upon contact, a soft melody drifted through the hedge, not quite music, but an echo of a dreamlike tune. The golden light pulsed again, stronger, revealing shadows stirring in the garden beyond. Not menacing forms, but graceful movements akin to dancers swaying to distant melodies. Each shadow left trails of soft light, akin to fireflies painting patterns in the darkness. Swaying gently, my body moved in sync with the half-remembered melody. The thorny archway appeared to widen, a silent invitation to step forward. Rational thoughts whispered of impossibility, Hedges do not part like curtains, and gardens do not glow with mystical light. Yet grandmother's words echoed, speaking of hidden truths masked by impossibility's veil. Water dripped, each note harmonizing with the phantom melody from beyond. Time ebbed, thick and honeyed, the mist guiding me forward like gentle hands. A warm breeze carried the scent of roses, mingled with vanilla and cedar, through the opening. Shadows danced beyond the hedge, and familiar shapes flickered. Grandmother's dress swishing, her storytelling gestures, the wave of her hand unveiling magic in the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, the hedge shimmering like dew-kissed morning petals. The gap beckoned, patient and still, leaving the decision to me. The mystery of what lay beyond lingered, a breath held in suspense. Rooted in the damp grass, night enveloping me, the world of streetlights and urban sounds faded, leaving only the melody of falling water, the warm glow ahead, and the ethereal dance of shadows in that surreal garden. My hand reached out, fingers brushing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The choice to step through remained unanswered, hanging in the mist like a whispered secret. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing over, but in acknowledging the existence of thresholds, where the ordinary converges with the ancient and strange, where childhood fantasies merge with reality like watercolors blending on wet canvas. A smile graced my lips as understanding dawned, echoing grandmother's wisdom. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers in memory's pages. The hedge would guard its secrets, as it had for ages, yet now I knew they awaited beyond the thorns, dancing in golden light to the melody of raindrops. Story 20. The soft rustling of dry leaves brushing against my window pane interrupted my evening reading, ushering me into a realm of autumn's whispered symphony. Their gentle song carried a melody so peculiar, distinct from the typical chaos of wind-blown debris. Setting my book aside, I delved deeper into the serene scratching sounds, letting them envelop my senses. The ancient house groaned contentedly, embracing me in its comforting embrace as I settled into my grandfather's cherished leather armchair. The warm glow of the reading lamp cast a golden aura in the encroaching darkness, casting elongated shadows upon the polished wooden floor. Beyond the window, the sun had bid farewell to the day, leaving behind a deep purple twilight seeping through the glass like watercolors on paper. It was then that I discerned a pattern within the dance of the leaves. Their movement against the window was not haphazard. There was a rhythmic cadence to it, akin to Morse code or the deliberate speech of unseen entities. The sound ebbed and flowed, rising to a gentle crescendo before fading, only to repeat the enchanting cycle. It was a strangely soothing experience, reminiscent of waves caressing a distant shore. Intrigued, I abandoned my book completely, drawn to the window by an inexplicable fascination. The evening air carried the crisp fragrance of autumn, decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a sweet essence that always accompanies the season's arrival. As I drew nearer to the window, the leaf song grew more defined. Standing at the glass, I observed the swirling leaves more closely, brown and gold dancers pirouetting in the dimming light, their edges catching the last hints of daylight. They moved with a graceful precision, as if each leaf was a performer in a natural ballet of exquisite design. The longer I watched, the more convinced I became that this display was not merely the whims of the evening breeze. Leaning in, my breath created small misty clouds on the window pane. In the gathering dusk, shapes began to form within the swirling leaves, vague and elusive, almost recognizable yet just beyond my grasp. They flirted with coherence before dissolving back into the undulating chaos, akin to faces appearing and vanishing in billowing clouds. A subtle drop in temperature filled the room, despite the steady hum of the old radiator. A shiver traced its way down my spine, not solely from the cold. The leaf song shifted, adopting a melancholic timbre that stirred distant memories from my childhood, a forgotten lullaby, a folk tune my grandmother hummed while tending her garden. I found myself humming along, the melody ancient and primordial, echoing from a time before memory itself. In response, the leaves intensified their dance, weaving intricate spirals that twirled clockwise and then counterclockwise, a kaleidoscope of autumn hues unfurling before me. My hand reached for the window latch, almost of its own volition. A part of me yearned to open it, to invite the leaf song inside, to experience it without the barrier of glass between us. The cool metal beneath my fingertips gave me pause, uncertainty clouding my mind. Reason whispered for me to step back, to illuminate the room, to shatter the enchantment that had cloaked the evening. Yet the allure of the song was irresistible, a siren's call promising hidden realms within forgotten woods, ancient secrets veiled beneath the blanket of fallen leaves. It hinted at answers to questions unasked, mysteries waiting to be unveiled. My fingers hesitated on the latch, while outside the leaves pressed closer to the glass, their dance growing urgent. Night had fully descended, yet they gleamed with an ethereal light, like fading embers stirred by a gentle breeze. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from my reverie. Blinking, I realized how long I had stood there, transfixed by the nocturnal spectacle. The room had turned cold, my abandoned book lying forgotten in the pool of lamplight. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from the window latch. The leaf song sighed with a hint of disappointment as the intricate patterns dissolved, the leaves drifting away to rejoin the nocturnal symphony of autumn. Returning to my chair, I picked up my book, yet the haunting melody lingered in the air, mingling with the house's nocturnal sounds, the ticking of the old clock, the faint creak of floorboards, the whisper of pages turning. In moments near slumber, I fancied I caught whispers of ancient words woven within the leafy chorus, a language almost familiar, yet just beyond reach. That night, I left the window firmly shut, a silent question lingering in my mind of what might have transpired had I yielded to the nocturnal allure. Would the leaves have simply scattered across the floor, or would they have ushered in something ancient, patiently waiting since the house's inception? Each evening, the autumn winds bring forth their leafy dancers to serenade my window. Their song remains as enchanting as ever, a melody pregnant with enigmas and promises of the unknown. Yet I keep my windows sealed, content to let certain mysteries dwell in secrecy. But in the deep of night, as sleep beckons, I find myself humming that strange melody, and the leaves outside rustle in response, as if acknowledging a connection that transcends time. Story 21. The soft patter of raindrops on leaves created a serene backdrop as I strolled along the forest trail, my steps cushioned by the plush carpet of pine needles below. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy, casting a hazy, ethereal glow over everything in its path. The air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and moss, intertwined with the sweet perfume of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my sanctuary, but today held a sense of intrigue. The familiar path seemed to twist in unfamiliar ways, and the towering trees, ancient guardians of the woods, leaned in closer, as if sharing secrets. Their branches swayed in a breeze that eluded me at ground level, creating whispered dialogues high above. Venturing deeper into the woods, wisps of mist began to rise from the earth, curling around tree trunks like ghostly tendrils. The temperature dipped ever so slightly, causing a gentle shiver to dance along my skin. The rain's rhythm persisted, but now it hummed a new tune, beckoning me forward with subtle insistence. Through the veiling fog, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Weathered stone walls cloaked in emerald moss emerged among the trees, standing no taller than my chest. Etched with intricate shifting patterns, these walls marked the entrance to a labyrinth unknown to me, despite my years wandering these woods. The stones exuded a curious warmth amidst the cool air, resonating with a gentle hum as I touched them. The moss beneath my fingertips felt impossibly velvety, emitting a faint glow that intensified with the fading daylight. Without conscious intent, I traced the walls as they twisted and turned. Each corner revealed new designs in the stone, new species of moss and lichen, painting the surfaces in hues of green, silver, and midnight blue. Unfamiliar flowers bloomed in the crevices, their iridescent petals resembling drops of moonlight taking shape. Delving deeper into the labyrinth, the outside world began to fade away. The rain's melody shifted once more, falling in sync with my heartbeat. The mist swirled at my feet, mirroring the patterns on the walls, while in the distance, a sound akin to wind chimes drifted through the air, though no breeze stirred the stillness around me. Time lost its grip. Had minutes passed, or hours? The light remained constant, a soft, diffused glow emanating from all directions at once. The walls wove endless tales, depicting ancient trees dancing in forgotten forests, enigmatic beings gathered in a realm beyond human comprehension. Turning another corner, I stumbled upon a circular clearing within the labyrinth. At its center lay a pool of water so tranquil, it resembled black glass, disturbed only by ripples moving against the falling rain. Surrounding the pool, stone benches curved in a perfect circle, adorned with the same shifting patterns seen on the walls. Seating myself, I felt the strange warmth of the stone seep through my garments. Raindrops created concentric circles on the pool's surface, each ripple carrying tiny lights that twirled and danced before vanishing. In the watery depths, fleeting shadows hinted at memories, dreams, or perhaps something beyond comprehension. The chiming sound drew nearer, blending with the rain's cadence and the whispered voices of the trees in a harmony that resonated deep within my being. The mist continued its ethereal waltz around the clearing, occasionally forming shapes resembling figures before dissipating into formless vapor. Watching the pool, I discerned images materializing within its depths. A library alive with self-turning pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in seconds, a staircase ascending into boundless darkness. Were these visions real, portals to distant realms, or mere reflections of my mind, spurred by the mystical aura of this hidden oasis? With each passing moment, I melded into the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. The boundaries between self and surroundings blurred until I could no longer separate where I ended and the mist began. Raindrops on my skin felt like musical notes in an ancient symphony, while the stone patterns flowed through my thoughts like a gentle stream. Eventually, the passage of time a mystery, I noticed a change in the path leading into the clearing. One entrance had multiplied into three, each identical, each disappearing into misty darkness. The walls pulsed softly with the same inner light that illuminated the moss, casting shadows that danced like living entities. Though darkness loomed, I knew I should return, yet which path to choose? Did it truly matter? A whisper urged that each path would guide me where I needed to be, even if it diverged from my origin. The labyrinth obeyed a logic of emotions and intuition, transcending physical constraints. Rising from the bench, I selected a passageway at random. The chimes crescendoed briefly before fading, replaced by distant singing, a wordless melody resonating from the stones themselves. The mist unfurled like a veil, revealing the path step by step. Fear eluded me. In its place, a profound tranquility embraced me, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient, awaiting beauty. The rain continued its gentle descent, the mist its graceful dance, while above, stars materialized through the invisible canopy, whether real or illusory, indiscernible. That day, I did not retrace my steps to the familiar forest path. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, where stone walls transformed into blooming bushes, mystical patterns fading into ordinary shadows. The rain had ceased, yet droplets adorned every leaf and petal, refracting the dwindling daylight into countless prisms. Occasionally, I glimpsed those shifting patterns in the periphery, or hear distant chimes on the verge of slumber. The labyrinth's melody lingers in my dreams, beckoning me back to its arcane pathways. On rainy days, when mist rises and light softens, I find myself scanning the trees for stone walls, pondering if the labyrinth still awaits discovery by a soul in need of its peculiar enchantment. Perhaps it existed solely in that liminal space between wakefulness and reverie, where reality blurs and bends. Or perhaps it endures everywhere, concealed in plain view, revealing itself solely to those prepared to perceive it. Its essence remains with me, a gentle nudge that the world harbors mysteries beyond explanation, only experience. Rainfall persists, mist ascends, and in a forest that may be real or imagined, an ancient stone labyrinth waltzes with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to chance upon its trails. Story 22. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the old house in a soothing embrace, creating a peaceful symphony that resonated through the empty corridors. Just a fortnight ago, I had inherited this grand Victorian mansion from my grandmother, and with each passing day, the aged corners of the house unveiled new enigmas waiting to be unraveled. The weathered wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, whispering tales of bygone eras in muted tones. On that particular autumn evening, as the melancholic wind wove its sorrowful tune through the gaps in the window frames, I felt an inexplicable pull towards the narrow staircase leading to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door greeted my touch, cool and inviting, as if beckoning me to explore the secrets of this forgotten space. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and memories long forsaken. With each creaking step up the stairs, my flashlight cast gentle beams that illuminated the swirling dust particles, shimmering like celestial bodies in the dim light. Every ascent brought me closer to the treasures my grandmother had carefully stowed away, each item holding a narrative waiting to be unveiled. As I entered the expansive attic, a sea of draped shapes veiled in white sheets greeted me like silent sentinels guarding their timeless vigil. My footfalls were hushed by the thick layer of dust carpeting the wooden floor, while the rain outside continued its gentle serenade on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the covered furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled in the far corner, partially obscured by an ancient trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair that appeared strangely untouched by dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery of the chair retained a rich burgundy hue, and perched atop it was a porcelain doll of exquisite craftsmanship, unfamiliar to my eyes. Clad in a faded blue silk dress adorned with yellowed lace, the doll's delicately painted features exuded a serene grace, capturing a moment of eternal tranquility. Yet it was the doll's eyes that held me transfixed. Crafted from painted glass, they seemed to possess a depth that shifted subtly in the flickering beam of my flashlight. Approaching the doll, the floorboards beneath me groaned softly, their protest echoing in the stillness of the attic. The doll sat poised, hands neatly folded in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from its back, hinting at its hidden musical nature, though in the silence of the attic I hesitated to wind it. The air around the rocking chair felt different, cooler and denser, as if holding a secret breath. My touch upon the doll's porcelain cheek revealed not the expected chill of ceramic, but a gentle warmth pulsating faintly beneath my fingertips. In that moment, a distant melody, faint and ethereal, seemed to drift through the air like a ghostly music box playing from afar. The soft notes, almost imperceptible, carried a familiar lullaby that my grandmother used to hum to me in my youth. Lost in the memory, I witnessed a subtle movement. The rocking chair swayed ever so slightly, a delicate shift that quickened my pulse. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a suspended hush, pregnant with anticipation. After that initial encounter, I found myself drawn to the attic with increasing frequency. Sometimes I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its tranquil repose. On quiet nights, when the house descended into its deepest silence, the distant strains of the lullaby would linger at the edge of my senses. One twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the attic in amber hues and shadows, I stumbled upon a small diary nestled behind the rocking chair. Within its pages, my grandmother's elegant script chronicled her encounters with the doll. A photograph used as a bookmark depicted her as a young girl, seated in the same rocking chair, cradling the self-same doll. Yet a peculiar detail caught my eye. The doll's posture in the photograph differed slightly from my own observations. Its head tilted at a new angle, its hands arranged in a different pose. In her diary entries, my grandmother recounted the gift of the musical doll on her 8th birthday, how it comforted her during storms, and how, on lonely nights, she swore she heard it singing without being wound. The final entry, scribed mere days before my grandmother's passing, spoke of the doll's presence during her last moments, the old lullaby weaving through her dreams. The diary abruptly halted, as if interrupted midway through a thought. Now, as I linger in my grandmother's home during quiet nights, my thoughts often drift back to the attic. The doll remains perched in its chair, its serene countenance unchanging yet subtly shifting with each viewing. At times, on the brink of slumber, the familiar lullaby descends from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring love, encapsulated in porcelain and silk, overseeing the house and its memories. The enigma of the doll persists, and perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Questions left as tender ponderings, hovering in the liminal realm between reality and reverie. In the stillness of the night, when the rain taps softly against the windows and the wind murmurs through the halls, I find solace in the knowledge that above, in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal vigil, safeguarding secrets and recollections in its warm, gentle embrace. During particularly serene nights, I've learned to discern the subtle shift in the atmosphere, heralding the lullaby. A soft alteration of pressure, a gentle warming of the air, as though the house itself inhales before the melody commences. In those suspended moments between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother chose to keep the doll's true essence concealed. Some enigmas are best experienced rather than expounded upon, felt rather than comprehended. Thus, the doll lingers in its attic alcove, neither wholly of this world nor entirely apart from it, a benevolent custodian of familial reminiscences and unspoken narratives. Its presence now offers comfort, a familiar enigma that infuses the old house with a sense of tranquil wonder. As I drift into slumber each night, I sense its watchful gaze extending throughout the residence, interweaving dreams and memories in an everlasting lullaby that whispers softly in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 23. The soft patter of rain against weathered window panes serenaded the night's stillness as I navigated the twisting forest road. My headlights carved a slender path through the veil of darkness, revealing droplets that glistened like celestial beings descending from the obsidian sky. The fuel gauge flirted dangerously close to empty, a subtle reminder that had lingered in my thoughts for miles on end. Through the curtain of rain, a radiant golden glow beckoned from just around the upcoming bend. As I drew nearer, the aged sign of a bygone-era inn emerged from the shroud of night, its ornate letters barely discernible in the glow of my headlights. The Midnight Inn. 3 stories tall, the structure loomed with Victorian elegance against the stormy heavens. Windows aglow with a welcoming light, offering a sanctuary from the deluge outside. The gravel driveway whispered softly under my tires as I came to a halt. The engine's hum faded into silence, leaving only the rhythmic melody of raindrops dancing on the car's roof. A covered porch embraced the building's front, its time-worn boards murmuring in harmony with the gentle sway of wind chimes in the breeze. The air that enveloped me, as I stepped out, carried the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil and ancient wood, intermingled with a hint of something floral. Perhaps the sweet embrace of honeysuckle or jasmine from the overgrown garden that bordered the inn. The porch creaked softly beneath my feet as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished smooth by countless hands before mine. Inside, the foyer glowed with the soft radiance of antique sconces. The faded wallpaper bore a tapestry of intertwining vines and blossoms that seemed to waltz in the flickering light. A grand clock stood vigil in the corner, its pendulum swaying in a mesmerizing cadence, its hands frozen eternally at the stroke of midnight, regardless of the hour. The innkeeper materialized with a grace so subtle that I couldn't pinpoint the moment of her arrival. An elderly figure with silver tresses coiled in an elegant bun, clad in a gown reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile was gentle, her demeanor serene as she presented the leather-bound guest registry. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," she whispered, her voice a melodic breeze rustling through autumn leaves. "We've been awaiting your arrival." I had made no reservation, stumbled upon this haven by chance, yet wariness compelled me to dismiss the peculiarity of her words. The pen she extended felt weighty in my grasp, its ink casting shimmering ripples on the thick parchment as I inscribed my name. A glance at the preceding entry revealed a date exactly a year prior, to the very day. She guided me up a spiraling staircase, each step cushioned by a plush burgundy carpet that muffled our ascent. The air grew cooler, carrying the delicate fragrance of lavender and ancient tomes. Paintings adorned the walls, landscapes and portraits whose gazes seemed to follow our passage with knowing benevolence. My chamber awaited at the end of the third-floor corridor, bathed in moonlight that spilled through the expansive window, defying the storm clouds that had loomed earlier. The room exuded an air of tranquility, dominated by a four-poster bed swathed in deep blue curtains that fluttered without a discernible breeze. A silver tea set stood poised on a petite table beside the window, wisps of steam spiraling from the spout, though no sound heralded its preparation. "Rest well," the innkeeper murmured, placing a warm brass key in my hand. Time ebbs differently at midnight. Nestled in the plush armchair by the window, I discerned peculiar details that had eluded my weary gaze initially. The clock on the mantel, akin to its counterpart downstairs, remained fixed at the witching hour. The looking glass above it mirrored the room flawlessly, except for the vacant armchair in which I sat. And though rain serenaded the panes, the glass reflected a pristine night sky, stars twinkling in enigmatic constellations. The herbal tea, as I sipped it, exuded notes of chamomile and an ancient sweetness that lulled my senses. Shadows embraced and softened, enfolding me in a cocoon of warmth, accompanied by a distant murmur akin to soft lullabies or the wind's whispered secrets in the eaves. I teetered between wakefulness and reverie, witnessing as moonbeams painted silvery tales on the walls, narratives I almost comprehended. Intermittently, I glimpsed other guests in the hallway beyond my door's threshold, their silhouettes gliding in garments of yesteryears, conversing in tongues unfamiliar to my ears. The night unfurled in its mysterious tempo, moments elongating like molasses trickling from a spoon. I couldn't discern if hours had slipped by or mere heartbeats. The grandfather clock below tolled midnight ceaselessly, each chime bearing a melody that hinted at enigmatic messages just beyond my grasp. At last, when dawn broke, if indeed it was dawn, the inn appeared eerily vacant. My name had vanished from the registry, and the teacup had left no mark on the table's gleaming surface. Departing, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I distinctly recalled its near depletion the prior eve. In my rearview mirror, the midnight inn dissolved into the morning mist, a wistful specter. Yet on rainy nights, traversing unfamiliar paths, I find myself seeking that warm golden luminescence amidst the trees. A fragment of me yearns to rediscover it, while another ponders if I truly desire such a reunion. For as the innkeeper imparted, time wavers uniquely at midnight, and I remain uncertain of the duration spent in that realm where clocks forever halt at the stroke of 12, or if I ever truly departed its enigmatic grasp. Story 24. The rain's gentle patter against the ancient stone walls of the grand castle created a soothing rhythm that echoed through its empty halls. I found myself in my temporary quarters, mesmerized by the water droplets tracing lazy patterns down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by distant flashes of lightning. The soft flicker of candlelight danced on the walls, casting warm shadows that seemed to sway with the flame's gentle breath. As the newly appointed caretaker of this magnificent structure, I had only just arrived before the autumn storms began their relentless downpour. The previous caretaker had left abruptly, leaving behind a weathered, leather-bound journal filled with cryptic notes and peculiar observations. The pages carried the musty scent of age, intertwined with something sweeter, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I opened it. The castle itself stood as a testament to medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones holding within them centuries of untold stories. Tapestries adorned the walls, their colors muted by time, yet still whispering tales of long-ago feasts and revelries. In the quietest moments, when the wind hushed, I could almost hear the faint echoes of ancient laughter carried on the ever-present draft that wound through the corridors. Tonight, as the storm intensified, I noticed an unusual shift in the way shadows moved across the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on something elusive, akin to watching smoke meander through water. It brought to mind an entry from the old caretaker's journal, describing what he termed the breathing of the castle. Initially dismissed as fanciful musings, I now found myself questioning my earlier skepticism. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps muffled by the thick carpet runner, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the earthy scent of the castle's foundations. The great hall sprawled before me, its vaulted ceiling lost in darkness above. Rain drummed steadily against the high windows, offering a serene backdrop to my exploration. Moving through the space, I noticed subtle shifts in temperature, patches of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings. It felt akin to walking through sun-warmed spots on a cloudy day. Yet here, no sun existed to create such nuances. Consulting the journal once more, I discovered a passage where the previous caretaker had mapped out these anomalies, dubbing them the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred gently, though no breeze stirred the air. Approaching a particularly striking piece depicting a medieval hunt, I sensed an unseen gaze upon me, not hostile, but filled with curiosity, as if the castle itself was studying its new guardian. References in the journal detailed similar encounters, each described with increasing detail. Hours slipped away as I roamed, making my own notes alongside the old ones. The storm outside raged, yet within the castle's walls, I found an unexplainable tranquility. The thunder, instead of menacing, felt like the contented sighs of an ancient being. Lightning briefly illuminated stained glass windows, painting kaleidoscopic patterns on the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. The old caretaker had observed that on stormy nights, the books would arrange themselves in peculiar patterns. Tonight, I witnessed leather-bound volumes subtly shifting on their shelves, their spines aligning in mesmerizing configurations. It felt not eerie, but rather like witnessing a clandestine performance, the castle sharing its enigma with me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonant tones filling the vacant chambers. As the final chime faded, I sensed another shift in the room's temperature. The air crackled with energy, reminiscent of a pre-rain calm, settling into a gentle warmth that enveloped me like a comforting embrace. Drawn to a specific area of the library where the old caretaker had spent much of his time, I observed shadows dancing in peculiar patterns, almost resembling writing on the walls. The old caretaker had attempted to decipher these ethereal messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. Deep into the night, I began to grasp why he had been so captivated. The castle was more than mere stone and mortar. It was alive in a unique way. The stones didn't just hold memories. They seemed to exhale them into the air, sharing them with those who listened. In the journal's final entry, the previous caretaker had penned, "The castle doesn't reveal its secrets, it shares them, like a grandmother weaving tales for a cherished grandchild. The mysteries aren't to be unraveled but experienced, lived within." As I made my initial entry in a new journal, the storm continued its gentle siege on the castle. Shadows danced, tapestries shifted, and the air pulsed with a mysterious warmth. I realized I wasn't here to uncover the castle's secrets, but to be a part of its ongoing narrative, to add my breath to its ancient rhythms, joining the countless others who had trod these halls and felt the building's gentle, living essence. The candlelight flickered, and my shadow merged with others on the walls. A distant door creaked softly, and I smiled, understanding that the castle was merely turning another page in its endless chronicle. In this moment, embraced by the storm, I sensed not just a role or a place of residence, but a home within these living walls. Each night promised new whispers of old tales, and every shadow held the allure of a gentle mystery waiting to be shared. Story 25. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I made my way up the ancient dwelling of the lighthouse keeper, each creak and groan a gentle reminder of the years passed by. The autumn breeze hummed a soft melody against the weathered walls, intertwining with the very soul of the structure. Guided by my grandmother's letter, I found myself in a realm where time danced to its own tune, where dreams and reality intertwined seamlessly. The air carried a delicate scent of aged books and briny sea air, mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister on the third-floor landing, I felt the history etched into the smooth surface by generations before me. The evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that pirouetted across the faded wallpaper, a silent ballet of shadows and light. My grandmother's parting words, folded in my coat pocket, whispered, "The tower holds secrets, secrets that murmur rather than shout, that beckon rather than startle. Follow the path of the leaning shadow when you are ready, dear one. It will reveal forgotten wonders." Entering the circular room on the top floor, bathed in perpetual twilight, I was greeted by dust motes lazily dancing in the amber glow, encircling the carefully placed furniture and mysterious instruments. But it was the view of the tower, its improbable lean defying logic, that captivated my gaze through the eastern window. Seated in the high-backed reading chair, enveloped by its welcoming embrace, I observed the brass lamp casting a gentle, warm light that barely reached the room's edges, leaving the corners shrouded in comforting darkness. The building itself seemed to breathe, its settling wood creating a soothing rhythm that echoed through the air. My grandmother, a guardian of the tower's enigmas for 4 decades, was revered by the locals, who shared tales of inexplicable lights, ethereal music, and visitors leaving with serene smiles, yet keeping their newfound knowledge hidden. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an extraordinary event unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, moved in a mesmerizing pattern across the floor, defying natural laws. It reached out to certain objects in the room, finally resting on a nondescript section of the paneling. Following my grandmother's guidance, I waited for the shadow to align perfectly with a hidden seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, a narrow passageway was revealed, spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. The air carried a warmth and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's favorite scent. Ascending the spiraling passage, lined with glowing stones, I noticed shifting inscriptions on the walls, elusive and ever-changing. Despite the tower's lean growing more pronounced, I maintained a perfect balance, as if the angle was the tower's natural state. Emerging into the expansive upper chamber, the room defied the tower's exterior dimensions. The windows displayed varying scenes: a tranquil sea at sunset, starlit skies, and mysterious landscapes. At the center stood a unique contraption, a fusion of astronomical instrument and music box, its movements graceful and inexplicable. Beside it lay a leather-bound notebook filled with my grandmother's words. "You've reached the core," it began. The following pages held instructions akin to poetic suggestions, urging me to feel rather than see, to listen to the harmonies resonating with the tower's tilt. As night enveloped the tower, I grasped the essence of its purpose. The tilt harnessed unseen currents of time and possibility, while the instrument translated them into ineffable experiences, to be felt and cherished, not dissected or understood. Hours blurred into moments as I communed with the instrument, glimpsing fleeting scenes in the windows, echoes of the past, visions of bygone eras, and futures yet to unfold. Serenity washed over me, unveiling the wisdom in my grandmother's words about the tower's subtle secrets. With the approaching dawn, I descended the spiral passage back into the circular room, greeted by the soft hues of morning. The tower's shadow now pointed west, heralding a new day, promising the return of its mystical journey with the evening's embrace. Reclining in the reading chair, enveloped by the night's revelations, I savored the gentle glow of the brass lamp blending with the dawn's light. Seabirds' cries carried on the wind, a chorus welcoming the new day, as the tower's walls whispered tales of ancient mysteries. My grandmother's letter, transformed from instructions to a legacy of wonder, resonated in my pocket. The tower, leaning towards the heavens, cradled stories like stardust, inviting those attuned to listen with their hearts, not just their ears. As the morning light bathed the room, I lingered in the chair, attuned to the tower's quiet rhythm, embracing the magic that slipped through reality's veil. The tower's lean, a beacon of gentle whispers and timeless tales, awaited the next chapter of discovery, of shared secrets between kindred spirits. Story 26. The gentle patter of rain against my bedroom window roused me from a deep slumber, its steady rhythm soothing in the early morning darkness. Those familiar sounds always brought me comfort, but on this particular night, they carried whispers of a different nature, a mysterious invitation to listen closer. The soft drops seemed to form elusive words just beyond my grasp, akin to a distant conversation muffled by thick walls. Intrigued, I rose from my bed and made my way to the window, drawn by an inexplicable urge to peer outside. The world outside was cloaked in a thick blanket of fog, its ethereal glow transforming the once familiar shapes of trees and houses into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this mist, a faint blue light pulsed in the distance, barely visible yet undeniably captivating. It beckoned to me with a silent persistence that I couldn't resist. Draping myself in a warm wool sweater, I ventured outside into the cool, damp air. The fog embraced my ankles like gentle waves, carrying with it a scent of salt water that puzzled me, for we were far from any ocean. Nevertheless, the unmistakable tang of the sea hung in the air, carried on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the pulsing light, the ground beneath my feet underwent a gradual transformation. The solid earth gave way to soft sand, wet and fine between my toes, though I couldn't recall removing my shoes. The suburban streets vanished imperceptibly, replaced by endless dunes stretching into the misty unknown. The blue light intensified, its rhythm synchronizing with the phantom sound of waves that now replaced the rainfall. Each pulse illuminated the fog, crafting patterns that mirrored the fluidity of water. In those fleeting moments of light, I caught glimpses of a colossal form materializing in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing ship, its skeletal masts reaching skyward into the obscurity. Here, time flowed differently, akin to honey trickling from a spoon. Each step forward felt both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained just out of reach, as if woven into the very fabric of the fog. Its tattered gray sails fluttered in an unseen wind, the wooden hull groaning with the weight of forgotten ages. A rustling in the wet sand behind me caught my attention, not my own footsteps, but those of others drawing near. When I turned to look, all I discerned were swirling shapes in the mist, human forms that dissolved when I tried to focus on them. Their whispers, however, lingered in the air, weaving tales of a vessel that sailed between worlds, emerging only on nights when reality and dreams blurred together. As I gazed at the spectral ship, details shifted and morphed when I averted my eyes. The figurehead transformed from mermaid to sea serpent to weeping woman and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of blue light, and the ship's size seemed to oscillate, at times diminutive as a fishing boat, at others rivaling the grandest vessels ever constructed. Water began to pool around my feet, though no waves reached the shore. It rose deliberately until I stood ankle-deep in a tranquil pool mirroring the fog above. In that reflection, I beheld the ship in its former glory, sails billowing in an imaginary breeze, brass fittings gleaming under a non-existent sun, and a shadowy crew moving purposefully across the decks. With a final, intense pulse, the blue light revealed the passengers and crew, frozen in time as they went about their duties. Their serene faces, illuminated by the same mystical light, conveyed a sense of contentment and choice rather than captivity. They were precisely where they wished to be. The water receded gradually, carrying with it the clarity of the vision before me. The ship's outline blurred into the mist, merging seamlessly with the fog until the boundaries between vessel and atmosphere dissolved. The whispers dulled, blending with the distant murmur of waves. When I turned to depart, the path home had transformed. The beach stretched endlessly in both directions, the dunes assuming unfamiliar shapes in the dimness. Yet my feet guided me unerringly through the shifting landscape. The tang of sea salt gradually faded, replaced once more by the fresh scent of rain. Back in my room, I stood by the window, watching the fog dissipate with the approaching dawn. The blue light had vanished without a trace, leaving only the faint echo of sea salt on my sweater as evidence of the night's events. In my pocket, I discovered a smooth, weathered piece of sea glass, its blue hue matching the guiding light that had led me through the mysterious night. Even now, on quiet, rainy evenings, a glimpse of that ethereal blue light sometimes dances in the distance. The ship never appears the same way twice, and I've never been as close as that initial encounter. Yet, I keep the sea glass on my windowsill, and when the fog descends thick and heavy, I hear distant whispers beckoning me, narrating tales of a vessel that navigates the border between reality and possibility, forever adrift among the waves of potential. Story 27. The whispering autumn wind danced through the trees, carrying secrets in its gentle rustle of fallen leaves, and the earthy scent of transition hung in the air. Evening strolls in the ancient forest had always been my solace, where the towering trees stood as silent sentinels of untold tales. Each step I took, the crunch of leaves beneath my feet formed a soothing rhythm, almost hypnotic in its cadence. As daylight waned, casting elongated shadows among the branches, a peculiar sight caught my eye, nestled at the roots of a grand oak tree. Half concealed in a bed of moss and leaves lay a weathered, leather-bound journal, its cover displaying the marks of time and weather. The leather felt soft and worn to the touch, carrying the essence of the day's sunlight despite the cool evening air. No name adorned its cover, only faint impressions of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the dimming light. The pages, thick and cream-colored, slightly warped at the edges from moisture, yet remarkably preserved. With delicate care, I lifted the journal from its leafy bed. The cover's warmth lingered in my hands, as if it had absorbed the sun's rays throughout the day. Opening the journal revealed elegant handwriting flowing like dark rivers of ink across the pages, graceful yet urgent in its message. The first entry, dated exactly a year prior, spoke of whispers that had begun haunting the author 3 nights earlier. Initially dismissed as mere tricks of the wind, the whispers had grown clearer, emanating from the woods behind their home, voices resembling rustling leaves and creaking branches. The author confessed to recording these ethereal sounds, though the words often slipped from memory upon penning them down. Flipping through the pages, the entries delved deeper into the extraordinary, recounting sightings of mysterious lights flickering between trees at midnight and shadows that danced against the breeze. The author vividly described hearing melodic music seeping from the depths of the earth, Gyoth, ancient and enchanting, like a forgotten lullaby sung in an unknown tongue. Despite the otherworldly encounters, the writing exuded a sense of serene acceptance rather than fear or panic. Each entry painted a picture of a gradual unveiling of something magical and profound. The author spoke of spending prolonged periods in the forest, where the boundaries between observer and observed blurred into harmony. "The forest breathes as I do now," one entry expressed. "With closed eyes, I sense the sap's pulse within the trees, the roots' slow stretch through the soil. The whispers have become constant companions, their meanings elusive yet comforting." Further into the journal, the entries metamorphosed subtly. The handwriting retained its elegance, but took on an organic quality, as if the letters were sprouting like vines across the pages. Dreams of wandering through endless woods under singing stars and conversing with ancient entities speaking the language of nature filled the author's nights. "Time behaves uniquely here," an entry from early spring noted. "The sun lingers longer in certain clearings, while darkness descends swiftly in other parts of the forest. I witnessed a flower blooming and withering in what felt like moments, or perhaps days. The distinction blurs with each passing hour." The final entry shimmered on the page, the ink seemingly alive with inner light. "I comprehend the forest's message now. We are not separate from this realm. We never were. The boundaries we erect between ourselves and the natural world are mere illusions, fragile as morning mist. The whispers did not beckon me into the woods. They called me home. Tomorrow I ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. I leave this journal as a bridge, a testament to the threshold between comprehension and transcendence." The entry concluded there. Holding the journal in the gathering dusk, the wind swirled around me, leaves pirouetting in a graceful ballet. A sweet, unfamiliar scent wafted on the breeze, and for an instant I caught a hint of music or whispers drifting through the darkening woods. Despite the dropping temperature, I felt no chill. The journal's cover still radiated a curious warmth, and in the dimming light, subtle patterns resembling roots or branches seemed to unfurl across the blank spaces between the written words. Placing the journal back among the roots, though not precisely where I found it, intuition guided me to let its next discoverer choose its resting place. As I prepared to depart, the wind whispered through the leaves again, and this time, distinct words seemed to flutter in its gentle breath. That night, as I lay in bed, the journal's warmth lingered on my fingertips. In the hushed moments before dawn, I pondered the author's quest and whether they found what they sought within the forest's depths. A question lingered. Did the journal find me, rather than the reverse? Each evening stroll through the woods revealed unseen wonders. Trees leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets, light patterns forming mysterious symbols among the leaves, and the air thickening with anticipation near ancient stumps and hollow logs. Though the journal remained elusive since that day, my gaze often searched for its familiar presence. On tranquil nights when the light played tricks, I glimpsed a figure among distant trees, indistinct yet oddly recognizable, like a half-remembered dream. And sometimes, when the wind whispered just so, I caught faint echoes from deep within the woods, unraveling enigmas decipherable only to those who listen with more than just ears. The forest, since the journal's discovery, held an unfamiliar allure. Perhaps it was I who had changed, awakened to a truth long veiled, patiently awaiting revelation. Each step along those winding paths now carried a weight of awareness. Each breath drew in the forest's mysteries with newfound appreciation. In moments when the evening light bathed the trees in liquid gold, I sensed the ancient heartbeat of the forest pulsating in unison with my own. I marveled at the untold stories woven into rustling leaves and whispering winds, wondering how many before me had walked these paths, leaving behind their narratives inscribed not in journals, but in the silent language of the woods. Story 28. The soft melody of autumn rain tapping against the windows enveloped my cozy study, creating a tranquil ambience as I sifted through aged family documents. The gentle glow of my vintage desk lamp cast a warm circle of light around me, while the rest of the room remained shrouded in gentle shadows. This house was once my grandmother's sanctuary, and after her serene departure, it became my haven, holding within its walls generations of cherished memories. As I delved into yet another box of weathered papers, my fingers stumbled upon something peculiar, a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover smoothed by the hands of time. There were no markings on its surface, but upon opening it, I recognized my grandmother's distinctive handwriting. The pages chronicled her usual meticulous notes on the house's upkeep, until I reached an entry that gave me pause. Discovered another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The architectural plans show a solid wall. The rain continued its delicate symphony outside as I leaned back in my chair, pondering her words. Though I had explored the root cellar countless times during my childhood visits, I could not recall any additional door. The leather of my reading chair whispered softly as I shifted, and somewhere within the house, aged wooden beams settled with a gentle groan. With silent steps on the plush carpet, I made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a short hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the warm light from above. The ancient key turned smoothly, and a rush of cool air greeted me as I descended the wooden steps. The root cellar always held a tapestry of intriguing scents, earth and stone, the mineral essence of the foundation, and lingering hints of apples and potatoes stored decades ago. My flashlight danced over rough stone walls and antique shelves, everything appearing just as I remembered, until my gaze landed on something peculiar in the far corner. A part of the wall seemed subtly different, not overtly, but there was something about the texture of the stones that captured my attention. Drawing near, the beam of my flashlight unveiled subtle variations in the mortar lines. My fingers traced the pattern, detecting minute irregularities in the surface until they encountered a slight recess. With a gentle push, there was a soft click, and a section of the wall swung inward with unexpected ease. Revealed behind it was a staircase descending into darkness. The steps, hewn from the same stone as the foundation, showed no signs of age or wear. The air wafting up from below carried a peculiar warmth and a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of summer gardens. While my grandmother's journal had mentioned the door, it divulged nothing about what lay beyond. The staircase beckoned exploration, yet there was a comforting perfection in its construction. The beam of my flashlight found no end to the staircase. It curved gently to the left, disappearing from view as it descended. Seated on the top step, I allowed the warm air from below to envelop me. The rain's patter was hushed here, replaced by a subtle hum, akin to the distant murmur of wind through a seashell. In this space, time seemed to elongate, each moment stretching like honey dripping slowly from a spoon. As I descended, the quality of light shifted. My flashlight's beam softened, diffused by something in the air, not dust or mist, but more akin to the golden haze of late afternoon sunshine. Patterns of iridescence emerged on the walls, their subtle designs shifting with every glance. The staircase's curve continued, and I realized I had been walking for what felt like minutes, yet the descent felt natural, almost lulling. The sweet fragrance intensified, mingling with an ancient mineral essence. Occasionally, I paused to run my fingers along the wall, finding the stone warm to the touch, resonating with some inner energy. At times, faint sounds reached my ears, perhaps music, murmured conversations, or the rustle of leaves in a breeze. But whenever I strained to listen, the sounds would dissolve into the prevailing hum that saturated the space. Eventually, the staircase led to a small landing. The walls were adorned with what appeared to be inscriptions, in a script unfamiliar to me. The characters seemed to ebb and flow when I averted my gaze, like ripples on a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Another staircase descended from the landing, yet something within me signaled that this was far enough for today. Seated on the landing, I allowed the warm air and gentle vibrations to wash over me. The space held no menace nor invitation. It simply existed, a natural law or a mathematical constant. Upon retracing my steps, I found the cellar unchanged. The concealed door closed with a soft click, and soon I was back in my study, the rain continuing its timeless serenade against the windows. My grandmother's journal lay open on the desk, and as I reached to close it, a faint inscription caught my eye. Beneath the mention of the door, in barely visible writing, she had added, "Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be crossed, but to remind us of the enigma beyond our comprehension." I never revisited the staircase, but on tranquil nights, when the house murmured its settling whispers, I sometimes fancied I could perceive that sweet, warm breeze drifting up from below, carrying with it the faint echo of those almost discernible sounds. In those fleeting moments, I grasped the essence of my grandmother's words. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, and sometimes as the rain taps against the windows and the twilight descends, I retrieve it and caress its time-worn leather cover. The enigma of the staircase endures, not as a puzzle to be deciphered, but as a gentle reminder that certain spaces exist between knowledge and reverie, between comprehension and the profound depths of our souls. And perhaps therein lies the essence of such mysteries, in that tranquil realm between wakefulness and slumber, where queries require no answers, and the unknown enfolds us like a warm embrace on a rainy autumn night. Story 29. In the hushed embrace of the night, the gentle patter of rain against leaves serenaded my journey along the winding forest path. Each step I took left a soft imprint on the moist earth, blending with the symphony of nature's own rhythm. The air held the earthy perfume of damp soil and pine, while wisps of mist twirled among the towering trees like ethereal tendrils. My flashlight cast a warm, luminous pool of light that floated in the encroaching darkness, its glow barely breaching the dense canopy above. These twilight strolls were always my solace, even as the shadows deepened, transforming the forest into a realm of enigma and allure. Tonight, however, the familiar path felt subtly altered. Perhaps it was the way the mist moved against the breeze's whisper, or the way the usual forest sounds hushed into a mysterious silence, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation. The first whisper brushed against my senses so delicately, I almost mistook it for the rustle of leaves. Devoid of words, it carried a melodic quality akin to wind chimes swaying in a distant garden. Pausing, I turned, trying to pinpoint its origin, yet it seemed to echo from all directions at once, a spectral voice without a defined source. Moving onward at a slower pace, I observed subtle shifts in my surroundings. The moss cloaking the trees shimmered with a silvery luminescence, a phosphorescent veil that danced in the darkness. Raindrops hanging from branches caught my flashlight's beam, refracting light in mesmerizing patterns that painted lingering rainbows in the air. The second whisper, clearer than the first, resonated like a whisper of my name, fashioned from the rustle of leaves and creak of branches. A wave of tranquil nostalgia accompanied the sound, evoking memories of a childhood lullaby, beckoning me to unravel its mysteries. Ahead, the path curved around an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching like protective sentinels over the trail. Approaching closer, I noticed peculiar symbols etched into the bark, intricate and flowing, reminiscent of calligraphy in an unknown script. These enigmatic markings seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles, rippling like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. While the rain continued its gentle cadence, it now seemed to orchestrate a deliberate melody, each droplet contributing to a harmonious symphony that enveloped the forest in its embrace. The mist thickened, transforming my flashlight's beam into a golden haze that illuminated floating particles of light, akin to fireflies suspended in midair. More whispers intertwined with the initial ones, forming a gentle chorus that reverberated among the trees. Their tones ebbed and flowed in a mesmerizing pattern, reminiscent of laughter and soft songs, just beyond the threshold of understanding. Arriving at a small clearing where the canopy parted to reveal slivers of the night sky, the rain transitioned into a fine mist. Through breaks in the clouds, stars shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, pulsating in synchrony with the whispers that enveloped the forest. At the clearing's heart stood a ring of luminescent mushrooms, their caps aglow with a subtle bluish light. The grass within the circle moved in undulating patterns, defying the breeze in a captivating dance, while tiny water droplets rolled against gravity on the blades, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Here the whispers grew more insistent, inviting me to step into the circle, promising answers to questions unspoken. The air within the mushroom ring shimmered like a mirage, though the evening air remained cool. Enthralled, I swayed gently, entranced by the forest's mysterious melody. The boundary between sound and vision blurred, the whispers manifesting as trails of soft light that wove through the air, leaving ephemeral traces like shooting stars. Time seemed to warp within the clearing, the stars racing across the heavens, while the mist droplets hung suspended, trapped in moments that stretched like molasses. The mushrooms pulsed in harmony with my heartbeat, or perhaps my pulse synchronized with their ethereal rhythm. Lost in this surreal experience, I stood transfixed, immersed in a realm where the forest pulsated with an ancient consciousness beyond my comprehension. An eternity or a fleeting moment passed as I beheld the interplay of light and shadow, attuned to the forest's whispered dialogues. The dreamlike encounter anchored in reality by the damp earth beneath my feet and the cool mist caressing my skin. Gradually, the whispers dwindled, fading like a distant melody gradually receding into silence. The mushroom's glow dimmed, returning to mundane fungi, the rain resuming its natural patter, devoid of the mysterious harmony. Yet a subtle shift had occurred, not in the forest itself, but in my perception of it. Retracing my steps along the path, my flashlight briefly illuminated the symbols on the ancient oak tree, teasing me with a momentary glimpse of comprehension. The forest, since that fateful night, bore an aura of enigma. On quiet evenings when rain and mist intertwined, I strained to catch echoes of those whispers, yearning to relive that mystical symphony of rain and starlight, of secrets ancient and songs forgotten. Though the mysterious clearing eludes me in subsequent searches, I cannot shake the feeling that it listens for me too, a silent sentinel in the depths of the forest, waiting to ensnare wanderers in its ethereal embrace. Story 30. The rain whispered against the window panes of my grandmother's ancient house, a gentle lullaby weaving secrets of old. In her worn leather armchair, I sat embraced by the scent of aged wood and dried herbs that lingered in the air, a comforting presence. Warm light from the antique lamp painted shadows on the burgundy wallpaper, inviting the patterns to dance in the corners of my sight. Since my grandmother's passing, the house had become my solitary haven, revealing hidden corners and forgotten pathways. Among them, the most captivating was the trail of black stones that emerged at the garden's edge, vanishing into the mist-shrouded woods. These stones, absent from my childhood memories, held a mysterious allure, appearing silently during my grandmother's final years without mention in our conversations. Each stone, round and polished like mirrors, absorbed the rain's touch, gleaming under the night sky's reflection. Wind chimes echoed through the walls, harmonizing with the rainfall, their crystalline voices weaving a melody unknown to my ears. Drawn to the window by the evening's embrace, I gazed upon the garden below, a canvas of muted hues under the fading light. The black stones beckoned with a mesmerizing glow, tiny lights hovering above them like captured fireflies frozen in time. Though reason whispered of raindrops catching light, their steady radiance hinted at an intentional presence. Hesitant to explore the path until now, the rain's gentle touch and the ethereal lights created an atmosphere of tranquil mystery, easing any lingering doubts. Draped in my grandmother's wool shawl, carrying whispers of lavender, I descended the creaking wooden stairs, their familiar sounds a soothing cadence. The grandfather clock in the foyer marked time as I stepped onto the back porch, embraced by the evening's cool caress and the mist's diamond-like embrace. Aromatic herbs from the garden enveloped me, a fragrant bridge between the known and the unknown ahead. The first black stone awaited beyond the herbs, its hovering light a silent invitation. Stepping onto it, warmth seeped through my shoes, guiding me toward the next stone, each illuminated by a beckoning light. The path meandered through bending trees, a natural canopy overhead, the mist carrying hints of lavender akin to my grandmother's shawl. Time lost meaning as I journeyed, the world transforming into a dreamlike serenity. At the path's heart, a circular clearing revealed the central stone, radiating a soft constellation of lights above it. A leather-bound book lay upon the stone, its weathered cover bearing my grandmother's handwriting, for when you're ready to understand. The pages unfolded her revelations of gentle magic, of subtle enchantments to soothe and heal the world. The stones, she noted, were gateways to the quiet magic between moments, anchoring and revealing the beauty veiled from ordinary sight. As I read, the lights above danced in harmony, echoing the wind chime's distant song, a melody familiar yet new. Her words spoke of a harmony between realms, of perceiving magic in life's simplest moments, of the stones as guides to unseen wonders. Lost in her discoveries, time flowed gently, the light and chimes cocooning me in tranquility. Emerging from the book, the mist transformed into shimmering particles, swirling in silent response to my presence, expressing emotions beyond words. Awakened to a subtle magic, the trees around the clearing glowed with gentle lights, forming a cathedral of living luminescence. The return to the house felt swift, the path whispering its secrets with each step, a journey of enlightenment. From the warmth of my grandmother's chair, her book cradled in my lap, I listened to the rain's hidden melody, the wind chime's eternal song. In their harmony, I sensed my grandmother's guidance, unveiling the quiet magic concealed in the spaces between heartbeats and thoughts. Drifting towards slumber, I grasped that the path of black stones was more than a physical trail. It was a gateway to perceiving the enchantment that dwells between moments, a legacy waiting to be embraced. As sleep beckoned, I watched the wallpaper patterns dance in synchrony with the rain's soft rhythm, a final whisper of the magic that had always been there, just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Story 31. The gentle patter of autumn rain against weathered wooden planks filled the evening air with a soothing rhythm. Standing before the ancient mill, its colossal water wheel now entwined in cascading vines and blooming morning glory, I felt a sense of tranquility wash over me. The twilight cast a soft, muted palette of purples and grays across the clouded sky, as the scent of damp earth and aged timber mingled in the air. My grandfather's tales of this place had always held a mysterious allure, his voice distant and wistful whenever he spoke of the mill where he had toiled in his youth. His stories had beckoned me here, driven by an inexplicable curiosity that had grown within me like a seed nurtured by passing seasons. The towering mill, with its 3 stories of darkened timber and half-blind windows, stood as a silent witness to the passage of time. Approaching the slightly ajar door, swollen with moisture and creaking with each gentle breeze, I felt a whisper of anticipation stirring within me. The old mill pond mirrored the fading sky, its surface alive with raindrops creating ephemeral ripples that hinted at hidden depths and ancient secrets. Cattails swayed by the shore, their dance hypnotic in the encroaching dusk. As I neared the entrance, the aroma of wet wood mingled with something more primal and ancient, like the grinding of stone upon stone. My grandfather had called it the breath of the mill, a term that had always intrigued me. Stepping inside, the air was thick with moisture and memories, illuminated by the soft glow of my flashlight catching dust motes suspended in the air. The wooden floorboards groaned beneath my weight, each step echoing in harmony with the rain's gentle cadence and distant rumble of thunder. The ground floor revealed remnants of massive grinding stones, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns spiraling towards a mysterious center. One stone bore a peculiar mark, a handprint-like indentation that defied explanation, a detail my grandfather had mentioned but never fully elucidated. Venturing deeper into the mill, the rain's symphony seemed to transform, weaving a melodic tapestry that resonated through the building's time-worn structure. Each drop carried a note, harmonizing into a haunting melody that lingered in the air. My grandfather's tales of musical machinery and water wheel rhythms echoed in my mind, though the wheel had long since ceased its turning. Ascending the worn wooden stairs to the second floor, I felt a subtle warmth emanating from the ancient banister, a phenomenon my grandfather had cryptically referenced. The expansive room on the second level, punctuated by towering wooden pillars, reverberated with the rain's melody, interspersed with whispers of unseen conversations that teased the edges of comprehension. Near a window, a weathered leather-bound book lay forgotten, its pages bearing faded inscriptions detailing enigmatic occurrences within the mill's walls. Production figures and grain accounts shared space with cryptic notes about nocturnal sounds, unexplained machinery movements, and ghostly lights that danced in the moonless night. The allure of the third floor drew me upward, the ceiling sloping with the roof, casting deep shadows that defied the reach of my flashlight. The rain's rhythm shifted once more, carrying an undercurrent of tension as if the very air pulsed with anticipation. A weathered desk held letters penned by my grandfather, revealing a side of his mill experiences he had never shared. Tales of inexplicable phenomena and the distortion of time within the mill's confines. Lost in the revelations of the letters, a new sound emerged, the slow revolution of the great water wheel outside, a sound that contradicted the wheel's motionless facade in the encroaching darkness. Hours passed as I delved deeper into the mystery that seemed to elude comprehension, each revelation adding another layer to the enigma that enveloped the mill. The rain persisted in its gentle lullaby, the phantom hum of dormant machinery echoing through the empty spaces of the mill. As night descended, I realized the futility of fully unraveling the mill's secrets. For some truths defy explanation and exist in the ethereal spaces between words and reality. Leaving the mill behind in the misty rain, its secrets held close, I pondered the legacy of my grandfather's stories, markers on a map leading to uncharted territories of mystery and wonder. Glancing back one last time, I fancied a subtle tremor in the water wheel, a shift in the mill's silhouette as if settling in for an eternal vigil. Returning to the mill in moments of rainfall and fading light, I added my own chapter to its timeless saga, each visit unveiling a new facet of its enigmatic allure. In those fleeting moments of perfect harmony, I understood my grandfather's cryptic words. The mill was not abandoned but transformed, grinding memories and time beneath its ancient stones, a guardian of secrets waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek its hidden truths. Story 32. As the autumn breeze whispered through the trees, a sweet blend of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke filled the air. Standing at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots gently crunched on the fallen leaves beneath. The morning fog embraced the tree trunks with a delicate touch, casting an otherworldly aura over the familiar woods, making them appear subtly different. Nature had started to reclaim the once well-traveled trail, with tall grass swaying between weathered markers and young saplings, reaching optimistically for rays of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Drawn by the wild abandonment of the path, I ventured forth, feeling the cool dampness of the air against my skin. Amidst the symphony of the forest, the sounds of the modern world faded into oblivion. Soft calls of chickadees drifted through the mist, while the ancient branches above creaked and groaned, as if conversing in a language lost in time. Each step revealed new sensations. The yielding earth beneath my feet, the gentle brush of a spider's web on my cheek, and the earthy scent of mushrooms flourishing in the shadows. The path meandered through the trees, and a peculiar sight caught my eye. A section ahead remained vividly green, defying the autumnal transformation that enveloped the rest of the forest. The subtle contrast, though easily overlooked, captured my attention, refusing to be ignored. Pausing to quench my thirst from a water bottle, a faint melody reached my ears, drifting like elusive wind chimes in the distance, despite the absence of any nearby dwellings. The notes teased familiarity, yet eluded recognition. Delving deeper into the trail, its secrets unfurled gradually, like pages turning in a story of their own accord. Curious items half buried in leaves piqued my curiosity. A tarnished silver button, a child's marble gleaming unusually in the dappled light, a ribbon that changed hues when viewed from different angles. Each discovery carried a weight of significance, though the reason remained elusive. The fog thickened, amplifying rather than muffling the forest sounds. Ghostly footsteps seemed to echo mine, a few paces behind or ahead, despite my solitary presence on the trail. When I paused, the phantom steps hesitated before fading away, as if the unseen presence had only then realized my stillness. A clearing unfolded before me, revealing an ancient stone well enveloped in a tapestry of moss and ivy. The well exuded a darkness that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, emitting a warmth redolent of summer flowers not in sight. Inexorably drawn to the well, I approached, mesmerized by its weathered surface adorned with intricate carvings peeking beneath the verdant veil. Symbols and spirals adorned the stones, shifting as if in a dreamlike dance. The gentle sound of water emanated from the depths, offering no reflection of myself, but a soft light pulsated like a distant heartbeat. The earlier melody now swelled around the well, enveloping me in its ethereal embrace. Time lost its usual cadence in that clearing. The tree shadows remained static, the temperature unyielding to the autumn chill, and the breeze seemed trapped in a perpetual circuit around the well. Sitting on a fallen log, patterns of objects arranged at the well's base caught my eye. Stones of unusual hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silver undersides. They formed enigmatic shapes, tantalizingly close to comprehension, like symbols in a forgotten language. The day stretched on, yet the light held steady, refusing to wane. Humming along with the well's melody, I felt a sense of almost understanding its tune. My water bottle defied depletion, and my backpack sandwich regenerated with each bite, blurring the lines between reality and enchantment. Eventually deciding to depart, the once familiar trail appeared altered. The trees subtly shifted, the path now winding where it had been straight. The fog parted before me, then closed in my wake, erasing my passage as if it had never existed. Reaching the trailhead at dusk, my watch insisted only an hour had passed since the hike began. While the modern world flooded back, the distant hum of traffic, the crackling of power lines, the distant lights of passing aircraft. Yet a change had settled within me. That night, as I lay in bed, the well's melody drifted through my open window, though miles separated me from the forest. Dreams intertwined with shifting symbols and phantom footsteps, leaving an indelible mark on my consciousness. Upon awakening, leaves unknown to any tree lay on my pillow, and my water bottle, perpetually full, sat on the nightstand. The mystery of the trail lingered, with whispers of its existence being unique to each seeker, manifesting only under specific conditions. On quiet mornings veiled in fog, the path beckoned, promising untold secrets, new mysteries hidden amidst the patterns of leaves. Though I had not returned, the call of the uncharted trail echoed in the recesses of my mind. Some paths once traversed could never be retraced in the same manner. The greatest enigma often lay not in what we discovered, but what found us unexpectedly. Rational thoughts dismissed the well, the melody, the cryptic light in the depths as mere figments of imagination. Yet, familiar scents carried by the breeze or distant tunes reminiscent of the elusive melody stirred doubts within me. The leaves resting on my shelf, unaltered by changing seasons, and the ever-full water bottle served as reminders of the inexplicable encounter. Perhaps certain mysteries were destined to remain unsolved, certain paths meant to remain shrouded in overgrowth. Nonetheless, on misty mornings when reality felt malleable, I felt the pull of the woods, seeking markers of familiarity amidst the enigmatic trail. And sometimes, just sometimes, the echo of footsteps, mirroring mine, hinted at a path long forgotten by all but a few. Story 33. The ancient house took on a different air as twilight descended. Nestled in my grandfather's well-worn leather armchair, I observed the final tendrils of golden light slipping from the sky, leaving behind a canvas for shadows to frolic across the tired wooden floors. Raindrops tapped gently on the window panes, their soft rhythm intertwining with the crackling of wood in the hearth, creating a symphony of tranquility. Inheriting this house 3 months prior had been a mixed blessing. Its aged charm embraced me by day, yet by night, an enigmatic essence lingered, elusive and enigmatic. The darkness seemed to possess a tangible weight, the very air thickening with mysteries untold. The fragrance of ancient tomes and cedar wood enveloped every nook, mingling with the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the tall grandfather clock standing sentinel in the corner, its rhythmic ticking a steadfast companion in the dimness. The brass pendulum swung hypnotically, casting shimmering reflections on the dim wallpaper. As wariness crept over me, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye, a peculiarity overlooked in previous nights spent within these walls. The raindrops splattering against the window formed an unusual pattern, cascading sideways instead of downward. Blinking slowly, I questioned if my fatigued mind was conjuring illusions. The flickering firelight lent an almost liquid quality to the window's glass, causing it to undulate gently in a manner defying logic. Rising from the comfort of the chair, I advanced towards the window, my footsteps muffled by the aged floorboards beneath my socked feet. The closer I drew, the more discrepancies I discerned. The frame, once assumed to be of matching dark wood, now shimmered with an iridescent sheen akin to moonlit mother of pearl. The glass felt peculiar to the touch, neither warm nor cold, yet somehow both simultaneously. Peering out, the view appeared distorted, a deviation from the familiar garden with its tangle of rose bushes and stony pathway. Instead, a gentle mist pulsed with an ethereal radiance, concealing elusive shapes that moved with fluid grace, too nebulous to be corporeal, yet too defined to be mere shadows. Chiming 9, the grandfather clock resonated deeply, its toll reverberating through the chamber. Each note seemed to ripple through the enigmatic mist beyond the window, momentarily halting the spectral dance within. The rain's cadence heightened, now accompanied by soft whispers, not ominous or alarming, but akin to a gentle rustling of leaves in a summer zephyr. Drifting towards the window seat, my reflection in the glass waned as my focus shifted to the enigmas veiled beyond. The mist began to thin in patches, unveiling glimpses of what resembled another chamber, a chamber inconceivable outside this second-story aperture. Elegant furniture fragments, levitating books, and a mirrored window identical to the one before me materialized within the mist. The whispers intensified, though their meaning remained elusive, carrying the warmth of familiar voices conversing just beyond reach. The rain's aroma metamorphosed into a complex melange. Notes of vanilla, aged parchment, and an indefinable floral sweetness permeated the air. An aura of gentle energy hummed around the window, reminiscent of the aftermath of a resonant bell toll. Time ebbed strangely as I lingered, the clock's ticking elongating each passing second like honey from a spoon. The mist shapes began to weave narratives, recounting tales of bygone nights, erstwhile watchers, and windows akin to this one. Flickers of individuals who might have inhabited this very seat flitted across my vision, their countenances serene and inquisitive, their hands outstretched towards the glass as mine were. The dwindling fire cast elongated shadows that danced upon the window surface, within which spectral inscriptions materialized and vanished. Elegant script in unknown languages that, paradoxically, I comprehended. They spoke of thresholds and doorways, of interstitial realms, of chambers nestled within the fabric of reality. My eyelids grew heavy as I beheld this spectral calligraphy, yet I resisted their descent, fearful of missing the next enigmatic revelation. The mist continued its ethereal waltz, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing glimpses of the impossible chamber beyond. At times, hints of movement teased, a flutter of curtains, a shift of shadows, perchance even the silhouette of an occupant seated in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers evolved into a soothing lullaby, harmonizing with the rain's melody in a delicate chorus. They seemed to divulge secrets, intimate, hidden locales, and realms existing just beyond the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting on the cusp between slumber and wakefulness, between this chamber and that elusive space, I perceived a faint sound, a soft click akin to an unlocked door, succeeded by the subtle creak of hinges. The final sensation I recall was a cool breeze carrying the essence of aged volumes and boundless potential. Awakening at dawn, ensconced in my grandfather's chair with an unfamiliar blanket draped over me, I beheld the window, now bereft of its nocturnal mysteries, revealing solely the rain-soaked garden. Yet upon the window seat rested a solitary sheet of paper, its edges curling slightly, adorned with shifting, elegant script that defied direct comprehension. Despite my efforts, the words remained elusive, yet in the dead of night, when rain falls just so and shadows align flawlessly, a fleeting comprehension seems within reach. Every evening thereafter I perched by that window, an eager observer. The mist sometimes materialized, at times eluding me. The phantom chamber intermittently revealed itself, shadows occasionally the sole inhabitants. However, the whispers persist, the gentle rain continues its serenade, and the allure of concealed enigmas lingers. Occasionally, as the clock strikes 9 and the fire wanes, I ponder if an observer in that cryptic chamber gazes back, pen in hand, inscribing tales of a portal gazing into our realm. Story 34. The gentle autumn mist enveloped the ancient alley, where the soft glow of street lamps painted elongated shadows that swayed with ethereal grace. Each step on weathered cobblestones produced a gentle tap, echoing through the tranquil night. Old brick buildings stood sentinel on either side, their facades smoothed by the passage of time. Despite having traversed this path countless times, tonight held a subtle difference in the air, a peculiar stillness that seemed to hold the world in suspense. The sense of autumn, of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke hung deliberately in the air, mingling with the cooling stone. As I walked, the shadows lingered, stretching and bending in defiance of the street lamp's glow, like dark silk in an unseen breeze. The only sound was the soft tap of my shoes, creating a rhythm in the hushed surroundings. To my right, the antique shop displayed its treasures in the window as always: brass candlesticks, vintage photographs, delicate porcelain. Yet tonight they appeared subtly shifted, as if rearranged by unseen hands. One photograph in particular caught my eye, depicting a misty alley resembling the one I stood in. The mist thickened, not menacingly, but like a gentle embrace settling over the evening. It carried hints of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves, a metallic tang in the air. The street lamp's amber glow transformed into pulsing halos, breathing softly in the night. Further along, I noticed subtle transformations around me. The shadows in the antique shop window moved with fluid grace, detached from their sources, forming enigmatic shapes that teased the imagination. Yet there was no fear in their dance, only a mesmerizing tranquility. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my footsteps, cocooning me in a cushion of silence that wrapped around like a comforting shawl. The air grew heavy with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no such shops lined the alley. Motes of light drifted lazily through the mist, akin to fireflies on a summer eve. Slowing my pace, I found myself drawn into the hypnotic ambience. The shadows responded to my presence, reaching out tentatively before retreating with shy grace. In the antique shop's window, reflections of bygone eras overlapped, ghostly figures moving in silent procession. The mist wove intricate patterns, almost like words written in smoke, as the shadows took on clearer shapes: forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies, children at play. Each figure moved soundlessly, lost in their timeless routines. As I neared the alley's end, I noticed my own shadow behaving strangely, moving independently of my steps. It mirrored my movements with a thoughtful delay, creating a sense of connection transcending time. The air carried scents of chamomile and lavender, unexplained yet comforting. The mist pulsed gently with an inner light, the brick walls seeming to breathe in harmony. Memories seeped from the aged bricks, whispers of past lives and fleeting moments, a tapestry of sensations. Shadows formed intricate designs on the cobblestones, telling tales of the alley's history in silent dance. Lost in the unfolding narrative of light and shadow, time lost its grip, and I felt myself merging with the alley's tale. The shadows grew more defined, yet gentle, shaping doorways to past eras. Through these portals, glimpses of bygone scenes flickered: carriages, lamplighters, elegant women. The antique shop window became a canvas of temporal echoes, reflecting layers of history and possibility. Objects shifted and stories unfolded in the changing reflections, each angle revealing a new narrative. My shadow joined the silent ballet, harmonizing with the patterns on the cobblestones. Turning to leave, my shadow hesitated briefly, as if reluctant to part ways. The mist parted like a farewell gesture, the street lamp's amber light bidding adieu. The scents of chamomile and old books lingered like a fading dream, comforting yet fleeting. Looking back, the shadows continued their graceful performance, weaving stories of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected a final image, my form amidst the timeless alley, a blend of past and present. Carrying the peace of that enchanted evening, I departed, knowing the alley held secrets, only revealed to those who listened. On quiet evenings, when the mist descended, I returned to join the shadows' silent symphony, adding my shadow to their eternal dance. The alley, forever transformed by that mystical night, beckoned with whispers of hidden tales, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to watch and listen. Story 35. The autumn breeze whispered gently through the bare branches above, carrying a hint of nostalgia and decay in its wake. I strolled down the weathered dirt path, my footsteps hushed by a carpet of fallen leaves, embracing me in their natural softness. The early evening air bore the distinct essence of October, crisp yet tender, cocooning me like an old, comforting glove. Familiar with this path, tonight felt different, an unfamiliar aura hanging in the mist that clung low to the ground, caressing the ancient trees like phantom fingers. The stillness was unusual, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the fading light. The first broken candle caught my eye instantly. Resting on its side at the path's edge, the pure white wax cleanly split in half, untouched wick yearning for the flame it never met. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it closely, the break impeccable, almost surgically precise. Continuing my walk, a slower, more deliberate pace enveloped me. Another broken candle, just like the first, lay 20 paces ahead. Then another, and another. A trail emerged, these shattered guardians meticulously placed along the path's edge. Twilight descended swiftly, the forest growing darker by the minute. The mist thickened, evolving from wisps into a dense, rolling fog that obscured beyond a few feet. The chill intensified, prompting me to draw my jacket closer. Following the broken candle trail, a subtle shift in the atmosphere unfolded. The air thickened with an unexplainable energy. Silence deepened, my own breath sounding distant and faint. Each broken candle seemed to glow faintly as I passed, though I dismissed it as a trick of the growing darkness or my mind's playfulness. The path twisted through older forest sections where trees intertwined to form natural arches. The broken candles continued their silent watch, guiding me deeper into the woods. Venturing further than ever before, a voice urged retreat, yet an unseen force propelled me forward, a moth drawn to a flame. The breaks in the candles changed, no longer clean but jagged and violent. Some twisted, others crushed, yet they maintained their precise spacing, leading deeper into the darkness. The fog thickened, tangible as cotton, a strange electricity tingling through my fingers, neck hairs standing on end. The cold intensified, breath-forming clouds. Ahead, a clearing materialized. Candles, dozens of them, arranged in a perfect circle. Unlike the broken ones, these stood tall, unbroken, white wax softly gleaming. At the circle's heart, a single black candle, so dark it seemed to devour light. Stepping into the clearing, my footsteps echoed in absolute silence. The candles seemed to pulse with inner light, the black one drawing my gaze. Moving toward it involuntarily, I noticed its peculiarity. Unlike the rest, it wasn't wax but smooth, cool like polished obsidian. Split down the middle, the halves hovered millimeters apart. Touching it, a deep, resonant hum enveloped me, vibrating through my being. The white candle's glow intensified without flame. The split widened slowly, revealing profound darkness within. The hum grew, a gentle pull stirring something deep within my consciousness. The forest faded, the fog thickening until only glowing candles and the black void remained. Time blurred, minutes or hours passing indistinguishably. Shadows emerged within the black candle, ethereal and mesmerizing, shifting like water beneath the surface. The hum shifted, nearing music, a sense of ancient recognition stirring. The shadows formed intricate, impossible geometries, revealing ancient truths just out of reach. Standing transfixed, the fog began to dissipate, the white candles dimming. Reality seeped back in as I stepped away, the patterns fading into darkness. The forest reappeared, and I retraced my steps through the darkened woods. The broken candles were gone, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, revealing a star-filled sky. Sometimes I revisit the path, hoping to find another broken candle, another trail to the clearing, yet never succeeding. On quiet nights, wind through the trees and rising mist evoke the echo of that resonant hum, stirring something deep within. I ponder the elusive patterns within the split black candle, the truths they hint at, and the part of me that recognizes them. In dreams, those patterns resurface, unfolding in ways almost understood. Some mysteries are best left unsolved, residing in the twilight between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty dance in the encroaching darkness. Story 36. The autumn breeze murmured through the pine trees, carrying the essence of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. My steps whispered on the pine needle-strewn path, leading me higher into the mist-draped slope. The ancient house beckoned me, a shadowy figure against the pewter sky, captivating me from afar. The air grew cooler, enfolding me like a silk shawl as I climbed. Above me, branches swayed, their needles creating a gentle murmur, a language of nature's secrets. The path, reclaimed by the earth, hinted faintly at its original purpose amidst wild herbs and mountain blooms. Drawing near, the house materialized through the mist, its Victorian charm evoking a bygone era with graceful gables and a porch that embraced the hillside. The wood, weathered yet dignified in its deep brown hue, spoke of enduring grace. Wind chimes on the porch whispered melodies that intertwined with the mountain's symphony. The windows, tall and elegant, held wavy glass that played with light in mesmerizing patterns, revealing ghostly shapes within. One window, high in the east gable, cast a soft, amber glow, its mystery tantalizing. The porch steps creaked softly underfoot, each board singing a welcome tune. The door, sturdy oak with a green brass handle, bore intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance in the light. To my surprise, it yielded to my touch, swinging open on silent hinges. The interior exhaled a complex perfume of old books, beeswax, and a deeper, sweeter essence, perhaps dried lavender or aged cedar. The grand foyer welcomed me, a staircase curving upward like a wooden river flowing through the house. Dust motes danced in ethereal patterns in the filtered light, a choreographed ballet of the unseen. The hardwood floors gleamed softly, mirroring the dim light like a tranquil pond. Each room flowed seamlessly into the next, an organic unity suggesting growth rather than construction. In the parlor, an old phonograph spun without my hand, whispering a waltz from another time, barely audible yet impossible to ignore. The kitchen held its own enchantments. Copper pots gleaming, a dormant tea kettle hinting at Earl Grey, and a warmth that defied the overcast day outside. Ascending the staircase, each step sighed softly, as if the house itself breathed in my presence. The upper hallway beckoned, doors slightly ajar, offering glimpses of rooms veiled in lace curtains stirred by an unseen breeze, a clock chiming an hour out of sync. The room with the amber glow lured me in. A study frozen in time awaited, an old desk, strewn with papers penned in an elegant script, their dates from a distant past. As evening descended, the mist turned to liquid gold outside, the house settling around me, its wooden frame shifting as if to find comfort. Water murmured through unseen pipes, faucets silent. In the deepening darkness, the house unveiled new facets of its character. Shadows embraced the spaces between objects, velvet softness cradling the room. Light flowed like liquid, pooling in corners and cascading down hallways. A conservatory beckoned, its aged glass still filtering the fading light of day. Plants thriving in Victorian pots, a rocking chair swaying as if recently vacated, a warmth lingering in the air. Night fell, and the house began to glow from within, an inner light radiating from its very walls, a fundamental luminescence born of years of sunlight absorbed and now released into the darkness. I wandered through the rooms, each one a new enigma, mysteries that eluded resolution. Mirrors hinted at movement, only to reveal emptiness, whispers of conversation and laughter fading before comprehension. Morning found me back on the porch, watching the mist rise as the house stood silent behind me, solid yet ethereal in the early light. Descending the path, each step carried me further away, yet the house's mystery lingered, a gentle tug on my soul. Even now, years later, I dream of the house on the dark slope, dusk eternal, windows aglow with amber light. I ponder its existence, nestled in mist, awaiting the next seeker of its quiet wonders. Perhaps like all places existing between reality and dream, it reveals itself only to those destined to find it, offering each visitor a unique symphony of subtle marvels and silent revelations. Story 37. The aroma of aged leather and ancient paper enveloped me as I pushed open the heavy oak door. Dust motes twirled in the soft beams of light filtering through the tall, arched windows, painting delicate patterns in the quiet air. The library stood in silence, its shelves reaching up into shadows untouched by the afternoon sun. This place had been passed down to me by my great-aunt, a reclusive scholar who dedicated her life to gathering rare and extraordinary books. The key had arrived in a velvet-lined box, accompanied by a letter penned in her graceful, spider-like handwriting. She spoke of the library's unique essence, of how certain books seemed to whisper in the night and how others would rearrange themselves unseen. The wooden floor creaked gently under my steps as I ventured further into the expansive room. Each footfall released a faint trace of sandalwood and something elusive, perhaps the lingering memory of incense burnt long ago. The shelves loomed like ancient trees around me, their dark wood gleaming softly from years of tender care. My gaze was drawn to a particular tome bound in rich burgundy leather. As I approached, a faint humming seemed to emanate from its pages, akin to a distant lullaby. The book bore no title on its spine, only a complex design of intertwining vines etched in faded gold leaf. When I delicately lifted the book from its place, the air around it seemed to shimmer, as if the very atmosphere acknowledged its presence. The cover felt warm to the touch, contrasting the coolness of the library. Its pages appeared to be crafted from a material thinner than paper, nearly translucent, yet remarkably sturdy. The script within danced elegantly, shifting and evolving as I attempted to read it. At times, the words appeared in English, while at others, they morphed into languages unknown to me. The ink changed hues as I turned the pages, from midnight blue to deep purple to burnished gold, each shade harmonizing with the tale being woven. Moving through the library, I began to notice other peculiarities. Some books seemed to lean towards me as I passed, while others shrank back into their confines. Every so often, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, as if the books were rearranging themselves when I averted my gaze. The light from the windows took on a peculiar quality, casting shadows that defied logic. In a secluded corner, I discovered a reading nook with a welcoming armchair and a delicate tea set on a nearby table. As I settled into the chair, the library seemed to shift around me, the shelves rearranging into more intimate formations. The air grew warmer, and the scent of ancient books intensified, evoking memories of rainy afternoons spent reading by the flickering flames. From deep within the library, the gentle sound of pages turning reached my ears, a rhythmic whisper akin to waves caressing a distant shore. The sound drew nearer, then receded, resembling the breath of some vast literary entity. It was not unsettling, but rather soothing, as if the library itself was narrating a bedtime tale to me. Books began to softly radiate light on their shelves, each emitting a unique color. The light pulsed gently, creating patterns that felt almost musical. Some books harmonized their glow with others, their lights dancing together like fireflies on a tranquil evening. The display was enchanting, a silent symphony of illuminated wisdom. I found myself wandering through sections where the books appeared older, their bindings more intricate. Some were secured with elaborate clasps that seemed crafted from moonbeams, while others had covers rippling like water in my wake. One shelf held volumes that hummed in perfect unison, forming a chord that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. Time seemed to slip away within the library's embrace. The light remained constant, though my watch insisted hours had passed. I stumbled upon a section where the books were inscribed in starlight, their pages adorned with constellations that shifted and danced before my eyes. In a particularly dusty corner, I stumbled upon a collection of books that appeared to be dreaming. Their covers fluttered occasionally, akin to the eyelids of slumbering children, emitting soft sighs between their pages. The dreams seemed contagious. Nearby books would twitch and murmur in response. As evening drew near, the library stirred with activity. The whispers of pages grew more pronounced, though never intrusive. Books would occasionally levitate from their shelves and drift through the air like autumn leaves, settling into new positions. The effect was oddly tranquil, reminiscent of snow falling in perfect silence. The burgundy book that initially caught my eye found its way back to me, nudging gently against my hand as I sat in the reading chair. Upon reopening it, the text had transformed. Now it seemed to narrate my own story, albeit with subtle variations that challenged my recollections. The words flowed seamlessly, leading from one sentence to the next without reaching a definitive conclusion. As night fully descended, the library underwent another metamorphosis. The darkness between the shelves turned velvety and inviting. Small lights, resembling tiny stars, materialized among the books, forming constellations of literary connection. Some books now cast shadows of gold and silver, while others seemed to absorb the darkness itself. I discovered that certain combinations of books, when placed in proximity, created portals of light amidst the shelves. Through these doorways, I glimpsed other libraries, other collections of enigmatic books stretching into infinity. The sight filled me with a deep sense of serenity, an awareness that all knowledge was intertwined in ways surpassing ordinary understanding. Even to this day, the library continues to unveil new revelations. Books appear and vanish, their contents ever-changing yet strangely familiar. The whispers have become a constant companion, a gentle reminder of the living essence of stories and wisdom. Some nights, under the full moon, I can perceive the books singing to one another in languages existing solely in dreams. My great-aunt's letter gains fresh significance with each passing moment. The library is not cursed in a malevolent manner. Rather, it is blessed with a magic that elevates the act of reading into something profoundly deeper. The books are not confined by the standard rules of reality, and neither, I have discovered, am I when surrounded by them. Perhaps the true curse lies in the inability to entirely share this marvel with others. The library reveals itself differently to each visitor, unveiling only what they are prepared to witness. But for those of us who have glimpsed its hidden mysteries, who have eavesdropped on the midnight dialogues of ancient volumes and witnessed the celestial dance of literary brilliance, the curse transforms into a blessing, a clandestine garden of infinite stories, where reality and imagination intertwine like the golden vines adorning the first Burgundy book's spine. Story 38. The rain cascaded down in a gentle, rhythmic dance against the weathered stone walls of the manor house, enveloping the ancient structure in a cloak of tranquility. Within the confines of my study, the soft glow of vintage brass lamps cast a warm embrace over the room, mingling with the familiar aroma of aged leather-bound books. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet added its own subtle note to the evening's symphony. Amidst this serene ambience, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. A subtle pattern etched into the stone wall behind my grandfather's antique writing desk. Illuminated by the flickering shadows, the worn surface seemed to whisper of hidden secrets, beckoning me closer with an inexplicable allure. Tracing my fingertips along the cool, rough stones, I discovered a curious warmth emanating from certain spots, as if the very essence of the wall stirred beneath my touch. A fleeting movement in the window's reflection hinted at unseen forces at play, though the room itself remained still, shrouded in the gentle patter of rain that now seemed to resonate from within the very walls. The ambient light flickered, casting ephemeral shadows that unveiled a faint outline of what appeared to be an archway within the stones. Yet as quickly as the image materialized, It dissolved into the veiled fabric of reality, teasing the periphery of my awareness. As night descended, the room filled with the earthy scent of petrichor, mingling with the musty fragrance of ancient tomes, creating an atmosphere both hauntingly nostalgic and eerily surreal. The grandfather clock's steady heartbeat marked the passage of time, each tick drawing me deeper into the enigmatic charm of the wall's hidden enigma. Engulfed in my grandfather's journals, I delved into the lore of the house, uncovering tales of elusive doorways and ethereal spaces that existed beyond mere sight. Gradually, the room revealed subtle anomalies, misaligned shadows, lingering echoes that hinted at a reality beyond the mundane. One quiet evening, as raindrops orchestrated a harmonious melody, the stones began to shift, their ethereal archway taking on tangible form. Breathing with a life of its own, the wall pulsated in silent rhythm, beckoning me to peer into the veiled mysteries that lay beyond. A slender gap materialized within the stones, emitting a soft, silvery light that hinted at unseen realms just beyond reach. Though the passage never fully opened, it remained suspended in a liminal state, a gateway to realms both known and unknown. In moments of perfect alignment, whispers of distant conversations and melodies drifted through the gap, evoking memories of summers past and forgotten reveries. My grandfather's journals resonated with similar encounters, framing these phenomena not as supernatural, but as glimpses into the boundless tapestry of existence. Over time, I came to understand the passage as a threshold between perception and reality, a focal point for contemplation of life's infinite mysteries. Placing my palm against the stones, I felt a gentle vibration, as if the wall itself hummed a lullaby of ages past, instilling within me a profound sense of peace and interconnectedness. The unopened passage stands as a testament to the enigmatic wonders that lurk within the familiar, urging me to embrace the unknown with quiet wonder. As rain continues its gentle descent, and the passage shimmers faintly in the lamplight, I find solace in the gentle mysteries that surround us, their answers drifting just beyond reach like whispers carried on the evening breeze. Story 39. The soft rustle of autumn leaves gliding across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly tea ritual. Wisps of steam lazily ascended from my cup, carrying the gentle scent of chamomile and honey. The aging house murmured softly, its familiar creaks a soothing backdrop to the deepening night. And then, amidst the tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The moon, hanging low and full in the sky, its glow peculiarly alive. A subtle pulse emanated from its silver light, akin to a distant heartbeat calling out to me. Intrigued, I found myself drawn into sync with the moon's rhythmic cadence, my breath harmonizing with its silent song. The world hushed around me, an unusual calm settling over the surroundings. The leaves ceased their whispering, the crickets fell silent, as though nature itself held its breath in anticipation. Within the profound silence, a mysterious sound tiptoed into my awareness, so faint it could be a figment of imagination, yet so distinct it defied dismissal. It was a melody without notes, a song without sound, weaving its way from the very essence of the moon. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat spellbound by this ethereal enigma. The moonlight thickened, cascading down like strands of silver silk, creating intricate patterns in the air that hinted at ancient messages, almost decipherable to my senses. Inside the house, shadows stirred, not aimlessly, but with purposeful grace, mirroring the silent rhythm of the moon's heartbeat. They moved in fluid motions, almost human yet otherworldly. I found myself on my feet, the wooden floor vibrating subtly beneath me, a sensation that resonated through my being. The air chilled slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, but instead of fear, I felt a profound wonder and tranquility enveloping me. With each pulse of the moonlight, the world around me shifted imperceptibly. Colors grew vivid yet soft, wood grains flowed like liquid, and the air shimmered with silver specks of light. Time lost its grip on me as minutes stretched into hours and hours condensed into fleeting moments. A distant clock chimed midnight, its sound distorted as if from underwater, blending with the moon's silent melody that grew stronger with each toll. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, their forms becoming more defined, almost revealing faces of joy and serenity that mirrored my own serenity. A gentle wind rose, carrying the fragrance of nocturnal blooms foreign to my garden, wrapping around me in a tender embrace, lifting my hair in a delicate dance. The moonlight responded, weaving intricate patterns in the air that eluded my gaze. Bathed in this impossible light, a realization dawned upon me, a remembrance of ancient truths, of worlds intertwined with ours in the delicate space between moments. The shadows beckoned, inviting me to join their dance. My feet moved effortlessly, following steps to a tune I had never learned yet knew intimately. The moonlight enveloped me like a veil, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, as if I could step into the silver light and walk among the stars. Slowly, reluctantly, the intensity waned, returning the shadows to stillness, the moonlight to its familiar glow. The silent song faded, leaving a reverberating echo in my bones. Back in my chair, my tea cold, the night resumed its usual symphony. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the house murmured. Yet something fundamental had shifted. An irreversible change had taken root within me. The moon held a new mystery, a new depth that blurred the lines between dream and reality. On quiet nights, when the moon casts its silver glow, I sit on the porch, waiting. Sometimes in the stillness, I catch a glimpse of that silent song, a shimmer of silver strands in the air, and the shadows, they remember the dance, reaching out with a graceful familiarity that whispers of mysteries just beyond our grasp. In that twilight realm where the moon sings and shadows dance, a peace beyond words, a magic beyond explanation dwells. I continue my evening tea ritual, watching the moon rise, feeling the pulse of distant heartbeats calling me back to a dance of dreams and realities intertwined, forever etched in my soul. Story 40. The soft, rhythmic patter of raindrops against my car's windshield was the only sound in the vast expanse of the rolling countryside. The mist hung heavy in the air, shrouding the road ahead in a cloak of mystery that seemed to deepen with every passing mile. My headlights struggled to pierce through the thick fog, casting a dim, ethereal glow that danced off shimmering water droplets suspended in midair, creating a tunnel of delicate, diffused light. Nightfall descended swiftly, painting the world in hues of darkness, when suddenly, my car's engine faltered. The dashboard lights flickered, then faded to black as the vehicle coasted to a silent halt. Instead of fear, a strange calm settled over me, amplified by the gentle lullaby of raindrops on the metal roof above. Through the misted passenger window, a faint, flickering glow caught my eye in the distance. It swayed and beckoned, resembling the warm, welcoming glow of antique gas lanterns. Intrigued by the promise of shelter and solace from the encroaching dampness, I made my way towards the mysterious light. With no signal on my cell phone and civilization left far behind, I ventured into the mist-shrouded evening. Surprisingly, the air held a comforting warmth despite the thick fog, carrying scents of moist earth and hints of wild honeysuckle that tickled my senses with nostalgia. Each step I took on the damp grass produced a soft squelching sound, leading me closer to the emerging shapes in the fog. First, the silhouette of an ancient church steeple loomed, its time-worn cross barely visible against the pewter sky. Gradually, an entire village materialized before me, its century-old buildings crafted from dark stone and glistening wooden beams, bathed in a misty glow. The empty streets exuded a golden light that pulsed gently, as if the village itself breathed in slumber. As I wandered deeper into the village, my footsteps echoed softly against the slick cobblestones. The buildings leaned in conspiratorially, as if sharing secrets across the narrow lanes. Melodious wind chimes tinkled without a breeze, harmonizing with the steady rainfall to weave a dreamy symphony that enveloped me in serenity. A particular light drew me towards what seemed to be an inn, its weathered wooden sign creaking without a hint of wind. The air carried the tantalizing sense of wood smoke mingled with distant echoes of baking bread and mulled wine, evoking a sense of longing and familiarity. Upon entering, the interior embraced me with warmth and a crackling hearth, casting a soft glow over the polished wooden furniture that seemed frozen in time. Despite the inviting ambience, the inn appeared deserted, save for curious remnants of past occupants. An ancient guest book lay open, its yellowed pages bearing the last entry exactly 50 years prior, the elegant handwriting fading into obscurity as if time itself was erasing the ink. Further exploration revealed intriguing anomalies: a lukewarm teacup, a timeless newspaper, a motionless grandfather clock, all hinting at a suspended reality within the inn's walls. Faint sounds of distant conversations, laughter and music seeped through, muffled as if from a great distance or beneath water. Yet every glance outside revealed only the thickening fog, swirling and shifting in mesmerizing patterns that hinted at hidden truths. In a cozy sitting room, an old radio crackled to life, whispering fragments of forgotten conversations and ghostly laughter. Hours slipped by unnoticed as the fog outside waltzed with the windows, offering fleeting glimpses of unknown wonders beyond. The rain's gentle cadence wove a hypnotic backdrop to the enigmatic tranquility that enveloped me, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. Seated by the crackling fire, shadows danced on the periphery of my vision, taking on fleeting human forms that vanished upon direct inspection. The warmth of the flames reached out, yet never quite touched my skin, and the logs burned eternally without diminishing. Drifting into a half-sleep, where the boundaries of consciousness blurred, I sensed a profound truth about this timeless place, a realm existing in the pause between heartbeats, in the eternal twilight between moments. When I finally stirred from my reverie, uncertain if moments or hours had passed, the fog outside had begun to dissipate, revealing glimpses of a world beyond the village. Returning to my car, now purring contentedly as if untouched by the previous ordeal, I watched in the rearview mirror as the village faded into the mist, a dream slipping away upon waking. To this day, on rainy evenings suffused with mist and golden light, whispers of wood smoke and honeysuckle tug at my memories, evoking a bittersweet longing akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Perhaps in that ethereal space between raindrops, in the heartbeat's pause, the village endures. Its windows aglow with warmth, its silent streets echoing with distant laughter, and its shadows dancing with enigmatic figures, all awaiting the next weary traveler to stumble upon their gentle mysteries in that eternal twilight. Story 41. In the hush of the night, raindrops danced softly against my window, painting a tranquil melody that filled the room with a gentle lull. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished rocking chair, I cradled a weathered journal, its ancient leather binding heavy with enigmatic tales. This journal, a forgotten treasure unearthed from her attic after her departure, beckoned me to unravel its secrets. With each droplet tracing lazy paths down the glass, I delved into her words, written in the familiar script of her youth. The rain outside murmured in harmony with her story, weaving a tapestry of memories that whispered like a distant dream. Dearest journal, the village greeted me with a cloak of morning mist, a dense veil that clung to the earth like a secret. Autumn's chill lingered in the air, carrying the essence of fallen leaves and wood smoke. Yet, amidst this familiar setting, a peculiar absence caught my eye as I strolled down the cobblestone street, my footsteps a soft cadence against the ancient stones. There were no shadows. The sun, low in the sky, bathed the quaint buildings in golden light. But where shadows should have danced, there was only emptiness, a void where darkness should have dwelled. The villagers, unperturbed by this anomaly, moved through their routines with a fluid grace. The baker arranging loaves, children clutching books, an elder sweeping his step. Their movements, ethereal and serene, floated as if detached from reality. I had come to reside with Aunt Margaret for the winter, although she bore no blood relation to me. An old friend of the family who insisted on the title of aunt. Her home stood at the village's edge, a Victorian masterpiece with ornate trim and windows that seemed to hold secrets. Within her abode, the scent of cinnamon and aged books enveloped me, casting a warm glow upon dark wooden furnishings that defied gravity without casting shadows. "You've noticed, haven't you?" Aunt Margaret's voice, a gentle murmur, accompanied the setting of a delicate porcelain teacup before me. The clink of china echoed softly. "About the shadows?" I nodded, watching tendrils of steam rise from my cup in delicate spirals. What became of them? Nestling into her armchair, she smoothed her skirts with practiced elegance. They departed 3 generations past. Some claim a wandering merchant absconded with them, a collector of curiosities. Others speculate they wearied of mirroring our every move, seeking new companions elsewhere. The truth, I suspect, lies betwixt, as truths often do. Days turned into weeks, and the village divulged more peculiarities. Birds sang melodies unknown, their tunes resonating from afar. Flowers bloomed defiantly in the autumn breeze, their petals aglow with an inner radiance unrelated to sunlight. Night unveiled stars that seemed within reach, their light casting no shadows. The moon, a constant companion, remained full and unchanging. Time, a leisurely current, meandered like honey, slow, sweet, and golden. The villagers, adapting seamlessly to their shadowless world, leveraged this absence to craft breathtaking art that defied reality. The glassblower fashioned pieces that captured light without shadows. The seamstress wove fabrics that shimmered from within. Yet it was the children who flourished in this unique realm. Unacquainted with shadows, their games mirrored this reality. They played light-catching, mirrors bouncing sunlight in playful arcs. Their drawings depicted a weightless world untouched by darkness. One twilight, assisting Aunt Margaret in her garden, I broached the topic of restoring shadows. "Indeed," she murmured, pruning a rosebush ablaze with sunset hues. In their departure, the village elders exhausted every avenue, seeking counsel from sages and scholars, mystics and scientists. Ultimately, we realized a crucial truth. Shadows did not vanish. They chose to depart. Rising, she brushed soil from her hands. "Perhaps it was for the best, my dear. Shadows are not just absence, but memories of light, remnants of illumination that once graced a space. Perchance, we needed to cherish our memories in a new light." Winter's chill descended, yet the village remained aglow with warmth. Snow fell soundlessly, each flake a twinkling mirror capturing and reflecting light, adorning the night sky with a celestial spectacle. Without shadows, the snow-covered landscape shimmered like a scene from a reverie, pristine and untouched. I comprehended Aunt Margaret's choice to abide in this haven. Here, a tranquility transcended the mere lack of shadows, as if the village dwelled within a realm where rules softened, yielding to gentler boundaries. The baker continued to knead dough, his loaves emitting a subtle radiance upon baking. Children pursued their studies, books whispering ancient tales in vacant rooms. The elder swept his step, his broom collecting stardust along with debris. On my final eve in the village, Aunt Margaret and I sat upon her porch, savoring tea tinged with moonlight. The air, crisp and clear, bore witness to a celestial display above. "Will you immortalize us in your words?" she inquired, her voice a mere whisper. "Yes," I assented, though few may believe. She smiled, warmth crinkling the corners of her eyes. "That matters not. Some stories transcend belief. They are meant to be felt, akin to light's memory on a cloudy day." Concluding the journal entry, I held within my heart the warmth of that shadowless realm. On quiet nights beneath a full moon, I sensed my own shadow wane, as if recalling a time it too contemplated departure. The entry ceased there. Beyond the window, rain persisted in its melodic descent, and a curious sight met my gaze in the glass. My reflection wavered, as though my shadow pondered its allegiance. I closed the journal slowly, allowing my grandmother's words to envelop me like autumn leaves, pondering whether in a village devoid of shadows, her tale lingered still in whispers of light. Story 42. The gentle embrace of evening draped itself over the ancient stone walls like a cloak woven from twilight hues. Standing at the threshold of the forsaken monastery, I observed as the mist of dusk weaved through the weathered arches, carrying the delicate perfume of wild roses that entwined the aged stones in a loving embrace. A hushed serenity lingered in the air, a prelude to the coming night, when even the birds held their songs, as if awaiting the veil of darkness. Intrigued by the whispered tales of the ruins' haunting allure, I ventured forth with my camera, its weight a familiar anchor amidst the unfamiliarity of this place. Sunbeams, the last remnants of daylight, filtered through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that waltzed upon the worn floors. Each footfall I took reverberated softly through the desolate corridors, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. The monastery, a sentinel of bygone eras, bore witness to untold prayers and murmured confessions in its stoic silence. Now reclaimed by nature, ivy enveloped the stone walls like a lover's caress, while moss carpeted the ground in verdant patches of velvet. Progressing deeper into the labyrinthine complex, a subtle chill descended, defying the warmth of the summer evening. The air bore a faint dampness, causing the stone surfaces to glisten under the fleeting flash of my camera. The quality of light intrigued me, lingering in corners beyond natural limits, bending around pillars in ethereal defiance. A certain corridor beckoned, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes that clung to the walls like fading memories. The figures within the paintings seemed to stir at the edge of my vision, yet remained motionless and weather-worn when directly observed. With the fading light, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The wind that whispered through the ruins moved with deliberate intent, akin to invisible tendrils caressing the ancient stones. At times, it almost murmured in a language just beyond my comprehension, a tantalizing dance of elusive understanding. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the central chapel, I readied my camera for long exposure shots amidst the dimming twilight. Despite the decay, the space retained an aura of reverence. Stained glass remnants clung to their frames, casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the floor when illuminated by my camera's flash. Adjusting settings, I discerned a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds enveloping me. The wind's whispers grew more distinct, weaving through the ruins like a melodic breath, creating a symphony of scents as the rose's perfume mingled with the ancient earthiness of moss and stone. Enthralled by the hypnotic rhythm of sound and scent, I swayed involuntarily, lost in the enchantment. Through the lens, I observed shadows coalesce in peculiar formations, pooling and undulating in response to the wind's cadence, an ethereal ballet of darkness. Clicking away, I sensed the futility of capturing these ephemeral movements. With night descending upon the monastery, the temperature plummeted, my breath materializing in wisps amidst the air. The wind's whispers adopted a sense of urgency, a ghostly echo that seemed to carry my name on its unseen currents. Not articulated, but rather woven from the symphony of rushing air and echoing stones. Compelled deeper into the heart of the ruins, a magnetic pull guided my steps, fueled by an unnamed curiosity. While my camera diligently documented the unfolding mystery, my focus wavered. Entranced by the moonlight cascading through the fractured ceiling, crafting elusive shapes that flickered like phantoms in the gloom. Within what must have been the monastery's repository, vacant bookshelves lined the walls, their aged wood resonating with the wind's narrative. Pages turned in the invisible tome of the air, carrying whispers that tantalized on the brink of comprehension. The shadows deepened, pulsing gently with each breath of wind, their velvety depths concealing untold secrets. Capturing a final shot, framing the moonlight's dance upon the empty shelves, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the symphony of the night. The wind's voice swelled to a crescendo, its haunting melody reverberating through my very being, though the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil. Peripheral visions hinted at spectral movements, robed apparitions gliding between the shelves, vanishing upon inspection. Reluctant to depart despite the late hour, I gathered my gear slowly, accompanied by the wind's farewell whispers that trailed me through the ruins. The rose's fragrance intensified, nearly intoxicating in its sweetness as I lingered at the monastery's threshold. In the moonlit glow, the ruins shimmered, suspended between worlds, an ethereal tapestry of transition. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only decrepit stones and elusive shadows. Yet, in the stillness of night, when the wind orchestrates its spectral serenade outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly melody linger. And in dreams, I return to the moonlit ruins, where the wind confides its ancient enigmas to those patient enough to listen. In quiet contemplation, I ponder the animated shadows, the whispered language on the wind's breath. The inexplicable events of that night elude rational explanation, perhaps destined to dwell in the liminal realm between reality and reverie, known and intuited but unverifiable. The monastery endures, I believe, its stones echoing the silent ballad of the wind. Sometimes, the notion of revisiting tugs at my thoughts, of waiting in the ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers resume. Yet, an intangible intuition warns that such a return would irrevocably alter the essence of that ephemeral encounter. Certain thresholds, once traversed, fade into the tapestry of memory, of dreams, and the narratives we weave when darkness falls, and the wind murmurs in voices that beckon to the soul. Story 43. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone enveloped my senses as I wandered down the twisting path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried the tang of salt and seaweed, blending with the earthy scent of damp soil left by the earlier rain. Each footfall was hushed against the moist ground, harmonizing with the soft whisper of tall grass swaying in the coastal wind. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its white walls glowing with an otherworldly aura under the vanishing twilight. Layers of history peeked through peeling paint, adding a touch of mystique to the familiar structure. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, it had always been a steadfast presence in my life. But this night, an unspoken shift hung in the air. The usual warm, golden beam that should have danced across the waters was missing, yet the lantern room at the tower's peak emitted a gentle glow. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with a cold iron key, it groaned open with a deep resonance that reverberated through the circular chamber. The scent of brass and mineral oil greeted me, mingled with a subtle fragrance akin to old books and dried flowers, stirring an elusive memory. My steps echoed softly on the stone floor as I ascended the spiral staircase, counting each of the 142 steps. Each step seemed to murmur beneath me that night, as if carrying a secret message. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the clockworks ticking, the wind's hum through the vents, were muffled, as if veiled by a thick fog. The brass handrail felt strangely warm against my palm in the cool night air. Details out of place caught my eye. Faint markings on the walls resembling writing, the logbook open on the desk despite my recollection of closing it, a peculiar entry in my own handwriting detailing light that illuminated nothing but fog. Puzzled, I continued upward, where oddities only intensified. Upon reaching the watchroom below the lantern room, the logbook lay open, pages fluttering without a breeze. An entry, seemingly scribed by my hand, described a baffling phenomenon of light vanishing into the fog's embrace. The air grew chill as I climbed the final steps to the lantern room. The magnificent Fresnel lens sparkled, capturing and refracting lamplight, yet no beam pierced the encroaching darkness beyond the glass. It was as if the light dissipated mere feet from its source, swallowed by an unseen force. Pressing my hand against the cool glass, I gazed at the eerily placid sea below, devoid of starlit reflections. The horizon had melded into an abyssal darkness that pulsed with a life of its own, swallowing the boundary between sky and ocean. The enigmatic logbook entry nagged at my thoughts, challenging my comprehension of the natural order. The notion of light vanishing, transforming into the imperceptible, defied logic, yet there it unfolded before me. A soft scraping sound diverted my attention to the open toolbox, tools arranged in cryptic patterns that flickered back to normal upon a blink. The lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows that revealed my reflection moving out of sync, a subtle delay betraying an unsettling truth. A gentle hum resonated from the lens, an organic melody akin to a wet finger on crystal, permeating the room with a profound vibration that seemed to infuse me. Returning to the logbook, new words materialized as if written by unseen hands, unveiling a cryptic message about light transforming into the unseen. Observing the shadowed patches in the water below, moving with a purposeful dance, I felt mesmerized by a language of absence, scripted by the void. The pulsating glow of the lamp, the bending shadows, the distorted reflections, all defied the laws of nature, inviting me to ponder the mysteries of light and shadow. Time warped within the lantern room, minutes stretching and compressing as the moon raced across the sky. The lens rotations twisted the darkness outside into incomprehensible shapes, bending reality in ways that defied reason. Touching the brass rail, I sensed a shift in the very fabric of existence, a state between solid, liquid, and gas that whispered of untold possibilities. Descending the stairs felt like traversing layers of reality slightly askew, the lighthouse now a nexus between worlds. The next day revealed no trace of the peculiar events, yet on silent nights, a faint hum lingers, teasing at the edges of perception. In those moments, when light fades into the unknown, I wonder if the lighthouse speaks a language of its own, a dialect of light and shadow beyond human grasp. The enigma of that night remains veiled in uncertainty, a gentle mystery that dances between realms of light and dark. The lighthouse stands vigilant, its purpose transcending mere guidance, perhaps reaching into realms unseen. As I keep watch, I embrace the unanswered questions that flutter in the spaces between certainty and doubt, between the known and the concealed. Story 44. The soft patter of rain against my windshield set a tranquil tempo as I journeyed through the autumn night. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a mesmerizing waltz, whisking away the droplets that gathered like fragile pearls. My headlights cut through the encroaching darkness, their illumination softened by the light drizzle that had been my constant companion for the past hour. Though I had traversed this road countless times, tonight held a different allure. The usual path home had transformed into something otherworldly, with wisps of mist unfurling from the earth, meandering between the ancient trees that bordered the narrow road. The fog crept in gradually, akin to spectral tendrils reaching towards the darkening sky. Up ahead loomed the aged wooden bridge, marking the midway point of my journey, barely visible through the thickening mist. A humble structure, weathered by the passage of countless seasons, its planks smoothed by the years of passing traffic. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather more densely around it, drawn to its weathered timbers like a moth to a flame. The sound of my tires shifted as they met the wooden surface, producing a gentle, hollow drumming that resonated through the tranquil evening. My headlights cast a glow on the swirling fog, creating mesmerizing patterns that danced and swirled. Through the window, I glimpsed the creek below, its surface dark and mirror-like in the fading light. An inexplicable urge compelled me to slow down halfway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the uncanny movement of the mist, more like a breath than a breeze. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in ways that defied logic. The rhythmic drumming of my tires gradually softened until I came to a halt at the center of the bridge. With the engine purring softly, other sounds made themselves known. The gentle murmur of water beneath, the soft tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else, an elusive presence just beyond hearing. It could have been whispers, or the wind weaving through the weathered wooden railings. Yet it carried faint echoes of words, too distinct to be mere chants, too vague to decipher. I cracked the window open slightly, allowing the cool, damp air to infiltrate the car. A complex scent permeated the interior. Wet wood, fallen leaves, and a hint of antiquity, evoking memories of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist curled through the small gap like inquisitive tendrils, bringing with it that almost sound, that nearly voice. In the rearview mirror, only a veil of white fog greeted my gaze, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The once familiar length of the crossing now shrouded in uncertainty. Through the passenger window, I observed the fog above the creek moving against the wind, swirling in deliberate spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or merely a denser patch of fog caught in an eddy. Yet for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I saw a hand extend towards my car, its outline soft and indistinct, akin to a watercolor painting blurred by rain. The radio, previously playing soft melodies at a low volume, began to switch stations of its own accord. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted by, none lingering for more than a heartbeat. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until a pattern emerged, faintly recognizable. Time flowed like the mist outside, its passage elusive. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, watching the fog swirl and listening to the whispered almost words. My watch ticked onward, yet each glance revealed times that defied coherence. The glowing numbers on the dashboard pulsed softly, marking seconds that felt elongated or fleeting. A tap on my driver's side window jolted me from my reverie. The sound, akin to raindrops, possessed a deliberate intent. When I turned to look, the condensation-streaked glass seemed to bear a visage, a face formed by water droplets catching the light in a peculiar arrangement. It dissipated as I strained to focus, leaving me uncertain of what I had truly glimpsed. The whispering momentarily clarified, almost forming words within my grasp, resembling conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet indistinct. There was a quality to it hinting at meaning just beyond reach, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The bridge's wooden planks resumed their subdued melody beneath my tires. Upon reaching the other side, the fog began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its grip on my car. In the rearview mirror, I witnessed the bridge vanish into the mist, now pulsating gently, akin to a tranquil breath. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio continued its erratic behavior, playing fragments of melodies that teased recognition. Upon parking in my driveway, a peculiar sight greeted me on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of a discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed, listening to the persistent rain, thoughts of the bridge and its enigmatic fog lingered in my mind. In my dreams, the whispered words revisited me, and this time they almost made sense. Almost, but not quite, and perhaps that was for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge cloaked in fog, a gentle pull beckons me to pause and heed those almost words once more. Sometimes I oblige, and at times I do not. Yet I've noticed the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not, a small, circular reminder that some mysteries prefer to remain unsolved, lingering in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 45. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient mansion in a tranquil embrace, serenading it with nature's gentle lullaby. Standing in the entryway, I observed as raindrops meandered down the glass, weaving intricate patterns that birthed shadowy dancers in the dim twilight. Aged wood exuded a musty sweetness into the air, intertwined with whispers of lavender, evoking tales of yesteryears. This grand estate had been bequeathed to me by my grandmother, a sanctuary where memories of childhood lingered in every nook and cranny. The weathered hardwood floors murmured beneath my steps as I wandered through the familiar chambers, my movements echoing softly in the serene stillness. Dusk cast elongated shadows across the walls, painting everything in hues of velvety blue and muted gray. The second-floor hallway held a magnetic allure, beckoning me forth with its polished wooden panels gleaming warmly in the low light. Family portraits, dignified in their silence, adorned the walls, observing my passage with quiet grace. The deep burgundy carpet runner hushed my footfalls, its aged pattern still vibrant despite the years. Tonight felt different, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps it was the way shadows cascaded, or the breathless anticipation that seemed to linger in the air. As I strolled down the corridor, the familiar portraits began to subtly morph in my peripheral vision. When I turned to face them, they remained motionless, locked in timeless poses. Yet, from the corner of my eye, I could swear they stirred, their gazes following my progress in a ghostly dance. The scent of lavender intensified, mingling with hints of vanilla and old paper, a nostalgic blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. But her study resided on the ground floor, not along this hallway. The fragrance enveloped me like a tender embrace, unfurling half-forgotten memories of bygone afternoons spent in her company. Pausing before a mirror that had adorned this spot for generations, I glimpsed my reflection in its slightly fogged surface, but something was awry. The corridor reflected behind me appeared altered, elongated, with additional doors beyond my knowledge. When I turned to inspect, the hallway remained unaltered. Yet, upon facing the mirror once more, the distorted version persisted, stretching into an impossible distance. A soft murmur captured my attention, akin to the rustle of pages caressed by a gentle breeze. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously. Faint words, just beyond comprehension, floated in a voice that could have been my grandmother's or even my own. The corridor's temperature shifted, cooling pleasantly, reminiscent of early autumn evenings when the downstairs fireplace kindled warmth. The wooden panels appeared to breathe, expanding and contracting subtly in harmony with the house's pulse. Each exhale released more memories into the ether. Strains of piano music wafting from the parlor, echoes of children's laughter resonating through time, the soft click of my grandmother's knitting needles. Moving forward, the portraits underwent subtle transformations. My great-aunt's dress shifted hues from blue to green when I averted my gaze. My grandfather's pocket watch flickered in and out of sight like a shy creature. These alterations did not instill fear, but rather felt like natural extensions of the house's memories. With each step, the corridor seemed to elongate, not in an unsettling manner, but as though the abode offered more time for exploration, remembrance, and comprehension. The rain's cadence evolved into a gentle melody that synchronized with my strides. Each raindrop encapsulated a memory, vivid initially, then dissolving like sugar in tea. Reaching out to brush the wall, the wood yielded warmth beneath my touch, akin to skin. Grain patterns swirled and shifted, coalescing into fleeting images. A child's toy, a Christmas tree, an antiquated rocking chair. Each contact released more memories into the air, materializing as soft golden motes that pirouetted in the evening shadows. Towards the corridor's end stood a door hitherto unnoticed, seamlessly blending with its counterparts. Its brass handle gleamed invitingly in the dimness. Approaching, the whispers grew clearer, yet remained indecipherable, reminiscent of my grandmother's garden hum, a melody suffused with worldly wisdom. The door lacked a physical lock, yet it refused to yield in the conventional sense. Upon turning the handle, instead of swinging open, it dissolved like morning mist, revealing another corridor beyond. Or perhaps the same corridor viewed through a different temporal lens. In this alternate reality, sunlight streamed through non-existent windows, illuminating dancing dust particles that resembled myriad stars. Hovering in the threshold between these dual realms, I harbored no apprehension, only a profound tranquility. The whispers persisted, now accompanied by gentle laughter and distant piano strains. Lavender's fragrance intermingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and morning coffee, all the comforting scents of my childhood within this abode. Glancing back, the corridor I traversed remained tangible and real, yet shrouded in enigma, akin to what lay ahead. The portraits gazed upon me with serene countenances, simultaneously familiar and novel, as if they had assimilated the varied versions of themselves over the years. I neither crossed the threshold nor retreated, but lingered in this liminal space, allowing memories to wash over me like gentle waves. On quiet evenings when rain descends with a delicate touch, I revisit that corridor. The door lingers, a silent sentinel, yet I've realized its purpose isn't to be unlocked. It exists to remind us that memory is a labyrinth of boundless possibilities, where past and present intertwine in the soft glow of comprehension. The whispers persist in their eternal dialogue, and the portraits maintain their silent vigil. The corridor endures, suspended between reality and reverie, a realm where fractured memories convalesce and metamorphose into something new. In this ethereal twilight between what once was and what could have been, I've discovered a different tranquility, one born of embracing the notion that certain mysteries are meant to be lived rather than deciphered. Thus, the corridor persists, a realm where time flows akin to honey on a balmy day, where memories fracture and reform like waves on a distant shore. Rain continues its descent, wood continues its creak, and somewhere, amidst heartbeats' intervals, my grandmother's lavender blossoms eternally, evolving and eternal within the garden of fragmented memories. Story 46. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed across the aged walls of my grandmother's study, casting tranquil shadows that moved like whispers in a silent dance. This room, with its shelves of mahogany adorned with leather-bound books and the familiar scent of old paper mingling with beeswax candles, had always been my sanctuary. The rain outside played a soothing melody on the window panes, creating a natural lullaby that seemed to share secrets from bygone days. Settling into the plush velvet armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I traced the intricate carvings on its wooden arms with my fingertips. Since my grandmother's passing 3 months ago, the responsibility of caring for the house had fallen to me. Many evenings had been spent in this very spot, diligently cataloging her extensive collection of ancient books and peculiar artifacts. But tonight felt different, as if the air itself held a mysterious weight, pregnant with anticipation. As I reached for another book from the stack beside me, my hand brushed against something cold and smooth. It was a small brass key, weathered by time, its ornate head adorned with twisting vines. Holding it up to the gentle glow of the candle, I watched as the shadows of its design danced on my palm. In all my visits to this room, I had never noticed this key before. The crackle of the fireplace softened, as if the room itself was hushing to hear what would unfold. Rising from the chair, I examined the walls more closely. The faded wallpaper, a tapestry of burgundy and gold, seemed to shift and change in the flickering light. Running my fingers along its surface, I discovered a subtle indentation that didn't match the rest of the wall. Pressing against it, I felt a slight resistance before a quiet click echoed through the room. A section of the wall, no larger than a cabinet door, swung open with a gentle push. Behind it lay a narrow passage, bathed in a soft blue glow that seemed to emanate from within. The air whispered hints of ancient stone and elusive scents of seasons entwined. With a candle in hand, I stepped through the opening, the passage enveloping me in a silence so profound that even my footsteps made no sound. The smooth stone walls seemed to absorb the flickering light while emitting a subtle radiance of their own. Curving gently to the left, the passage led me deeper into an impossible space, defying the known dimensions of the house. Yet there I was, traversing its length with a sense of wonder. The passage opened into a circular room, shrouded in mist that veiled the far walls. The blue luminescence pulsed like a slumbering heartbeat, casting a serene aura over the space. At the center stood a plain wooden desk, bearing a single book bound in midnight blue leather. Beside it, a chair identical to the one in my grandmother's study awaited. The scene, though mundane, felt out of place in this ethereal chamber. Approaching the desk, I noticed intricate patterns on the floor, spirals and curves that seemed to move and shift, teasing the edge of perception. Opening the untitled book revealed pages filled with my grandmother's handwriting, yet the words seemed fluid, ever-changing, as if alive. The first legible passage read, "The room finds those who need it when they need it. It has no exit because it is not a place to leave, but a place to find." The words resonated within me, stirring a deep understanding that rippled through my consciousness. A soft hum pervaded the room, synchronized with the pulsing blue light emanating from the patterns on the floor, or perhaps from the very walls themselves. Time lost its hold in that chamber, slipping through my fingers like sand. Each page turned revealed new enigmas penned by my grandmother, profound yet just beyond reach. Upon looking up from the book, I noticed a subtle shift in the room. The mist crept closer, blurring the boundaries between wall and air. The patterns on the floor seemed to rearrange themselves, whispering secrets known only to the chamber itself. The room expanded and contracted, breathing with a life of its own. Understanding dawned upon me then. This was not a room to be departed from, but a room that chose its guests, revealing itself when the moment was right. Closing the book, I awaited, watching the blue light pulse and wane, feeling a profound serenity wash over me. Eventually, I found myself back in the study, the brass key now warm in my hand. The hidden passage had vanished, leaving no trace behind. The rain continued its gentle cadence, the candles flickered as before. Everything appeared unchanged, yet a subtle shift had occurred within me. The room's mysteries had whispered their secrets, just as they had to my grandmother. On quiet evenings when the rain falls and candlelight dances, I catch fleeting glimpses of that ethereal blue glow in the periphery. The brass key rests on my desk, a silent reminder of the room's existence in its elusive realm, waiting to be rediscovered in its own time. Some doors are not meant to be opened at will, and some chambers are best left to find us when the stars align. The enigma itself has become a solace, a gentle reassurance that not all enigmas require solutions, and not all journeys demand destinations. Story 47. In the hush of an autumn evening, raindrops tapped softly against the weathered stones of an ancient church, weaving a delicate melody that lulled the world into slumber. Standing before the towering spire, reaching for the misty clouds amidst swirling leaves, I found myself drawn into a realm untouched by time. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and aged wood, carrying whispers of bygone prayers and silent echoes of forgotten bells. Unintentionally led to this sacred sanctuary by a meandering path, my steps guided by the rain's gentle hand, I entered a space that seemed suspended in its own tranquil existence. Moss-covered walls glowed ethereally in the twilight, adorned with the marks of countless seasons. The heavy door opened effortlessly, releasing a melodic sigh that harmonized with the distant lullaby of rain, enhancing the deep silence within. Stained glass windows cast muted hues of amber and violet upon the ancient floor. As I ventured further, my footsteps barely a whisper against the centuries-old stones. The air held a pristine clarity, a crystalline stillness that enveloped me in a timeless embrace, preserving the atmosphere like a precious gem. Wooden pews stood witness to generations of devotion, smoothed by endless hands and prayers, carrying the essence of old wood and extinguished candles. As darkness descended, intricate carvings adorned the walls, their enigmatic faces and figures seeming to shift in the shifting light, veiling their true intentions. A lone candle flickered near the altar, its shadows dancing purposefully, drawing my gaze to a small, unassuming door tucked into the wall. Despite its modest appearance, it beckoned me with a gentle insistence, leading me into a spiral staircase that ascended into the unknown. Each step worn by the passage of time, the staircase whispered a new rhythm as rain transformed into a melodic symphony, mingling with the fresh night air and an indescribable ancient sweetness. Emerging into the bell tower chamber, moonlight wove a silver tapestry through narrow windows, illuminating an old desk adorned with weathered books and faded manuscripts. Pages filled with cryptic text danced beyond my comprehension as the delicate chime of invisible bells filled the air, resonating with a profound tranquility. Seated in a wooden chair, shadows and moonlight performed a silent ballet across the chamber, accompanied by the phantom bells and the rhythmic rain. Mysterious movements flickered at the edge of vision, while words on the desk hinted at timeless truths and ethereal realms beyond mortal grasp. Time wavered, suspended in the chamber's embrace as midnight lingered outside the windows, oblivious to the passing of hours. The raindrops fell in patterns, painting fleeting shapes in the air, each whispering secrets of forgotten dreams and ancient mysteries. The chamber pulsed with quiet vitality, shadows pregnant with untold stories and unspoken truths. Wavering between wakefulness and dreams, the boundaries blurred gently, inviting deeper contemplation and understanding. Moonlight etched elegant script on the stone walls, weaving tales of past visitors who had wandered into this timeless sanctuary, leaving their mark on its enigmatic tapestry. Lost in the chamber's embrace, time flowed like honey, sweet and unhurried, granting a serene acceptance that seeped into every fiber of my being. Descending the staircase, the flickering candle by the altar remained steadfast, bathing the nave in a pre-dawn glow that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. Each step carried a newfound familiarity, as if the church had embraced my presence during my vigil in the tower. Stepping into the misty morning, the rain had ceased, leaving only a gentle haze in its wake. Glancing back at the ancient church, I thought I glimpsed kind, knowing faces in the windows, smiling with a wisdom beyond time, before vanishing like morning dew in the sun's gentle embrace. Despite my attempts to return, the elusive path to the church evaded me, yet on quiet rainy nights, the distant chime of silver bells carried on the wind, a reminder of the timeless mysteries that await the wandering soul. In its secluded pocket of existence, the forgotten church stands, its enigmas patiently awaiting the next seeker, guided by the rain's whisper and the ancient stone's silent promises. Story 48. As the rain whispered against the window panes, a tranquil melody filled the room where I sat in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair. The night wrapped around the old Victorian house, casting shadows that waltzed with grace upon the walls like silent dancers in the moonlight. It had been 3 months since I inherited this house, and each night brought a new layer of mystery, a new layer of intrigue that stirred the air with secrets untold. The library door, carved from solid oak with intricate designs of leaves and vines, held a fascination that gripped my thoughts tightly. No matter how many times I closed it, each morning, without fail, it stood open, beckoning me into a realm of ancient knowledge and forgotten tales. The library itself exuded a sense of wisdom and timelessness. Rows of shelves, adorned with aged tomes and leather-bound volumes, stood as silent sentinels, guarding the accumulated lore of generations past. The scent of old paper and beeswax candles mingled in the air, creating a heady perfume that spoke of centuries gone by. On this particular night, with the rain as my companion, I decided to unravel the mystery that had eluded me for so long. Wrapping myself in a cozy blanket, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I settled by the window, gazing out at the garden shrouded in darkness. As the clock in the hallway chimed the midnight hour, its deep resonance reverberating through the house, I closed the library door with a finality that echoed in the quiet room. The latch clicked into place, sealing me in with the secrets that whispered from the shelves. The hours stretched on, marked only by the steady cadence of raindrops and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. My eyes grew heavy, but a subtle shift in the atmosphere roused me from the brink of sleep. The air thickened, a tangible weight pressing down like a velvet curtain descending upon a stage. Candle flames stood frozen in time, their flickering dance stilled by an unseen force. A chill crept into the room, swirling tendrils of mist curling from my lips. Yet amidst the eerie stillness, a gentle rustling began to fill the space. Pages turned of their own accord, books on the desk fluttering open as if stirred by an invisible breeze. I watched in awe as the library came alive before my eyes, a symphony of ancient wisdom unfolding in whispers and murmurs. The books conversed in a language beyond my comprehension, their pages revealing secrets and stories long forgotten. The carved door, a silent observer, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its patterns shifting and swirling in the dim light. With a graceful motion, the door began to creak open, not with a forceful push, but a gentle sway, revealing the darkness of the hallway beyond. The books settled back into their places as the room returned to its normal state, the temperature gradually rising to its former level. In that moment, a realization washed over me like a wave crashing upon the shore. The library was not just a room filled with books. It was a living, breathing entity, a vessel of memories and dreams waiting to be unearthed. The door opened not out of mechanical fault, but out of necessity, a yearning to share its knowledge with those who dared to listen. From that night onward, I embraced the nightly ritual, sitting in the library as the rain serenaded the night, the moon casting its silvery glow upon the ancient tomes. The conversations of the books continued, their voices weaving tales of wisdom and wonder, while the open door stood as a bridge between worlds known and unknown. Some mysteries are meant to be cherished, their answers hidden in the whispers of the night. And so, as I pen these words by the soft glow of candlelight, I feel the heartbeat of the house around me, a living testament to the stories waiting to be discovered. The rain sings its lullaby, the shadows dance in harmony, and the door remains ajar, a silent invitation to those who seek the enchantment that lies beyond the threshold of the ordinary. In the quiet depths of the night, where dreams and reality intertwine, I find solace in the mysteries that surround me, knowing that some questions are more beautiful when left unanswered. And as another page turns, another story begins, and the door stands open, a gateway to the endless wonders that await those who dare to listen. Story 49. In the hushed embrace of twilight, the sky painted itself in hues of lavender and deep blue, casting long shadows across my grandmother's aged cabin. Seeking solace from the clamor of modern life, I never anticipated stumbling upon a mystery that would forever alter my perception of the natural world. Nestled against the bosom of an ancient mountain, the cabin stood as a sentinel, its peaked silhouette a steadfast presence in every window's view. In those initial days of solitude, I found solace in the mountain's unwavering vigil over the valley. The emerald pines cloaking its slopes whispered ancient secrets in the wind, cradling the cabin in a protective embrace. Each morning greeted me with the melodious symphony of birds welcoming the dawn, their songs a gentle alarm permeating the thin walls. The aged floorboards murmured tales of generations past as I trod upon them, the scent of pine and dew seeping through slightly warped window frames, heralding another tranquil day. It was on the fourth morning that a peculiar anomaly caught my attention. While savoring tea on the porch, observing mist cascade down the mountainside, I discerned an abrupt cessation of birdsong. Not a gradual quieting that forewarns of predators, but an instantaneous silence, as if a universal mute button had been pressed. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, save for the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Intrigued, I scrutinized the mountain's countenance more intently that day. Its rugged features appeared subtly altered, although I struggled to pinpoint the exact differences. Shadows among the trees seemed more profound, purposeful, arranged in a cryptic pattern just beyond my grasp. Hours slipped away as I endeavored to capture the elusive essence of the view in my sketches, a fleeting enigma slipping through my fingers. That night, visions of eyes unfurling on the mountainside haunted my dreams, myriad dark windows peering down into the valley. Startled awake, I discovered my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, its pages adorned with intricate designs of circles and lines that seemed to undulate like water, though I had no recollection of creating them. Subsequent days unveiled subtler oddities. Objects within the cabin shifted position when unobserved. A cup displaced slightly, a book askew. My grandmother's rocking chair turned to face the mountain, always towards it. Alterations in the mountain itself grew more conspicuous, though frustratingly unverifiable. Rocks appeared rearranged from the previous day. Trees leaned at impossible angles, their branches outstretched towards the cabin like inquisitive tendrils. And always, the unshakable sensation of being under scrutiny. Patterns emerged in the movements of shadows across the valley, defying the sun's expected trajectory. At times, shadows paused, coalesced like dark pools, shifting leisurely against the natural course of light. An air of anticipation thickened during these moments, as if the entire valley held its breath. Dreams grew more vivid, filled with murmured dialogues in archaic tongues I could not comprehend, but instinctively recognized as ancient. Awakening to find pine needles on my pillow, despite all windows being shut, and the aroma of earth and stone clinging to my garments, even those untouched in the wardrobe. One tranquil evening, as the setting sun imbued the sky with hues of pink and gold, I observed movement on the mountainside defying explanation by wind or fauna. Sections of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting as if settling into a more comfortable position, akin to a person readjusting in a chair. Rather than instilling fear, the spectacle imbued me with a profound serenity. I gravitated towards the porch, spending hours watching the mountain watch over me. Occasionally, I would recite passages from my grandmother's aged tomes, the wind shifting to carry my voice up the slope. Other times, we would sit in companionable silence, enveloped in the weight of ancient observation like a warm quilt. The townsfolk adjacent to the valley spoke sparingly of the mountain, yet their reticence spoke volumes. During conversations, their gazes would flit towards its peaks, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, as though greeting an old comrade. Children frolicked freely in the valley, but refrained from venturing too far up the slopes, not out of fear, I discerned, but rather out of deference. With the passage of weeks, I comprehended that the mountain's sentience neither harbored malice nor benevolence. It simply existed, akin to gravity or time. Its consciousness operated on a grand scale, rendering our human lives as ephemeral as firefly sparks to it. Yet it observed us, monitored us, and in its own manner, understood us. Unearthed from a dusty trunk in the attic, my grandmother's journals unveiled her acquaintance with the mountain's essence. Her graceful script alluded to the watcher on high and the custodian of valley secrets, documenting akin experiences to mine, displaced objects, pregnant silences, dreams that felt akin to memories. As I penned this narrative bathed in twilight's gentle glow, I sensed the mountain's regard like a tangible presence. Shadows within the room coalesce into patterns almost forming words, and the atmosphere thickens with unspoken communion. The cabin's wooden walls emit soft creaks, orienting themselves towards the ancient spectator beyond. I've come to accept that certain enigmas are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. The mountain standing sentinel over this valley harbors secrets predating human recollection, perhaps enduring its vigilant watch long after our departure. Its presence now offers solace, a reminder of the enduring marvels that elude our modern compulsion to explicate everything. The birds have resumed their melodies, bearing messages that transcend mere song, serving as conduits between the valley and its age-old sentinel. As night descends, I shall leave this account here and venture onto the porch once more. The mountain's silhouette will loom as ever, softened by starlight, yet unwavering in its vigil. If ever you find yourself in a tranquil valley beneath the shadow of an ancient peak, heed the quality of silence. Observe how shadows dance, how trees lean, how the very air resonates with awareness. For you may uncover, as I have, that certain mountains transcend mere existence. They observe, they recollect, and in their ancient manner, they comprehend. Story 50. The soft, rhythmic sound of autumn rain tapping against my window had transformed into a soothing melody that lulled me into a tranquil state. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished reading chair, cocooned in the warmth of her knitted blanket, I gazed out at the delicate trails of water painting intricate designs on the glass. Despite her physical absence for several months now, her spirit lingered within the walls of this ancient abode she had bequeathed to me. The gentle golden light emanating from my reading lamp cast soft shadows that danced gracefully on the well-worn hardwood floors, polished over time by the passage of many souls. A cup of chamomile tea exuded a faint floral scent beside me, blending harmoniously with the earthy aroma of the weathered books that adorned the shelves. In the hushed stillness, the grandfather clock in the hallway kept a steady cadence, its ticking akin to whispers from bygone eras. As the evening deepened its embrace, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye from across the room. The rain cascading down the window appeared to defy gravity, moving upwards rather than down. Initially dismissing it as a play of light, I couldn't shake the undeniable truth, as the glass rippled like a tranquil pond stirred by a gentle breeze. With unwavering focus, I witnessed the scene beyond the window shifting before my eyes. The contemporary houses opposite faded into obscurity, giving way to expansive fields bathed in an ethereal, unfamiliar glow. The transition unfolded so subtly that the cessation of rain outside almost escaped my notice, though its comforting patter persisted in the background. The vista outside now depicted a different season altogether, a balmy summer twilight from a distant epoch. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion, I rose from the chair, the aged floorboards emitting a soft protest beneath my weight, grounding me in the present while beckoning me towards the enigmatic past visible through the glass. A gentle warmth emanated from the window, contrary to the chill of the autumn night, accompanied by a subtle vibration in the air, akin to the lingering resonance of a struck bell. Through the transformed window, spectral figures moved in the distance, clad in attire from yesteryears, their forms blurred like watercolor paintings coming to life. They seemed to partake in a joyous celebration, swaying to unheard melodies. Amidst them, a young woman bore a striking resemblance to the images of my grandmother in her youth, immortalized in faded photographs. The scene fluctuated and morphed like fragments of a dream resurfacing. At times the figures drew closer, their features sharpening before dissolving into the mists of time. Intriguing details bridging past and present emerged, familiar landmarks that transcended the ages, evoking a sense of continuity. A hint of lilac, my grandmother's beloved bloom, wafted through the air, its wintry fragrance defying logic yet persisting. When the young woman resembling my grandmother turned towards the window, the scent intensified, as if she sensed my presence across the temporal chasm. In a moment of profound connection, I tentatively reached out, pressing my palm against the glass. The surface yielded like water, alive with untold possibilities. Mirroring my gesture, the young woman extended her hand, though our touch remained separated by the veil of time. Despite the physical divide, a deep understanding transcended the barriers that separated us, binding us in a moment of shared recognition. With each solemn toll of the grandfather clock at midnight, the scene beyond the window began to fade, akin to morning mist dispersing under the sun's tender caress. The figures waned, their movements languid, until they merged with the darkness beyond the glass. The last vestige to dissolve was the young woman's smile, suffused with a knowing warmth reminiscent of my grandmother's final days. In the ensuing silence, the window reverted to its mundane view of the rain-soaked night and the familiar streets. Yet a subtle shimmer persisted on the glass, imperceptible to untrained eyes. The scent of lilacs lingered, mingling with the remnants of my now cool tea. Retreating to the solace of my grandmother's blanket, I surrendered to the symphony of rain against the window, its whispers carrying echoes of a distant summer soiree. Drifting towards slumber, I pondered the untold stories etched within the ancient panes of this abode, awaiting a perceptive soul to unveil them. Though the extraordinary event had yet to repeat itself, I found solace in the notion that these windows held a repository of memories, unveiling glimpses of forgotten times and fleeting moments. In the quietude of rainy nights, I often find myself ensconced in that familiar chair, gazing out at the window, anticipating the subtle ripples that herald a shift in perspective. While the phenomenon remains elusive, occasional glimmers of bygone eras manifest in the play of light against the glass, a transient dance of memories and visions conjured from the depths of time. I've embraced the enigmatic charm of this ancient house, where each creak of the floorboards whispers tales of antiquity, and every shadow conceals narratives waiting to be unfurled through the silent sentinels of time. Rather than seeking answers, I've embraced the delicate enchantment that manifests in the interstices of existence, in the pause between raindrops, in the reflections that reveal truths beyond the tangible realm. Story 51. The soft patter of rain against the weathered wooden shingles enveloped the evening in a soothing melody as I settled into the Victorian manor that had become my new sanctuary. This grand old house, with its mysterious past veiled in shadows, stood steadfast yet seemed to hold a quiet distance from the world outside. The history of the place was a murky enigma, with the realtor offering little more than a cryptic price tag and evasive replies to my inquiries. Through the tall windows, I observed the dance of autumn leaves in the unruly garden, their rustling blending harmoniously with the steady rhythm of raindrops on the roof. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast elongated shadows on the vintage wallpaper, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and transform when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. Partially furnished by its previous occupants, the house bore no personal artifacts, no photographs, no letters, no remnants of lives lived within its walls. The furniture exuded a timeless elegance, with ornate wooden pieces that appeared to span centuries rather than mere decades. Nestled into the plush velvet armchair beside the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation washed over me. The house felt simultaneously familiar and foreign, like a recurring dream where reality constantly eludes grasp. The flickering flames painted a warm glow around me, reflecting off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, casting prismatic hues that danced playfully on the walls. As the grandfather clock in the hallway tolled 9, its deep chimes reverberating through the empty corridors, I couldn't shake the feeling that the sound reached me through a thick mist, distorting its resonance. I found myself instinctively counting the chimes, although I couldn't recall the last time I wound the clock since moving in. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, despite all windows being securely shut against the autumn chill. The fire crackled, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to morph into indiscernible shapes just beyond recognition. The scent of ancient books and weathered wood mingled in the air, intertwined with a sweeter undertone, reminiscent of dried flowers pressed between ancient pages. Driven by a curious pull, I rose from the chair and ventured to explore the many rooms of the house. Each doorway led to spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions, revealing a library filled with books in unknown languages, their spines adorned with cryptic symbols rather than familiar letters. Running my fingers along the leather bindings, a subtle warmth seemed to emanate from within, as if the knowledge within the tomes remained alive, yet forgotten. The kitchen, frozen in time with its copper pots dangling from iron racks and a massive hearth, juxtaposed modern appliances with 19th century cookware, creating a surreal blend of eras. Stains on the marble countertops shifted hues under varying light angles, forming patterns reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the curved staircase to the upper floor, each step produced a melodic note, weaving an eerie harmony that trailed behind me. The worn banister beneath my palm bore the traces of countless hands that had come before mine. Yet upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps ascended. The hallway above stretched beyond conceivable limits, lined with doors that seemed to shift in position each time I glanced back. Paintings adorned the walls, depicting landscapes of fantastical realms. Mountains bending towards violet skies, trees growing sideways in enchanted forests, oceans defying gravity as they ebbed upwards. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the polished hardwood floor. The imposing four-poster bed commanded attention, its heavy burgundy drapes swaying ever so slightly in the absence of any discernible draft. The mirror above the vanity reflected the room faithfully, save for fleeting moments when the reflection lagged behind my motions by a fraction. Opening the closet door revealed a space that seemed to extend far beyond the house's physical boundaries. Empty hangers swayed gently, creating a melodic chime as their metal hooks brushed against each other. At the rear of the closet, shrouded in darkness, stood another door, smaller in size, crafted from dark wood, its brass handle gleaming enticingly. I found myself drawn to that door time and again, though never quite reaching out to grasp the handle. With each near approach, the air saturated with the aroma of rain-soaked earth and something ancient, deeper than mere petrichor. The basement door remained firmly locked, despite my futile search for a key amidst the inherited ring. In the quiet of late nights, distant melodies rose through the floorboards, not unsettling, but rather akin to ethereal music played on unfamiliar instruments. The haunting tune carried a sense of familiarity, though I knew not from whence it came. Time within the house began to warp and weave, with some evenings stretching into what felt like eternity, while entire weeks slipped by in mere moments. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chiming, conspicuously avoiding the stroke of midnight. The hours between 11 and 1 elongated like taffy, filled with the gentle settling of furniture and the creaking of floorboards that almost formed whispered phrases. The house seemed attuned to my emotions, expanding the rooms on somber days, granting the ceilings greater height to accommodate my melancholy. In moments of joy, the walls drew closer, creating cozy alcoves perfect for introspection or quiet contemplation. The ambient temperature subtly adjusted, maintaining a perfect comfort without intervention from the thermostat. Visitors were scarce, and those who did venture within seldom lingered. Their voices would falter, eyes darting to corners where shadows thickened without visible cause. Conversations would taper off into pensive silence, and upon departure, guests struggled to recall specifics of their visit, as if the house itself had gently erased their memories. My dreams grew vivid, painted with scenes of the house through various epochs. I witnessed its pristine newness, covered in vines blossoming with long extinct flowers. I saw it weathered and ancient, under skies bearing multiple suns. Each morning brought uncertainty. Had I dreamt these visions, or had the house truly shared its memories with me? One tranquil evening, as I sat in the library deciphering one of the arcane books, my gaze caught my reflection in the window. Behind me, the room appeared altered. Furniture rearranged, walls painted a different hue, bookshelves stocked with unfamiliar volumes. When I turned to confront the room, all stood as it should, yet the reflection persisted in its alternate reality. It dawned on me that the house existed simultaneously across multiple temporal planes, akin to pages of a book superimposed upon one another. Occasionally, the pages would shift, offering fleeting glimpses between them, revealing a tapestry of intertwined times. Now, as I pen these words by candlelight, the electric lamps perfectly functional, yet the house preferring the softer glow, I sense the weight of countless untold tales gently nudging at the edges of my consciousness. The rain continues its tranquil serenade on the rooftop, harmonizing with the grandfather clock's irregular chimes and the murmured conversations of vacant rooms. I've ceased my quest to comprehend why the house singled me out, or why its previous inhabitants vanished without a trace. Certain questions, I've come to realize, hold a unique beauty in remaining unanswered. The house guards its secrets, divulging them in fragments, in dreams, in fleeting instances when light cascades just so over the aged wooden floors. Perhaps one day I too will meld into the house's tapestry of memories, becoming another whisper in its infinite chronicles. For now, I reside here, attuned to the tranquil symphony of a dwelling existing beyond the confines of time, deciphering books in languages possibly never spoken, and learning the silent tongue of chambers that retain all but disclose nothing. The grandfather clock tolls again, an hour unrecorded, and somewhere within the house, a door unveils a chamber that did not exist yesterday. I smile, aware it will vanish upon my search, only to reappear once oblivion claims its memory. This now is home, amidst the improbable moments, the untold narratives, the pasts unfulfilled and futures yet conceivable. Story 52. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a melodic rhythm that seemed to murmur age-old secrets. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat weighed down by the moist air, I observed lamplight flickering behind fogged window panes. The sign above softly creaked in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn. Its letters faded, yet still discernible in the encroaching darkness. There was an inexplicable allure about this place, beyond mere shelter from the autumn storm. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow emanating from the warm light within, or the unnaturally deep shadows lurking in the building's corners. My fingertips traced the intricate carvings on the doorframe, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and transform under my touch. The door swung open with a welcoming ease, as though inviting me into its embrace. A blend of wood smoke and a sweet fragrance, perhaps lavender or sage, wafted through the air. The common room before me was both spacious and intimate, dominated by a grand stone fireplace along one wall. Several cozy chairs and small tables dotted the room, mostly unoccupied, except for a few solitary travelers lost in their own musings. The innkeeper, with silver hair catching the firelight, stood behind a polished wooden counter. Her smile held a depth that hinted at myriad stories heard and secrets safeguarded. "Welcome, traveler," she greeted me, her voice reminiscent of mulled wine on a wintry night. "You've arrived precisely on time." I wanted to inquire further, but my words dissolved on my tongue like morning mist. Instead, I found myself trailing her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to undulate with barely visible patterns, flowers that almost resembled faces, vines that could have been ancient script. My room, number 7 at the end of the hall, awaited me, though I had not disclosed the duration of my stay. or discussed payment. The door handle felt cool to the touch, and as it turned, a faint melody, akin to a half-remembered lullaby, played on an unknown instrument, reached my ears. The room was both familiar and enigmatic. A four-poster bed stood against a wall, its rich burgundy curtains swaying gently without a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, offering a view of expansive gardens that seemed too vast for the inn's exterior size. The aged wooden floor exuded a timeless patina, bearing witness to countless footsteps over the years. As I settled in, shedding my damp coat and boots, I noticed subtle details that seemed to shift when not under direct scrutiny. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected movements that defied reality, while the room's shadows pulsed with a gentle rhythm harmonizing with the distant rainfall. That night, I slumbered more profoundly than I had in ages, enveloped in blankets redolent of unfamiliar herbs. My dreams were filled with murmurs of conversations in languages almost comprehensible, and fleeting glimpses of other travelers, some clad in attire from distant eras, others in garments beyond my understanding. When morning arrived, it crept in like a tranquil tide rather than a sudden dawn. The light filtering through the window possessed a quality hitherto unseen, as though sifted through layers of time itself. Descending to the common room, I found it empty yet brimming with a palpable presence, as if conversations spanning epochs lingered in the air like gossamer in sunlight. The innkeeper appeared with a steaming cup of tea, unrequested yet precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her knowing smile implying she already held the answer. The tea tasted of memories unmade and places unvisited. Throughout the day, guests materialized and dissipated with a dreamlike quality. A man in a worn coat penned letters that faintly glowed in the afternoon light. A young woman with stardust in her hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until one looked away. An elderly gentleman by the fire conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps a seen presence invisible to my eyes. Time flowed peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals appeared as needed, their preparation unseen. The light through the windows never quite matched the expected hour. The garden vistas from various windows never displayed the same scene twice, yet all felt familiar in an inexplicable manner. Come evening, I found myself drawn to a library that I could have sworn was absent that morning. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their titles shifting in script as I attempted to decipher them. The room exuded sense of leather, time, and boundless possibilities. An open book on a stand caught my attention. Its pages brimmed with tales of travelers encountering literal and metaphorical crossroads, of inns existing in the interstices of moments, and of guardians of thresholds guiding wayward souls. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the ceaseless rain, a profound realization about the Wanderer's Inn washed over me. The walls encompassing me did not merely shield travelers from the elements. They sheltered moments from time itself. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of lamplight, every whispered conversation in the hallway transpired both presently and countless times in the past. I pondered departing the following morning, but upon awakening, the direction of my travels and the goal of my journey had slipped from my memory. The innkeeper simply smiled when I broached the subjects of payment and departure. "The inn adheres to its own tempo," she remarked, refilling my cup with a liquid shimmering like memories, "and all who stay do so for precisely as long as necessary." Days or weeks, time seemed to ebb and flow like the patterns in the wallpaper. I engaged in lengthy dialogues with guests who may or may not have been present, perused books whose words rearranged themselves in my absence, and strolled through gardens encapsulating all seasons concurrently. Some mornings, notes inscribed in my own handwriting appeared on the writing desk, articulating musings I could not recall contemplating. They alluded to untraveled paths and unrevealed discoveries. The ink glistened with potentialities, occasionally shifting as I folded the papers away. Gradually, I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn transcended mere physicality. It was a moment elongated into the form of refuge, a pause in the river of time where wayfarers could rediscover themselves, or perhaps lose themselves in precisely the right manner. One morning, though morning may not precisely define that transitional instant, I sensed it was time to resume my journey. My boots awaited me by the door, though I could not recollect removing them for the last time. My coat hung on a hook, worn yet appearing new. The innkeeper stood at the front entrance, though her presence eluded me as I descended the stairs. "Will I find my way back?" I inquired, though that question did not capture my true inquiry. She bestowed upon me that knowing smile that seemed to hold all answers without revealing any. "Those who seek the inn inevitably discover it," she replied, "though its appearance upon return may differ." Stepping out into a world both known and alien, memories that felt akin to dreams accompanied me. The sign still softly creaked in the breeze, but upon one final glance over my shoulder, the inn seemed to waver and blur, akin to a reflection disturbed by a gentle rain. Now, on nights when the rain descends in that peculiar manner, or when the fragrance of unnamed herbs reaches me, I catch myself searching for a weathered door adorned with spiraling carvings, for windows aglow with an otherworldly light. And occasionally, just occasionally, I swear I can discern the gentle creak of a sign bearing the inscription, "The Wanderer's Inn." Yet whether it is a memory or a pledge of what is to come, I can never quite ascertain. Story 53. In the hush of the night, raindrops tapped gently against my bedroom window, creating a tranquil melody that wrapped around me like a soft embrace. The old oak trees outside sighed in the wind, their whispers blending with the rhythmic patter of the rain. The warm glow of my bedside lamp painted shadows on the worn wooden floor, casting dancing shapes that seemed to move with a life of their own in the dimness. I've always been attuned to the night, to its subtle symphony of sounds that most overlook. The house itself seemed to breathe, the wooden beams creaking softly, the owl's distant hoot, the garden leaves rustling in a gentle chorus. But on this particular night, a new sound drifted through the familiar night song, almost imperceptible at first. It was a breath-like rhythm, neither human nor natural, weaving through the air like a whispered secret. I lay in bed, wrapped in the warmth of my grandmother's quilt, listening intently as the mysterious sound grew stronger. It carried a hint of lavender, a scent entwined with the breath, creating a surreal sensation that puzzled my senses. As the night unfolded, the room's temperature shifted subtly, mirroring the mysterious breath's ebb and flow. Shadows on the wall pulsed gently, and my heavy velvet curtains swayed faintly, despite the closed windows. Shapes began to form in the shadows, ethereal and curious, like figures frozen in time, dancing on the edge of recognition. The breathing sound evolved, now accompanied by the scent of old books and tea, mingling with the lavender in a strangely familiar way. The rain's rhythm changed, softening to a delicate murmur, as if it too paused to listen to the enigmatic presence in the room. My clock ticked steadily, marking time in a world suspended between moments. The breath took on a musical quality, a soft hum that carried notes of comfort and melancholy, like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. I found myself syncing my breath with its gentle cadence, memories not my own, but somehow familiar drifting through my mind like wisps of smoke. Visions of garden parties, of ladies in white dresses beneath oak trees, of children playing in rooms that felt like mine yet different, floated through my consciousness. The lavender scent intensified, accompanied by distant piano music, the notes clear but distant, like a fading memory. As night deepened, the mysterious breath whispered echoes of conversations long past, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped the room. Shadows danced with ethereal light, and I teetered on the edge of sleep and wakefulness. the boundaries blurred in the night's embrace. Figures moved through the room, insubstantial yet purposeful, carrying out tasks of a bygone era. The rain eased, the breathing sound dispersing through the house, joined by fragrances that evoked memories not my own, but belonging to the very walls that surrounded me. With the approaching dawn, the breath faded gradually, leaving behind a lingering sense of farewell. The shadows settled, enriched with newfound meaning, and the scent of lavender lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the night's mysteries. As morning broke, a single sprig of fresh lavender sat on my bedside table, a silent testament to the surreal night. The world outside glistened with newness, washed clean by the rain, and as I carried on with my day, I felt the echo of that mysterious breath lingering, a connection to something beyond understanding. On quiet, rainy nights, the faint scent of lavender still drifts through the air, accompanied by the rhythmic breathing that once filled the room. I've learned to embrace these mysteries, to let them wash over me like the rain, knowing that some truths are meant to be felt rather than explained, existing in the spaces between breaths, in the shadows between moments, in the memories that belong to the very essence of the night. Story 54. The gentle rhythm of autumn raindrops caressed the forest, painting a tranquil symphony on the canvas of the darkening sky. Each droplet carried with it a whispered secret, harmonizing with the rustling leaves of gold and crimson as they descended from the canopy above. Walking along the worn path, my boots whispered against the moist earth, while the rich aroma of decaying foliage filled my senses with each inhale. The fading light cast an enchanting hue over the landscape, turning the world into a tapestry of subtle amber and gray tones. What began as a simple stroll to clear my mind was now a journey beckoned by the weather's mysterious allure and the ethereal quality of light that drew me deeper into the heart of the woods. The familiar trail markers had vanished, replaced by ancient trees whose branches intertwined like old confidants sharing ancient tales. As I ventured forth, the ambient sounds of the forest gradually gave way to the melodic flow of water. Initially a mere whisper beneath the rain's patter and the gentle breeze, the sound grew stronger with each step, guiding me onward with an inexplicable pull. The path descended, meandering between moss-draped boulders arranged as if by a forgotten hand of antiquity. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying a scent both mineral and ancient, reminiscent of damp stone and the passage of time itself. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed mist rising from a narrow river valley below, its song deep and resonant, unlike the cheerful babbling of a brook. Turning a bend in the path, a breathtaking sight unfolded before me. Nestled below was a river of unparalleled beauty, its waters clear yet dark, flowing with a mesmerizing slowness defying nature's logic. Mist twirled lazily above its surface, shaping ephemeral figures that dissolved into the air. What captivated me most was the river's enigmatic origins and vanishing point. Upstream, it emerged from beneath a colossal rock wall cloaked in hanging moss, while downstream it curved behind another stone formation, disappearing from view. The scene felt like a long-held secret guarded by the forest through the ages. Driven by an unseen force, I descended the steep bank towards the river's edge, where moss-covered rocks muffled all sounds, enveloping me in a cocoon of silence, pierced only by the river's sonorous song. Drawing closer to the water, my gaze fixated on a peculiar sight, an opening within the rock wall from which the river emerged, partially concealed behind a veil of water and mist. The cave's entrance, tall enough for a person to pass through comfortably, exuded an aura of breath, its misty veils pulsating in a rhythmic motion akin to a slumbering giant's gentle respiration. Standing at the water's edge, a peculiar awareness washed over me, not of fear, but of a profound recognition that I stood in the presence of ancient significance. The air hummed with potential, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm's release. The river's touch, neither warm nor cold, but a blend of both and neither, stirred a primal curiosity within me. A faint sound emanated from the cave, reminiscent of distant music, a melody half remembered from childhood, intertwined with the whispers of the forest. As twilight descended, tiny lights materialized in the gathering dusk. At first glance, they resembled fireflies, yet their movements bore purposeful intent, swirling in intricate patterns around the cave's entrance. Their luminescence, a hue betwixt silver and blue, shifted when stared at directly, defying definition. Time seemed fluid in this realm. The changing light hinted at evening's embrace, yet the duration of my reverie eluded me. The lights multiplied, weaving cryptic symbols as if inscribing a language of light. In the twilight's embrace, I ventured closer to the water, drawn by a certainty that I could traverse it without wetting my feet. The river's surface solidified where the lights danced, forming radiant stepping stones of pure light. With each step, I neared the water's edge, feeling the cave's gentle exhalation caress my skin, a blend of warmth and coolness, laden with scents of age and minerals, mingled with a sweeter, more alluring aroma. The light's dance grew insistent, their movements hinting at narratives beyond words, weaving tales as intricate as the roots of the ancient trees above. Balanced between the known and the enigmatic, a choice presented itself, a threshold between worlds, promising answers to unspoken queries. The light's dance intensified, their patterns conveying profound meanings, almost decipherable. The decision to step onto the luminous stones shimmering upon the water's surface held the weight of irrevocable transformation. Yet, where fear might have lingered, a sense of recognition pervaded, as if I had always known of this place, awaiting the moment of remembrance. Hovering above the first glowing stepping stone, the lights paused in their celestial waltz, beckoning. The cave's breath enfolded me in a tender embrace, the river's song resonating deep within my bones. Beyond the watery veil, a world awaited, patient and timeless, existing perhaps before my birth. As daylight waned above, I stood suspended between realms, the lights continuing their eternal ballet, the cave exhaling its primordial breath. Whether I crossed the threshold or retraced my steps to the known path, the realization dawned that the mere knowledge of this place's existence had shifted something fundamental within me. The boundary between the conceivable and the impossible blurred like the mist swirling around my feet, altering my perception of reality forevermore. The story concealed beyond the cave's maw remained a mystery, preserved in the dance of enigmatic lights and the murmurs of an underground river. On tranquil nights, when rain whispers softly and the world holds its breath, I catch echoes of that otherworldly melody, a siren's call back to the realm where reality melds with magic, where hidden truths flow like water through the veiled recesses of existence. Story 55. The gentle pitter-patter of raindrops against my bedroom window had transformed into a soothing melody that lulled me to sleep each night. With autumn's early dusk settling in, I found myself drawn to the window, captivated by the peculiar glow emanating from the abandoned house across the garden. This wasn't your typical light from a forgotten lamp or a security fixture. It held a unique quality, a soft, rhythmic radiance that seemed to breathe with a tranquil pulse of its own. As the rain fell in a mesmerizing pattern, crafting intricate designs on the glass, the air carried the earthy fragrance of wet soil and fallen leaves. Distant thunder whispered secrets across the sky, adding to the cozy ambience of my room, bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp and the familiar embrace of well-loved quilts. Yet the light from the abandoned house continued its silent vigil. I first noticed the mysterious light 3 weeks ago on a rainy evening, much like this one. The house, empty for nearly 2 years, had been a dark, hollow structure, slowly succumbing to nature's reclamation. But then, the light appeared, not confined to a window, but seeming to radiate from within the very walls, as if the house had birthed its own inner luminescence. The longer I gazed at it, the more it revealed. The light was never static. It danced and swayed like curtains of light, occasionally tinged with hints of color, a touch of violet here, a whisper of azure there. Most intriguing was its interaction with the rain. Droplets passing through its glow seemed to linger suspended for moments that defied reality before resuming their descent. I shared my observations with Mrs. Sullivan, our longtime neighbor with a kind demeanor. She listened attentively, her eyes distant as she mused. Some lights aren't meant to be understood, dear. They're meant to be witnessed. Her words lingered as her gaze often wandered towards the old house when she thought no one was looking. In the following weeks, subtle transformations unfolded. The wild roses in the neglected garden continued to bloom, capturing the light and creating celestial patterns in the unkempt yard. Moths congregated in unusual numbers, their wings shimmering like fragments of moonlight. On silent nights, a haunting presence seemed to emanate from the light, evoking memories of forgotten melodies and the echo of wind chimes. I started a journal to document the light's behavior, noting its responses to weather, time of night, and even my own emotions. At times of peace, it exuded a golden warmth reminiscent of sunlight on honey. In moments of melancholy, it shifted to deeper blues and greens, as if mirroring my inner state. The house itself underwent subtle changes, the peeling paint appearing less weathered, the sagging porch less forlorn. The windows, once empty and dark, now seemed to hold a silent anticipation, like closed eyes on the brink of awakening. One memorable evening, I observed a pattern in the light's movements, hinting at a message it almost revealed, teasing with fleeting after-images that danced in the air. Over breakfast one morning, Mrs. Sullivan shared a family tale about her grandmother who had once resided in the house when it was new. Stories of singing walls and dreams bleeding into reality echoed through generations. "There are places," she said thoughtfully, buttering her toast, "where the line between comprehension and mystery blurs. Light finds its way through those gaps." As autumn faded into winter, more residents noticed the light, greeted with wonder rather than fear. Children paused their games to gaze in awe, elders watched with knowing smiles, and even the neighborhood felines congregated in the garden to bask in its glow. The light didn't fade, it evolved, gaining layers of complexity like a symphony growing richer with each performance. Some nights, I awoke from dreams of floating in that gentle radiance, feeling more at peace than ever before. I never felt compelled to venture inside the house. It seemed unnecessary, perhaps even disrespectful. The light wasn't an invitation to explore, but a gift to behold, a reminder that beauty can exist without full comprehension. Now, as I sit by the window, rain painting rivers of light in the darkness, I ponder Mrs. Sullivan's words. Perhaps some lights are meant to be witnessed, not dissected. In a world obsessed with explanations, there's solace in embracing mystery, in letting wonder bloom unexamined. The rain's tranquil rhythm against the glass, the inexplicable radiance from the house across the garden, they weave a tapestry of tranquility. In that liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, I catch whispers of that almost music, carrying the scent of impossible roses blooming in winter's grasp. And I smile, content in the knowledge that some lights shine eternally, their mysteries unfathomable yet endlessly enchanting. Story 56. The soft murmur of rain against the windows of my cozy cottage wove a tranquil melody, a gentle lullaby orchestrated by nature itself. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cocooned in the comforting embrace of a knitted blanket, I gazed out at the intricate trails left by raindrops trickling down the glass. The evening had descended early, a common occurrence in the autumn months, bringing with it a peculiar hush that extended beyond the usual tranquility of my woodland abode. My cup of tea sat neglected, its warmth long faded, resting on the forgotten table beside me. My attention was captivated by the sight of the forest beyond the rain-streaked window. The ancient trees, Stoic sentinels that had stood vigil long before my arrival swayed ever so gently in an unseen breeze, as if engaged in a synchronized dance. The ambient glow of my reading lamp painted warm shadows that played across the room, casting amber-hued pools of light that flickered against the wooden walls. As darkness cloaked the forest outside, a subtle shift in the air caught my notice. The night held a depth beyond mere absence of light, pulsing with a quiet energy of its own. Setting aside my book, an inexplicable urge drew me towards the window, compelling me to peer closer. The chill of the glass met my fingertips, and for a fleeting moment I sensed a faint vibration, akin to a distant heartbeat reverberating through the earth. The rain continued its gentle serenade, but now I discerned a pattern within its descent, akin to a musical composition inscribed in water. The droplets ebbed and flowed, rising and falling in a cadence reminiscent of breath, slow, deep, serene breaths. Stepping out onto the sheltered porch, I allowed the symphony of rainfall to envelop me entirely. The air carried the earthy perfume of damp soil and pine, intermingled with a sweeter, more ancient fragrance, reminiscent of old tomes and morning mist intertwined. Each inhalation felt weighty, as though each breath forged a profound connection to something grander, something that had always lingered unseen until now. Amidst the deepening darkness, the silhouettes of the nearby trees emerged. Their branches swayed with a graceful elegance, crafting intricate patterns against the overcast sky, reminiscent of ripples on a serene pond. Observing closely, I noticed a flow of movement passing from one tree to the next, akin to a wave traversing the forest. Curiously, the wind chimes hanging from the porch roof remained motionless, despite the arboreal dance unfolding before me. This detail nestled in the recesses of my mind, evoking not alarm but curiosity, a gentle enigma beckoning contemplation over resolution. Standing amidst the cool evening breeze, a subtle sound, a whisper barely discernible, graced my ears. It echoed the rustle of pages turning in an ancient manuscript or the delicate caress of silk against silk. Seemingly emanating from all directions and none simultaneously, it rose and fell in harmony with the rhythmic pulse I had detected in the rain. Beneath my bare feet, the wooden boards of the porch seemed to hum with that same gentle heartbeat. The sensation ascended through my being, prompting an unconscious sway that mirrored the forest's breath. Time lost its grasp as I lingered there, the deepening darkness revealing textures and shapes within it, forms that might have been branches, shadows, or something altogether ethereal. Yet there was no fear in witnessing this nocturnal ballet. The movements unfolded with a tranquil rhythm, an integral part of the forest's unhurried waltz. Occasionally, soft lights flickered between the trees, not harsh beams or artificial glows, but an organic luminescence akin to starlight filtering through foliage or the gentle radiance of aged timber. These ephemeral beacons materialized and faded in synchrony with the forest's respiration, gentle reminders that I shared this nocturnal reverie with unseen companions. Gradually, I became attuned to how my breath aligned effortlessly with the forest's rhythm. Each inhalation bore new sensations, a mineral tang from rain-soaked stone, the earthy perfume of hidden mushrooms, the sweet decay of fallen leaves returning to their earthy cradle. The rain relented, yet its soft percussion persisted, accompanied by a chorus of subtle sounds, the creak of wood, the whisper of leaves, and beneath it all, that imperceptible pulse that might have been my heartbeat, the forest's pulse, or perhaps both intertwined. A cool breeze stirred the wind chimes, eliciting a melody that harmonized seamlessly with the forest's symphony. The metallic tubes sang with an unexpected warmth, their song carrying hints of narratives just beyond my grasp. Tales of roots delving into the earth's depths, of seasons cycling in perpetual motion, of myriad creatures inhabiting the shadows between the trees. As the night deepened, I found solace in merely existing within that moment. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, as if I were becoming an integral part of the forest's breath. The trees continued their tranquil ballet, and I sensed the interconnectedness of their movement with all else. The rain's rhythm, the earth's pulse, the sap's flow beneath bark, and the beat of my own heart. Upon returning indoors, I left the curtains open, and by some unseen hand, my cold tea had transmuted into fresh rainwater in the cup. Savoring its essence, I tasted minerals from the earth's core, sweetness from decaying foliage, and an indefinable essence reminiscent of moonlight upon damp bark. The forest's rhythm lingered as I drifted towards slumber, my breath synchronized with its ancient cadence. In the threshold between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehended that the forest had always breathed, had always moved in its serene, graceful dance. The revelation lay not in the forest's vitality, but in my newfound perception of it. Even now, as lamplight flickers across these words, I feel the forest's breath. At times of profound stillness, I find myself swaying gently in tandem with its rhythm. In those fleeting instants between breaths, I swear I hear the forest weaving tales meant solely for me, stories inscribed in raindrops and rustling leaves, in creaking boughs and settling soil, in the subtle pulse threading through every facet of this realm, uniting all in a tapestry of interconnectedness that I am only beginning to unravel. The forest breathes, and I breathe with it, an unspoken covenant that feels as natural as life itself. Story 57. In the hush of the evening, the gentle breath of wind weaved its way through the ancient sentinels of the forest, carrying with it the fragrant essence of pine and damp earth. Along the meandering path, twilight descended like a soft veil, painting the sky with hues of lavender and deep blue. In my grasp, the wooden lantern cast a flickering warmth that danced over the mossy ground, casting shadows that seemed to stir with each step I took. For hours, I wandered, seeking solace within the whispers of nature's embrace. The forest had always been my sanctuary, but tonight a subtle shift lingered in the air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the woods, as if the very trees held their breath in anticipation. Even the usual evening symphony of crickets was but a faint murmur, barely audible in the gathering darkness. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the woodland, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar cluster of trees ahead. Their branches intertwined over the years, forming a canopy that resembled a natural shelter of sorts. It was a sight that halted my steps. Despite my many wanderings through these woods, this grove had eluded me until now. Drawing closer, I observed how the branches twisted and melded in ways that defied conventional growth patterns. They wove together to create arches and passageways, akin to the corridors of a forgotten palace sculpted by nature's hand. The bark, in places, was smooth where it should have been rough, as if weathered by countless caresses over countless seasons. My lantern's glow revealed intricate patterns etched into the wood, spirals and curves that seemed like the handiwork of wind and time, or perhaps something more mysterious. Within the shelter, the air held a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a faint, sweet aroma that eluded classification. It hinted at honey and aged parchment, with an exotic undertone that tickled the senses. Beneath the woven canopy, the sound of my footsteps shifted, resonating with a hollow timber as though I trod upon wooden floorboards rather than soil. My eyes caught sight of curious objects scattered about. Colored glass fragments nestled in the branches, shimmering like captured stars in the lantern light. Fragments of what seemed like ancient paper or parchment were delicately interwoven into the smaller twigs, softened by time and weather until they appeared as if grown there naturally. The further I delved into the shelter, the more I noticed subtle alterations in the environment. The temperature steadily rose, and the quality of light shifted within this secluded space. My lantern's glow took on a greenish hue, filtered through layers of living foliage, though the dense canopy above allowed only faint traces of natural light to filter through. A soft, melodic hum reached my ears, barely audible yet ever present. It seemed to emanate from the very core of the wood itself, rising and falling in a rhythm akin to gentle breathing. When my hand brushed against a large branch, a faint vibration met my touch, as if the tree itself hummed a hidden tune from deep within the earth. In a corner of the shelter, nestled within a triangular alcove formed by 3 trees, I discovered a natural chair crafted by the intertwined branches. A small platform served as a table, adorned with enigmatic objects, smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, exotic dried flowers, and ancient coins bearing unfamiliar symbols. As night enveloped the world outside, the shelter pulsated with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways that defied my lantern's sway, and occasional glimpses of soft lights flitting between the branches hinted at a presence beyond mere fireflies, moving with purposeful grace. The more time I spent within this enigmatic grove, the more I discerned details that challenged the boundary between natural and crafted. Some branches bore intricate knots and patterns that resembled cryptic script, though their growth appeared wholly organic, as if the trees themselves chose this unique form. A gentle breeze wafted through the shelter, carrying the distant chiming of bells that seemed to echo from unseen sources. The tranquil melody filled the air, lulling me into a state of peaceful surrender. The natural chair beckoned, and I found myself sinking into its surprisingly welcoming embrace. As I sat, the hum within the wood grew more pronounced, its cadence soothing rather than unsettling. The patterns of light above me moved in mesmerizing sequences, akin to celestial constellations shifting in a cosmic dance. My lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, time slipping away within this ethereal sanctuary. Reality blurred as the forest beyond faded, replaced by a profound sense of isolation that felt both alien and strangely familiar. Drifting between wakefulness and dreams, I observed further transformations within the shelter. Branches seemed to stir and shift at the edge of vision, while the glass fragments emitted a soft radiance, casting an enchanting aurora over the canopy. The fragrance in the air intensified, sweet yet imbued with hints of antiquity and wisdom, reminiscent of ancient tomes mingled with the freshness of spring. Faint voices carried on the breeze, whispers in unknown tongues that tugged at the fringes of understanding, as if beckoning from a realm beyond. In the twilight of consciousness, a presence made itself known within the grove, not menacing, but ancient and vigilant. It seemed to emanate from the very essence of the intertwined branches, as if the shelter itself harbored a dormant intelligence waiting to be awakened. The hum of the wood took on a conversational cadence, its patterns weaving a tapestry of meaning just beyond reach. When I finally opened my eyes fully, the morning light filtered through the canopy, casting patterns on the ground that shifted and morphed into almost recognizable shapes. My lantern had extinguished, unnoticed, in the embrace of this mystical sanctuary. In daylight, the shelter appeared different, still mysterious, yet somehow distant, retreating into the ordinary fabric of the forest. Rising to depart, I spied a single leaf, twisted into an impossible form, resembling the enigmatic writing etched within the branches. As I retraced my steps through the forest, landmarks and trees blurred in my memory, the path seemingly shifting with each stride. Despite my efforts to fix the route to the shelter in my mind, I knew its elusive nature defied simple rediscovery. The forest whispered of hidden secrets, of a sanctuary that revealed itself only to those in need of its enigmatic magic. To this day, the forest beckons, offering glimpses of woven branches in the distance and echoes of that haunting hum on the breeze. Yet the shelter remains a dream, a memory more vivid than reality itself. The whispers of the trees linger in my senses, a reminder of the ancient grove's watchful presence, waiting to embrace the next weary traveler in search of solace and wonder. Story 58. The soft patter of rain on the window pane created a gentle lullaby as I found myself in my grandmother's ancient study, enveloped in the familiar scent of old leather books and cedar wood. The evening had settled in early, cloaking the house in a comforting darkness only pierced by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Nestled in my hands was my grandmother's weathered journal, its pages aged and yellowed, holding within them a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the night and the twinkling stars. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving me with this lakeside abode and all its enigmatic secrets. Among her possessions, this journal stood out, filled with her graceful script detailing something extraordinary about the expansive lake beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by how the water seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even on the clearest of nights. The rain continued its gentle melody as I delved into her words penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, not in the way one might expect. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, like fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed them descend, one by one, their luminance fading as they sink into the inky waters. A subtle creak from the floorboards diverted my focus from the pages. In the quiet of the house, every sound carried weight and significance. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the hour with its deep resonant tolls. 9 chimes, each reverberating through the empty corridors, drawing me further into the ambience of my grandmother's writings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time a star descended into the lake, I questioned the integrity of my eyes. It appeared as a gentle tear in the fabric of the night sky, a slow descent unlike the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It made contact with the water's surface with barely a ripple, then sank leisurely, its glow waning until it vanished entirely. Outside, the rain began to taper off, transitioning from a steady drumming to a soft murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I gazed at the lake's expanse, a vast mirror of blackness stretching into the distance. The clouds above began to disperse, unveiling patches of the night sky, yet no stars reflected on the lake's surface. It remained a deep void, absorbing whatever scant light touched it. My grandmother's entries grew more intricate. I've taken to cataloging them, the falling stars. They follow a pattern, though it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the veil between our world and the beyond appears thinnest. The lake doesn't just gather them, it preserves them in some manner within its lightless depths. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway lightly. I wrapped my sweater tighter around me, sensing a chill that felt beyond natural. The journal continued. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wet finger on a crystal glass. Each star possesses its unique pitch, its own melody. Occasionally, on exceptionally calm nights, I can discern their harmonious chorus from beneath the surface. The sky had cleared completely now, revealing a canvas scattered with stars. Yet as I peered out at the lake, its surface remained an impenetrable void. Drawing closer to the window, I noticed something peculiar. The stars above the lake seemed to flicker differently than those above the surrounding forest. They pulsed with an unusual, almost hypnotic cadence. My grandmother's subsequent entry caught my breath. I've begun comprehending why the stars are drawn to this lake. It's not by chance. They are beckoned here, summoned by a force in the depths. The lake isn't solely a collector. It serves as a guardian of celestial enigmas, a custodian of waning light. The true query is, what becomes of their radiance once it's ensnared? Rising from my reading chair, I made my way to the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks murmured softly beneath my steps as I ventured outside, compelled by an inexplicable pull towards the lake. The air was crisp and damp after the rain, carrying the earthy aroma of wet soil and pine needles. In the distance, an owl hooted softly, its call resonating over the water. The journal's pages rustled in my hands as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's words had taken on a sense of urgency in the later entries. I've glimpsed shapes beneath the surface, not mere reflections, but entities of their own. They glide akin to schools of fish, yet emit a faint, starlit glow. Whatever the lake does with the light it captures, it births something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. In response to her words, a subtle transformation played out on the lake's surface. The darkness seemed to shift, unveiling hints of deep blue and purple, reminiscent of oil atop water. And then I beheld it, a star, descending so languidly it appeared to float, descending from the heavens towards the lake. It moved with deliberate grace, as though guided rather than falling. The star kissed the water with the gentlest of ripples, and I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had described, pure and haunting. The sound resonated with a depth within me, stirring memories I hadn't known existed. As the star's light dimmed beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights by this lake. More stars began their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony, audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle movements, a ballet of light and shadow that seemed to waltz beneath the water's veil. It was both beautiful and melancholic, akin to watching the final embers of a fire fade away. Reading my grandmother's final entry, I encountered words that encapsulated the moment flawlessly. The lake doesn't obliterate starlight, it transmutes it. Each fallen star integrates into something grander, a compendium of celestial recollections cradled by the lake. At times I believe I can hear them murmuring their tales, narratives of cosmic odysseys and ancient luminescence, now enshrined in these Stygian depths. Standing on the porch, observing the graceful descent of the stars, I finally grasped why my grandmother had chosen to dwell by this lake. It wasn't merely a body of water, it was a vessel of light, a custodian of stellar enigmas, a realm where the boundary between earth and sky blurred into ambiguity. The night deepened, more stars continuing their tranquil descent into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the form of that crystalline sound, crafting a nocturnal symphony that bridged the chasm between the mundane and the miraculous. Standing witness to this extraordinary exhibition, I felt a profound tranquility envelop me. My grandmother's parting words in the journal now resonated with clarity. The lake of faded stars isn't a conclusion, it's a genesis. Every light it captures becomes a fragment of an eternal ballet, a homage to the unending cycle of metamorphosis. To witness it is to recognize that nothing truly ceases, it simply transforms, finding new avenues to gleam in the darkness. The rain resumed, a soft veil connecting sky and lake in a glistening embrace. I lingered on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal, watching as more stars commenced their unhurried descent into the awaiting waters. Each carried its own narrative, its own radiance, joining myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial waltz persisted, I realized that I had inherited more than a lakeside dwelling. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the next beholder of this eternal cycle of falling stars and transfigured light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this silent covenant, while above, the night sky continued its timeless spectacle, stars glittering, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters below. Story 59. The soft melody of raindrops against my window had become a nightly serenade, weaving a tapestry of whispers that hinted at untold tales from ages long past. Inheriting my grandmother's enigmatic house had opened my eyes to a world where subtle shifts in the atmosphere spoke volumes. The rain tonight fell with a gentle touch, veiling reality in a misty embrace that blurred the lines between the tangible and the mystical. The The aged wooden floorboards murmured with each step, carrying echoes of bygone eras in their time-worn grooves. The air was steeped in the comforting fragrance of old books and lavender, reminiscent of tranquil afternoons spent in the company of my grandmother amidst the library's treasures. My nightly ritual had evolved into a meditative dance, a symphony of checking rooms, securing windows, and closing doors in a delicate choreography. The house exuded a sense of spacious intimacy, bathed in the warm glow of vintage wall sconces that painted the wallpaper with dancing shadows. As I reached the end of the upstairs hallway, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. A heaviness lingered, tinged with a metallic tang that hinted at an impending storm. The doorway to my grandmother's study loomed before me, its mahogany facade towering with an imposing presence that seemed to defy its usual dimensions. The brass doorknob gleamed with an ethereal light, beckoning me to touch the cool surface that felt different beneath my fingertips. The wood's grain seemed alive, pulsating with an ancient energy that whispered of forgotten secrets. With a smooth turn, the door swung open noiselessly, revealing the study's familiar interior, bathed in an otherworldly luminescence. While the room appeared unchanged at first glance, a subtle dissonance lingered in the shadows, deepening their presence and casting an aura of intrigue. The scent of aged books and leather now carried a delicate undertone of night-blooming flowers, adding a layer of mystery to the familiar fragrance. As I stepped further into the study, the floorboards sighed beneath me, their echoes lingering in the air like murmurs of a forgotten time. The antique books on the shelves seemed to shift and shimmer in the dim light, their titles dancing on the periphery of my vision. One particular volume drew me in, its dark binding absorbing the room's glow with an almost sentient allure. As my hand reached out, a subtle disturbance behind the desk caught my eye, like ripples in a dark pond disturbed by an unseen force. The room grew colder, carrying whispers of earth and autumn leaves on the air. The rain outside faded into silence, replaced by a profound stillness that enveloped the space. The door behind me closed with a soft finality, its surface momentarily transforming into a canvas of fluid symbols before settling back into familiarity. Returning my gaze to the bookshelf, the volume I had reached for had vanished, leaving behind a void that the neighboring books seemed to shy away from. A whisper of movement brushed past me, tinged with the ghostly essence of lavender, a spectral reminder of my grandmother's presence. The room contracted, drawing me into its intimate embrace, the windows reflecting only a comforting darkness that felt like a timeless shroud. Sinking into my grandmother's weathered armchair, I felt its embrace mold to my form, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. The shadows choreographed a silent ballet, their movements purposeful and laden with enigmatic significance. They seemed to inscribe cryptic messages on the walls, a language of the soul that transcended mortal understanding. Time lost its shape as I surrendered to the dance of shadows, minutes stretching into eternity as the darkness outside took on a velvety texture, alive with unseen currents. The air grew heavy with unspoken narratives, memories intertwining with the essence of the house itself. Shapes flickered in the window's reflection, ethereal figures hinting at a world beyond mortal perception. The door stood sentinel, its presence a gateway to realms uncharted, its brass doorknob pulsing with a rhythmic cadence that beckoned me forward. Reality blurred into a dreamscape as the shadows wove intricate patterns of cosmic import, their movements a silent symphony of ancient wisdom. The scent of lavender mingled with arcane fragrances, evoking distant memories and ephemeral dreams. The darkness beyond the windows glowed with an inner light, a realm of infinite possibilities and unspoken truths. Shapes danced in its depths, whispering of forgotten lore and timeless mysteries. The rain resumed its melodic refrain, a haunting melody that transcended mere weather, lulling me deeper into the realm of shadows and whispers. Standing, I felt a pull towards the door, its surface undulating like liquid, revealing hidden sigils within the wood grain. With a sense of recognition rather than fear, I reached for the brass doorknob, its pulsing light guiding my hand. The door swung open soundlessly, unveiling not a mere room beyond, but a realm suffused with shifting darkness. It teemed with echoes of familiar voices, half-remembered songs, and scents that spoke of distant stars and ethereal realms. The threshold beckoned, its shadows extending tendrils of invitation, cradling me in embrace both ancient and timeless. The study faded into the background as the doorway claimed my attention, blurring the boundaries between reality and the unknown. Whether I crossed that threshold or remained in the study became a question without a clear answer. The door a portal to a twilight realm where possibilities bloomed like eternal flowers. On quiet nights, drenched in rain, the door remains a silent sentinel, a conduit to realms unseen and mysteries unsolved. It stands as an enigmatic invitation, a whisper of what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. And in that darkness, in that liminal space between worlds, perhaps my grandmother still resides, a guardian of stories without end, surrounded by shadows that hold the wisdom of epochs past and those yet to unfold. The rain's gentle song continues, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved. The door stands as a beacon, a question mark in the fabric of reality, leading to a darkness that shimmers with its own inner light, a gateway to realms where the unknown dances hand in hand with the familiar. Story 60. The gentle tap of autumn rain on my window created a soothing cadence, a natural lullaby drifting through the evening air. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cocooned in the cozy embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as darkness gradually enveloped the aged garden beyond. Raindrops captured the final hues of daylight, morphing into liquid silver as they traced their path down the glass panes. It was amidst this tranquil moment that I first glimpsed the emerald light. Initially, it appeared as a faint shimmer nestled amid the ancient oak trees at the garden's farthest edge, barely discernible through the veil of rain. The light swayed gently, akin to an old lantern carried by an unseen hand. Its hue was peculiar, not the stark green of modern LEDs, but a soft, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to this enigmatic glow, my gaze tracing its hypnotic sway as it meandered between the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, now punctuated by the occasional rustle of wind through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the ancient garden drifted back to me. Stories spun in her melodious voice about the spirits rumored to dwell among the weathered trees. As a child, I had dismissed them as mere bedtime fables meant to spark my imagination. Yet as I watched that ethereal green radiance, a familiar sense of awe stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing a raindrop's descent with my finger. The green light seemed to react to my touch, intensifying slightly, its movements growing more deliberate. It began weaving a pattern among the trees, leaving behind a faint trail of luminescence that faded like the remnants of a dream. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled 9, its resonant chimes echoing through the silent house. Each toll rippled through the air, and with every reverberation, the green light pulsed in perfect harmony. My breath formed wisps of mist on the window as I stood transfixed by this inexplicable interplay of light and sound. Driven by a curiosity both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat. The well-worn fabric carried the comforting scent of aged books and wood smoke, fragrances that had permeated the house over time. Donning the coat, I noticed the green light had stilled, as if in anticipation. The rain had dwindled to a gentle mist, and the night air bore the earthy aroma of damp soil and autumn leaves. That night, the garden path felt different beneath my feet. Each step on the ancient stones produced a soft squelch, while droplets from the overhanging branches created a delicate percussion accompanying my progress. As I neared the light, the air thickened, charged with an electricity that prickled my skin. Amidst the trees, the green glow maintained its watchful vigil. Up close, it resembled not a lantern, but a luminous sphere hovering at chest height. Its edges blurred, like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The light it cast wove strange shadows among the trees, morphing familiar shapes into enigmatic forms that shifted and transformed with each angle. A subtle warmth emanated from the sphere, not fiery or electric, but organic, akin to the warmth of sun-kissed soil in spring. Raindrops fell leisurely around the light, as if time itself had slowed. Each droplet captured the green radiance, forming a constellation of tiny emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere resumed its movement, leading me deeper into the garden. I followed, my footsteps muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. The path we traversed was unfamiliar, winding amidst trees I had known all my life, now appearing different in the ethereal light. The air filled with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers, their scent sweet yet subtly otherworldly. Time lost its grip as I walked, measured solely by the steady rainfall and my own quiet breaths. The sphere paused intermittently, as if ensuring my compliance, before continuing its mysterious journey. In those moments of stillness, I discerned a faint melody, not quite a tune, but a mere echo of a song heard in childhood. Eventually, we arrived at a clearing previously unseen, though I fancied myself acquainted with every corner of the garden. At its heart stood an ancient stone well, adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered over it, casting its radiance into the depths below. Approaching, I noticed intricate patterns etched into the well's rim, symbols that shifted and danced when I attempted to focus on them directly. The luminous sphere descended into the well, prompting the carved symbols to emit a faint glow of their own, a complex play of light and shadow. The air thrummed with an ancient, knowing energy, as if something had waited centuries for this very moment. Peering over the well's edge, I watched as the green light delved deeper. Within its glow, I caught glimpses of other lights far below, blues, purples, and golds, each moving in mysterious patterns. The sound of water took on a musical quality, resonating from unfathomable depths. When I withdrew from the well, the rain had ceased entirely. The night air hung tranquil, the garden poised for an event beyond my comprehension. Though the green light had vanished, the symbols on the well continued to softly glow, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. Retracing my steps to the house, guided by a memory of a path that felt both recent and ancient, I noticed a subtle shift in the garden. The trees seemed to incline slightly as I passed, their leaves murmuring secrets just beyond my grasp. Reaching my window, I glanced back at where the well should have been, only to find the familiar sight of trees and shadows. On quiet, rainy evenings since, I sit by my window and gaze upon the garden. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions, when the rain falls just so and the wind carries the scent of mystery and damp earth, I glimpse that gentle green glow amid the trees. It beckons, hinting at further revelations, yet I've learned that some mysteries are meant to linger in the realm between knowledge and wonder. The well has not reappeared, at least not in its original location. But on certain nights, I catch the faint echo of water and music rising from the depths beneath the garden, accompanied by the soft pulse of green light dancing at the edge of sight. I've come to realize that the greatest mysteries need not be unraveled. They need only be embraced, experienced, and allowed to transform us in their gentle, enigmatic way. Story 61. The gentle patter of rain against weathered stone created a soothing melody as I stood by the ancient well nestled in my grandmother's garden. The aged brick structure exuded a mysterious aura, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the warm glow of the lantern I held aloft. The evening breeze carried with it the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and blooming roses, their fragrance heightened by the summer shower. It had been merely a week since I inherited this old house, following my grandmother's peaceful departure in her slumber. The property now felt transformed, not devoid of life, but imbued with a new kind of presence. The rain cascaded down in a steady cadence, forming delicate rivulets that meandered down the well's worn facade. Though the well had always been sealed with a hefty wooden lid, tonight an inexplicable force drew me closer to it. Perhaps it was the peculiar manner in which the raindrops reverberated upon impact with its surface, or maybe it was the ethereal silver light that seemed to emanate from between the slats of the cover. As I drew nearer, the sweet aroma of roses yielded to something ancient, the mineral essence of subterranean water and age-old stone. My fingertips grazed the rough grain of the wood, tracing each groove and imperfection etched by the passage of countless seasons. The cover felt cool and slightly damp beneath my touch. A soft whisper of wind ruffled the tendrils of the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's flickering glow. With a gentle push, I raised the ancient lid. To my surprise, it yielded easily, as if inviting my touch. The well's maw yawned open to the night sky, and I held my lantern over its rim. The light caught myriad droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into minuscule stars that seemed to pulse with an inner radiance. It was then that I heard it, a sound so faint it could have been a figment of my imagination. A whispered melody wafting up from the depths, akin to a lullaby sung from a distant realm. The voice bore no distinct gender or age, yet encompassed all of these at once. It spoke of ancient lore, of enigmas enshrined in stone and water, of memories preserved in the cool darkness below. I found myself seated beside the well, enraptured by the enchanting melody. The rain persisted in its gentle percussion on the garden stones, providing a rhythmic backdrop to the otherworldly song. Time seemed to stretch and warp in this space, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. My grandmother had regaled me with tales of this well, narratives handed down through generations, yet she had never alluded to the singing. As I focused intently, I discerned faint words woven into the melodic tapestry, though they shifted and eluded comprehension before I could grasp their essence. They evoked memories of the lullabies my grandmother used to hum, yet possessed an unearthly quality that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a cozy shroud, despite its peculiarity. The rain gradually abated, transitioning from a downpour to a gentle mist. Amidst the growing stillness, the well's song grew clearer. It spoke of verdant growth in obscurity, of underground rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blossoming like flowers in concealed caverns. The words belonged to no language I knew, yet their meanings resonated with me, akin to understanding the language of music without the need for translation. The flame of my lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the well's inner walls. Within those shadows, I thought I glimpsed shapes taking form, silhouettes moving with fluid grace, akin to underwater dancers. They materialized and dissipated with such swiftness that I could never ascertain their true nature, yet their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the mysterious song. Moments might have stretched into hours, or perhaps mere minutes. Time seemed a mere abstraction in the vicinity of this ancient well, steeped in secrets and melodies. The voice persisted in its melodic whispers, at times seeming to emanate from the very depths below, while in other instances appearing to resonate from the stones themselves. A cool zephyr stirred the garden, carrying the redolence of damp foliage and nocturnal blossoms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion crafting ever-evolving patterns in the lantern's glow. The voice from the well seemed to harmonize with this natural symphony, its melody ebbing and flowing like water around stones. Lost in the hypnotic interplay of rain, wind, and song, recollections of my grandmother surfaced. I envisioned her tending to these gardens, her touch tender as she pruned the roses. Often she would pause from her labors to rest beside this very well, her countenance serene as she gazed into its depths. Had she too heard these voices? Had she lingered here on analogous rainy nights, listening to their age-old melodies? The notion provided a comforting warmth, bridging a connection across time between her experiences and mine. Gradually, the voice waned as night deepened, diminishing with each passing moment. Yet, it didn't feel like an ending, rather a gentle recession, akin to a parent quietly departing a child's room post-lullaby. The final notes lingered in the air like a subtle fragrance, mingling with the sweet scent of rain-washed roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as the mist enveloped my lantern's glow in a halo. The stones glistened with moisture, and tiny droplets continued to descend from the rose petals, each capturing the light like a fallen star. The well's melody had now faded entirely, yet its echo lingered in my consciousness, a song just beyond the realm of memory. As I finally rose to retire to the house, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, a heightened connection to this abode, now my own. I opted against replacing the well's lid. An intuition whispered that it needed to breathe, to exchange its ancient melodies with the nocturnal airs. Instead, I left it open to the stars, cognizant that its mysteries awaited me on subsequent rainy evenings. Within the cozy confines of the house, the gentle drumming of rain persisted, now carrying hints of that otherworldly melody. As I readied myself for slumber, a realization dawned upon me. I had unearthed a truth my grandmother had long known. The most profound enigmas are often those we don't seek to unravel, but rather permit to exist, akin to music in the shadows, to whispers from profound wells, to memories that surface in the silent hours of night. That night, my dreams wove a tapestry of subterranean rivers and crystalline gardens, of roses that flourished in obscurity, and of melodies lacking a definitive beginning or end. Upon waking, the morning sun bathed my room in golden light, and the well stood tranquil in the garden. Yet now, I harbored its secret, that on certain nights, when the rain descends just so, and the roses perfume the air, ancient voices still intone their timeless melodies to those patient enough to listen. Story 62. In the soft murmur of waves caressing weathered rocks, I ventured along a meandering path. The ancient house loomed against the dusk, its time-worn wooden facade bearing the scars of countless tempests. The tang of salt hung in the air, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil and ancient stone. My flashlight cast dancing shadows, revealing the overgrown path before me. This place had come to me through my grandmother, yet she had never spoken of a seaside abode. 3 months after her passing, a letter from her lawyer arrived, enclosing a set of aged brass keys and documents for a property unknown to me. The deed, a relic from a century past, had been silently handed down through generations of my kin. Each step I took upon the creaking wooden stairs whispered of bygone footsteps. The key slid effortlessly into the lock, as if the house awaited my arrival. With a low, melodious groan, the door swung open. Inside, a peculiar warmth lingered, despite the house's long abandonment. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned with faded floral wallpaper, the patterns undulating like underwater flora in the beam. Furniture cloaked in white dust covers rippled gently in the draft, almost as if breathing. In the heart of the main chamber stood a grandfather clock, its brass pendulum frozen in time. The face displayed 3:15, though my watch disagreed, showing past 7 in the evening. As I observed, a subtle motion caught my eye. The minute hand twitched, retracting by a single minute.